H-Rec.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your patience here today. We made it. We're ready to lock in. Scuffed Eats, gaming, and cooking. Be diving into some Animal Crossing here this morning. Thank you, Big B, for 42, man. Good to see you, bud. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Good to see you. We like to start a little bit later on the weekends, but today was a little bit late for the little bit later. If that sentence made sense. Sometimes inspiration just strikes you right before you start a stream and you just got to do something real quick, you know? All right. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to the show today. Good to see you. Sunday Squad, we're back. Scuffed Eats Season 3. Or so we are calling it. We don't really know. You think we have that kind of structure around here? I'm a streamer, dude. You think we got structure? You think we care? All right, let's get a quick beard check-in. And if you misheard me, beer checks are welcome too. It is only 9 in the morning.
Pizza time.
Beard check.
Love.
Well, I mean, we could do a wine check and a liquor check too if y'all want. Sandwich check, any waker and bakers? And that's true. It is 5 p.m. somewhere, and our overseas mates are well past noon. Good morning. Welcome in here, everyone. Good to see you. Scuffed Eats Season 3.10. It would honestly be more so like Season 2.575 or something. Like 2.75. That's really where we're at. The truth is I'm going to be doing some cleanup of the Scuffed content and maybe start releasing stuff on YouTube. And then we're going to actually get the episode count. Because if I am correct, and I could not be, I could be wrong, we're probably close to episode 50. 50 episodes of Scuffed each over these 6 years. I think we're close to episode 50, which we will be celebrating once we get there. Even if we passed it, I don't know, but we're close. We have to be close. I know that much. I know we're somewhere around episode 50 of Scuffed, so we will be looking to call that out, celebrate that whenever we get a little closer. We got to be somewhere around 45, I think. Maybe 47. I don't know. Again, who cares? But coffee check. Cheers. So the VODs aren't available at the moment. Subatheric, by the way, thank you for 13. First off, thank you for sticking with me all these years. How are you, man? How are you? How are you, dude? Good to see you. And so the VODs aren't available at the moment because Twitch made me change everything over to YouTube. So they're all in transition. There's only 3 VODs available on YouTube Subatheric. And you can watch the first 3 episodes of Scuffed Eats. We're talking real old school content from this channel. So you can have a little bit, but my goal is to actually get some more a bit going. And I'm actually going to go ahead and reveal this, even though I have before. We actually have a YouTube, and I'm actually going to be attempting to do a separate brand for Scuffed Eats. So if you want to get a head start and you are a YouTuber, go hit that link right there and drop a subscription, because this is the channel I'm actually going to be releasing Scuffed Eats content. I'm going to be double dipping. I'm going to release edited content to this YouTube, and then I'm going to be releasing the full VODs. I'll be releasing the full VODs over on my main YouTube. Does that make sense? So the VODs will be on the main YouTube, nice and large and watchable, 5 hours, 6 hours, whatever. But the edited, cleaned up stuff will be over on the Scuffed Eats YouTube. That's kind of the vibe we're going to go for. So if you are a Scuffed Eats fan, I do have some plans. I will be cleaning the content up, and then we'll figure out how to get to that 50th episode, which will be celebratory to be sure. If the link's not working, you can just look up Scuffed Eats on YouTube. I should be the first thing to come up. There's only one Scuffed Eats out there that isn't me, and they're not on YouTube. At least I don't think so. And I've actually reached out to them. Hopefully they reach back out, because I do have Scuffed Eats trademarked, and I've been using it since 2020, and the other person has been using it since 2022. So funny enough, technically it's my term. I own it, and not own it, but if you know how trademarks work. So I have reached out like, hey, like, what's up? Can I have this account? What do you want to do? Can I buy it off of you? And it's just like a random dead account. It's an Instagram, and it's just dead. Like, they haven't even posted anything in years. And that's why I'm like, hey man, like I'm trying to use this for a business. Like, what do you think? And we'll see if they reach back out to me. On an unrelated topic, I ended up crashing Kirby Air Riders. Apparently I was doing too much and the Switch 2 couldn't handle it. I'm surprised to hear that you were able to crash it. That's really silly, actually. I've been running into issues with Dragon Ball Z Kakarot crashing, unfortunately. So I have to take a break from playing that game. I'm pretty sad about it, but like it's crashing a lot, like every 15 minutes. It's real brutal. What up, Dankroot, Loud Felix? Good morning. Thank you again, Subatheric. So that is all to say, Subatheric, I will be getting all of my content on YouTube eventually. Yes, that's right. And everything had to get moved from Twitch, and it's all kind of in transition. I'll do my best to get those Scuffed Eats VODs for you to watch. Just up there posted, doing your thing, baby. Happy 27th birthday to The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Wow. Ocarina turned 27 today. Is that true? How about that, man? I love that game. I love that game, dude. Good morning. Welcome to the show, Sunday Squad. If this is your first time tuning in for a weekend show, we like to do things a little different on the weekend. I try to provide a different cadence on the weekend, so I might not necessarily hit you with the roll call hello as we do during the week, you know, the roll call good mornings. However, on the weekend, I like to give you the opportunity to jump in the chat and say hello to me and let me know you're out there. If you would like to say good morning, if I missed you rolling into the chat, jump in. A little bit of a different vibe during the week. I like to do the roll call, say hello to every single person. It's a little bit more of a relaxed, a little bit more of an intimate vibe on the weekend. I'm just here I'm here, you're here. Come say hello. If not, that's okay too. Whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do. Good morning, man. Welcome to the show, everybody. 27 years of Ocarina of Time. That's crazy. Ocarina was your first Zelda game? My first Zelda game was A Link's Awakening, and I couldn't beat it. And then I played A Link to the Past, and I beat it. So A Link to the Past has a special place in my heart, but Link's Awakening also does, because it was technically my first, but it was on Game Boy, and it was tough. Link to the Past, I could wrap my head around a little bit more. I had the big TV screen, which makes a big difference when you're understanding dungeons and stuff. And I was able to beat A Link to the Past, but Link's Awakening gave me trouble as a young dun. Y'all missed Spaceballs. Yeah, dude. Sorry, y'all. Spaceballs is a lot of fun though, man. For those of you that made it to the movie night last night, it was a lot of fun, dude. And if you didn't make it, we'll be doing more movie nights in the future. The next one will be Christmas related, probably halfway through December, all right? Next movie night will probably be like the second week of December, maybe the third. And we'll do a Christmas movie. I don't know what y'all want to watch this year. I can't remember if we did Jingle All the Way, but that's my favorite Christmas movie. That's right. I'm an OG. You already know. Otherwise, we could do Charlie Brown. One of my favorites. That's right. I'm an OG. You already know. Or we could do something more classic like Home Alone. Or some The Santa Claus with Tim Allen. You call this a few pounds? So whatever y'all want to do, man. I don't know. We'll run a poll. As we get closer to the date, we'll run a poll. We'll let y'all vote. We can always do the Grinch. The Grinch is so short, we could do a double feature. And we could do the Grinch and then Charlie Brown, or like Charlie Brown and the Grinch. Like, to be honest, we have an option of a double feature for Christmas because there are a couple really short Christmas movies. The Grinch is actually really short if we're talking about the animated. It's really compact. So we could combine, like, we could do a double feature maybe of two shorty Christmas flicks. You know which one I want to watch? I'm not going to lie. Is The Year Without Santa Claus. Is that the name of it? With Kris Kringle and the wizard put one foot in front of the other, and the heat miser and the cold miser. I'm Mr. Heat Miser, Mr. 101 degrees, or something like that. I don't remember. Yeah, that's the jam, right? Like, I kind of could go for some claymation this year. Bad Santa. I have never seen Bad Santa, so that's a great suggestion. I've never seen Bad Santa. That's funny. Yo, what up, Super Rin? Dude, Super Rin. Yo, I couldn't figure out how to spell your name, but I'm giving you VIP for sitting in the Discord and attempting to bring people together. Because that means a lot to me. And then I showed up, and then it snowballed into a session of Kirby Air Riders. And that is how it began. Sometimes you do got to sit there for an hour. Sometimes nobody shows up. But the fact that you were willing to do that, you call my community home, it means the world to me. So take 30 on the house. Thank you, Super Rin. And it's good to see you this morning. Good morning, King Taco. How are you feeling on a Sunday, homie? Alley Cat's in the house. Welcome back, Alley Cat. Mandy Roots. I gotta watch Pee-wee's Playhouse Christmas special every year. Dude, I don't think I've ever watched that. What, really? Yo, what up, Zoe67? Pages Peaches? Do you use some sort of planner or any planning tool to plan out your content? I'm in the market for a new planning method for 2026. Well, I don't feel like lifting my camera up to show you, but on this wall right here, I have a massive whiteboard calendar. And it's actually empty right now. But this is one of my planning tools as of the last 6 months since I've moved in here. I use my whiteboard to write down game releases and events and Scuffed Eats episodes and stuff over the next couple months. A month at a time, obviously. It's a month long. Otherwise, I use a couple different means of planning. I use Google Calendars because it's accessible everywhere that I want to be. Phone, computer, whatever. I use Google Calendars. I use my whiteboard. And then I use just a series of notepads and random scribbles on pieces of paper. What I'm trying to say is I'm actually a very unorganized person, but by choice. I can be organized. I just don't want to be. That's why I'm a streamer, because I don't care. So I'm really not the best person to ask about this. Good morning, Pages Peaches. I'm just gonna be real. I just don't even care to be organized. I just don't even bother. I just kind of do things and then things happen. And that's just how my life's always been. You know? It's just kind of, that's just kind of, and so I'm really not the best person to ask. It sucks. I just kind of do. I'm not even trying to be too cool for school right now. I'm just being 100% honest. I'm pulling back the veil right now. Like I'm fourth wall breaking. You know, they say if you make something look easy, then you're doing it right. You know, like you ever heard that saying where like, do something so well that you make it look easy. But I like to take that saying a step further. Do something so well that it becomes easy. Is that fair? I don't just do something well to make it look easy. I do it to the point to where it is easy, and then I don't have to think that hard about it. And that's my philosophy, you know. So on an average day, I don't have to think that hard about it. I go with the flow, and the flow leads me. I know it sounds esoteric and goofy, but that's who I am, man. That's who I've always been. And then sometimes I do have to buckle down and I do have to plan. Sometimes I do have to buckle down and I do have to plan. All right, yo, Speedy Caterpillar. I want you to repost everything, but just not in capitals, and then let's go again. Is that okay? No, I'm being serious. Everything you just said, repost it all, but without capitals, and then I'll totally have some fun with you. Let's try meeting each other again here. You just don't have to all caps me, but you're welcome to come in here and have some fun. Come on. Come on back. Come on back. Let's have some fun. Yeah, just don't yell at me, man. I just woke up. Please. But we can have some fun, man. Yeah, let's role play a little bit. Jump in. I love the honesty. Yeah. Let's role play a little bit, man. I'm feeling silly today. Yeah, what's up, Aubrey? Welcome to the show. What up, cool legendary hero? Good morning. Introvert Latina, good to see you today. We scared them away. That's okay. That's okay. They were probably just here to troll, but I was being genuine. I would role play. I almost did reply, but they were yelling at me. I just didn't want to be yelled at. Yeah. Straight up, I was just being honest. Yo, Kara the Gamer, cheers. I remember when I was VIP because I was looking for people to play Fantasy Life. The Girl Steals Time on stream and on Discord when it came out. Appreciate you, Kara. Thanks for being here, man. How you doing, by the way, Ella? Thanks for joining my games on Kirby. You know how lovely it was to see you? And then to have you actually join and accept my invite and play with the crew yesterday? That was actually really cool, man. It's wonderful to see you, Ella. I hope you've been well. I hope life's treating you all right. What up, Delore? Cool legendary hero, Mandy Cat, good morning. Hold on, let me turn this off. What is going on here? It's hard to say Kirby's worth it. $70 is a lot. So it's hard to say it's worth it because, you know, Kirby reminds me of like Mario Party. Is it worth it for you to buy a $70 multiplayer focused game that you can play by yourself, but's nowhere near as fun? Does that make sense? Like, and for some people, the answer to that is yes. And for some people, the answer is no. You have to answer that question. Is it worth it to spend $70 on a game that your enjoyment is going to be mostly multiplayer? You can play it online with strangers. You can play it with your friends. But if you're not willing to play the game online and multiplayer and all that, then it might not be worth your $70. Because solo, the game has a limited cap of content. It's not the most solo-friendly game. It has plenty. Random's been spending hours doing the checklist, right? So I'm not saying that the game doesn't have a solid probably 20 hours, if not more, of single-player content. No more or less than any other Nintendo game. But what I'm trying to say is that the gameplay itself is totally enhanced by playing with other people. So if you want the richest experience, you need to be ready to play online. Otherwise, it might not be worth your $70. Does that make sense? That's my take on it. Whereas, like, you know, you can go buy Zelda, you know you're just going to get a good game because it's a single player focused game. You don't have to worry about internet, online connections, other people. You just buy it, you play it. And I think that's really worth noting. If you're going to do like a review, I think you should let people know. When people ask me, you know, is a game worth it? It's like, well, here's why I think it is worth it. And then here's why I think it's probably not worth it. $70 is a lot of money. You know what I mean? If it was $50, I would say go buy it right now. But those $20 matter, I think, personally. Maybe not for everybody, but for me, it's like, that's a lot of dough. That's a lot of scratch. What's up, Mills? Good morning. Toon, good to see you today, Toon. $20 as well. $20. Yeah. Speaking of, thank you, Taco, for the gifted to Introvert Latina. Bringing them in and badging them up. Badging them up and, well, bringing them in. What up, Jupi-san? What up, Card Shark? Thank you, Taco. Thank you, Taco. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Hope you're doing well today, Toon. Good to see you. Good morning. If I missed anybody in, man, roll in the chat. Jump in the chat. Let me know you're out there. What up, Panda Bread? That's right. We got those Christmas emotes out there for y'all. There's actually one that I forgot. Do y'all want to see it real quick? Hold on. So I have a couple deep cut Christmas emotes that we don't have activated. I'm going to show them off. And then y'all can maybe try to justify using them if you want. All right, so jump over here. Pull up the display capture. So these are the ones we're not using. So they're pretty old school. We have Santa Hans. It's Hans the Yeti, but it's Santa Claus. And I stopped using it because I was just like, nobody really even knows what's happening here. You can't even really tell it's Hans unless you really know Animal Crossing. So this one also is a potential merch idea. Unfortunately, I don't have the full drawing without the hat cropped. So as much as I would like to put it on merch, it's not going to look that good because it's cropped, right? And then the other one is I have Cube eating a cookie for Christmas. But again, it's not really the most useful emote. It's just cute. And I love Cube. But it's like, it's kind of hard. You know, it's not, you know, it's just cute. It's just a cute emote. It doesn't really express anything. You know? So these are the two that we missed. And then there's actually more. I forgot to add H Does Love with a Christmas hat on. This one I'll do later today. Subtle but cute. But yeah, all the Christmas emotes are in, y'all. All the Christmas emotes are in here. Enjoy them. H Does Xmas and Peak. Two of my favorites, Good and Bad for the naughty and nice list. Dumper, Santa. Santa was done by Quackastacka. We used it 2 years ago. We didn't use it last year. Quackastacka did a good job. H does Santa. It's Hestu from Zelda, but as Santa Claus. It's pretty cute, actually, dude. Yo, cheers, Big Doggo Media, coffee drinkers. Ah, yeah. We could put it on BTTV. That's smart. That's smart. Appreciate you reusing the ones from last year. I mean, yeah, dude, of course. I bought those so I could use them every year. What do you mean, man? Of course, Mills. If anybody's looking for graphics, Mills, Art Nook, and I have been actually talking about getting a discount code for Hyrule Gaming Group streamers exclusively. So just a heads up, if you are a part of Hyrule Gaming Group and you're in the private community Discord for Hyrule Gaming Group specifically, if you're not, reach out to me. But if you're in our stream team, we're looking to get a discount code, and you could reach out to Mills to get a discount on all of their artwork and like their emotes. They have a bunch of pre-made emotes and a bunch of stuff, and I'm sure more information will come once we actually figure out where to post it. We're probably just gonna make a whole separate channel in the Discord for it. So if y'all check out Mills Art Nook, if you're looking for graphics, emotes, if you want to support our inner community. See, I try to keep everything in-house. I try to support the artist in-house. I try to support the graphic designers in-house. My goal is to keep everything churning within this beautiful network, our creative collective that's called Hyrule Gaming Group. I'm trying to keep it all in-house, and I try to keep it all churning, because that's the thing. That's what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to support. If you're a musician, you need album art, reach out to an artist. You're an artist, you need commissions, reach out to a streamer. You're a streamer, you need emotes, reach out to an artist. You're a streamer, you need advice, reach out to a fellow streamer. The network, baby. The network. Good morning. Good morning, coffee drinkers. There's some really good games on sale at the eShop. Yes, Black Friday sales. So I haven't talked about the Black Friday sales on stream, but there's a ton of them, and they're starting to show up on Amazon. They're already happening on Switch. Yes, if y'all haven't checked out the eShop, there is a good amount of stuff going on sale right now. So check it out. Black Friday is like a week-long thing now. It's not just... Black Friday is like a week-long thing now. It's not just Friday. A lot of it's already gone live. And then they'll save some of the best sales for Friday coming up. And then there's Cyber Monday for digital sales. So lots of sales. If you're looking to pick up some games, now's the time, man. What up, Frank? Good to see you today, Frank. Good morning. Welcome to the show, Tofu Nuglet. Good to see you, Tofu Nuggy. What up, Clover Ann Crossing? Good morning as well. So a question, do you know where I could find information on how to play Scrabble Coin in DDV? No? But we could post in the Discord. If anybody wants to post in the Discord. Good morning. Oh, did we get a raid or something? I'm not sure why we're shouting out. But thank you. Good morning, LPK. I don't know, just making sure I didn't miss anything. Good to see you. Good morning, Alto Girl. See you popping in here. When you talk about the Black Friday sales, how much off do you mean? It's all per game. It's all per game. It's all per game. I don't know. Go check them out yourself. It won't take you long to look them up. Yeah. If we want to post in the Discord about DDV, we could do that. We could do that if anybody's interested. I don't actually know how to explain how to play Scrabble Coin. If I was playing DDV, I could explain it because of muscle memory, but at this moment in time, I don't exactly know how to describe it. I need muscle memory. I need muscle memory. Bam, 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 bam. Yo, Calico came in with the 10 gifted subs. What the frick, dude? What the frick, dude? Thank you, Calico. What the heck, man? Good morning. Is this how you come in our chat and say good morning? Just felt like sharing some love and paying it forward. Oh, thank you, man. Let's jump over and play some Animal Crossing. We can keep chatting. Again, it's the weekend. We have a bit of a different flow on the weekend. We like to play games. Could you imagine a Hylian Descent stream where he actually plays games? No way, dude. Shut up. Homie just chats a lot. Homie just chats a lot. No, no, no. Preposterous. Frick, I removed HJ's jiggle. Sorry, mods. I'm always ruining our commands by rotating emotes. All right. Thank you so much, Calico, for your generosity. I appreciate you. Good morning. What up, Town Off? Good to see you today, buddy. Back to Lurk to play ZA. Dude, yeah, no worries, Calico, man. I feel like no matter how much time you put between yourself and this community, whether you're chatting every day or whether you're chatting, once in a while, you're still appreciated. You know, lurkers are the backbones of Twitch. And good luck grinding out. Those battles, man. I saw on the Discord that you're getting close. You're getting close. I'm still under 500, which sucks, but I'm getting there. I'm at like 475. I'm at like 475 trying to get that freaking shiny charm. I play a little bit in my free time, but I haven't had a chance to play on stream. We are doing pizza for Scuffed today. Homemade pizza. I went and got my 00 flour, my semolina in place of corn flour, and I even did a test run last night using my new pizza stone, and everything turned out really well. We'll be making our fresh pizza sauce from San Marzino tomatoes, the most traditional tomatoes you can use to create that classic Neapolitan experience. And we'll talk more about that once we get to our cooking. I want to give it a little time for people to get here. Plus, I was a little late today. So I don't like to start the cooking too early because then the PSTers get a little screwed. Let's be real. I can't make everyone happy. But I'm going to do my best. That's just who I am. So we're going to delay. We like to delay it a little bit and maybe till 10 a.m., 10:30 a.m. since I was a little late today. So we'll start Scuffed in about an hour or so, maybe a little less. Just so people have a chance to wake up and get here. It is Sunday, you know, people are sleeping in, you know. Imagine sleeping in on a Sunday. I'm an early bird. I don't even know what sleeping in means. I only sleep in when I stay up until 5 in the morning. Then I sleep in. Yo, what's up, Sarcastastic? Good to see you. We're making a homemade from scratch pizza because I couldn't get fresh San Marzino tomatoes. So I instead got myself some canned San Marzino tomatoes. And honestly, the closer we got to Scuffed Eats, the more I realized that, like, we actually, like, this pizza is nothing to make. Like, making the dough and kneading the dough is gonna be the hardest part of everything. And then from there, the sauce, you don't even cook the sauce, because if anybody here ever made traditional Neapolitan pizza, you actually don't even cook the sauce. You can, but you don't. You don't actually even, because pizza sauce on a Neapolitan, you don't want it. You're not making pasta sauce. So when I went into this, I was like thinking I was gonna have to be crushing tomatoes, peeling tomatoes, and like all this stuff. I was like, man, this is gonna be a bit of a thing. We're gonna have to pull out the blender. And as I started doing research and I was looking for my recipe book and all that, I realized, like, you don't actually have to do anything. Like it's so funny. It's gonna be a super light episode, but it's the perfect episode for us to start season 3 to lead into our Thanksgiving episode later this next week coming up. So I'm actually happy it's gonna be a little bit on the lighter side. So what's this question? If you add basil to your dough, I don't. Did I mistype my recipe? Let me check. Yeah, no, my recipe doesn't have any basil for the dough. Peel tomatoes, you actually can. Peeling tomatoes is a really goofy process, but I've done it. So you cut an X on the bottom of the tomato and you put it into hot water for about 10 seconds. And then you can actually peel the skin off. It's tough. It's tough. Have a bad day. Aw. Aw, Speedy Caterpillar. You know that's not nice, buddy. And I'm sorry you feel that way. But I hope you have a wonderful day regardless. Because I think sometimes a little compassion goes a long way. I am going to ban you because you obviously don't belong here, and that's okay. But I hope you have a wonderful day, dude. And I hope that you change your mind about my day. I would appreciate that. I'm trying to have a good day too, you know? That's unfortunate. Yo, what's up, Sage the Spirit? Good to see you, man. Good morning. Poor thing. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah. Poor thing, you know? What's up, Tater Tot, baby? Yeah. I don't know if I put basil in the recipe. Did I? Let me see. Did I mistake? Yeah, no basil in the dough. No basil in the dough. I'm sorry if I did mistype. I can't find it now, which is fine. Yeah, no basil in the dough though. Yeah, so I'm using 00 flour, but the recipe that I posted was for regular flour because I figured I'd make it easy on all of you. Now I'd like to try peeling a tomato. Yeah, you can peel a tomato, but it's not that easy. Yo, shout out to the mods, by the way. Thank you, mods. I appreciate you all. Just catching up with you all in the mod chat. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, mods. Thank you so much. What's up, Alpha Vega? Good to see you today. Good morning. My response would have been, have the day you deserve, then your fate is in your hands. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. What's up, Queen Devonia? Good to see you. Yo, Cero Nacho, you ended up going to a rave last night. What? Yo, good morning, Cero Nacho. Dude, you're out here raving? Do we need to go back to the rave? Do we need to go back to the rave, dude? We can. We can pump it up, dude. We can pump it up. Any suggestions for how to get over somebody? Oof. Matters of the heart are nothing to be trifled with. Be easy. Be kind to yourself. Take it a step at a time. And just let it run its natural course. Feelings are there to be felt. Just feel them. And just do yourself a favor and be kind to yourself. Be honest. Don't sulk. Don't get up in your head about anything. Let it happen. It's about the flow. Sometimes you got to just let yourself feel things, because then how are you going to learn? I think the best thing about a relationship that doesn't work out is how much information you learn about yourself from said relationship. Focus on learning, focus on growing, and focus on becoming, entering the next chapter, and just try to just let it run. You're not going to be able to fight the feelings. Unfortunately, that's the contract you signed when you took the risk to put your heart out there. That is a part of the contract. It is a contractual agreement. And you put your heart out there, you do take a risk. And the risk is worth it. But don't fight it, man. Just let the feelings run their course, dude. It's okay. Sometimes you feel sad, you feel bad, things don't work out. But there's something to learn, man. There's always something to learn. And that's what you should think about. Try to grow. Try to grow. But I know I'm making this sound super easy. Believe me, dude, it's not. I've been heartbroken before. It's not that easy. What up, Snoozy Bean? How you doing, man? Watching every Hylian stream with my brother, it's a tradition now. Wait, Snoozy Bean is coming in here with so much wonderful, wonderful vibes, dude. What up, Snoozy, man? What up, Snoozy dude? Good to see you today. Hylian breaks my heart every time he wears the farming simulator hat. Yeah, take it easy. My heart goes out to you, Panda Breb. What up, dude? An off day. I've been trying to get over Hylian for years, but I can't quit him. Am I your take your edge off meme? Am I your take the edge off meme? Hold on, where's it at? Where you wake up in the morning and you load up Twitch and you're just like, oh, something to take the edge off. Let me watch some Hylian. Let me watch some Hylian. Oh. New phone case? Kinda, yeah, kinda. I've had it for a bit, but it's definitely different from my original. You're right. Yeah. You ain't gotta say it like that. Oh my gosh. I don't know about the meme. Yo, what's up, Brett Grace? Good to see you, buddy. Yo, JD's back. What up? Analog Den, dude. Good to see you, buddy. Big shout outs to everyone who made it to movie night again. And thank you again, mods. Thank you again, mods. I understand the context now, or from earlier. So we were talking about emotes, and somebody asked me, do I have any emotes that were done by Alto Girl? To go back to that question, I do, by the way, E-Talker. My saxophone Reptar was done by Alto Girl. And then I think we have 2 or 3 more, but I don't know if any of them are active in my current collection, for the record. Yeah, I can't remember. But there's actually one that I haven't released yet, and it's Charge-a-Bug. Let me go ahead and pull it up, and we'll see what y'all think about this one as well. So a while ago, I showed up at Alto Girl's stream, and they were doing an event where they were like offering people emotes for like commissions and stuff like that. And like, I wanted to participate. I wanted to support our friend, you know? And I got this little charger bug done. Look at him. Look at my little bug bus. And I made sure to make sure I got him shiny. And I wanted him just crawling across the screen. So I haven't had a chance to implement this into the collection yet, but I thought I'd show him off. Yeah, he's my cute little bug bus because I wanted something to represent my favorite Pokemon, you know, and he's one of my favorites. Yeah, Charjabug's a Pokemon. That's right. He's a cute little bug bus, and he's wiggling across the screen, right? Isn't that super cute, dude? I love it, man. I love it. I keep forgetting about it because I haven't downloaded it yet. Yeah, I keep forgetting about it. He'd be cute for a hype train. Yeah, that's funny. I like that. Sorry, I was also catching up on mod chat, so that's why that came out of my brain just now. But yeah, we have a couple around here. I thought there was another one that I'm not thinking of. I think it's on BTTV, but I don't have it to where I can see my BTTV collection right now. What game does it come from? Charjabug came from Generation 7. Generation 7 was where he first started, Sun and Moon. And then he was also in Generation 8, Sword and Shield. And then he also showed up in Generation 9, I believe, Scarlet and Violet. But he's not currently in ZA, sadly. Imagine if you were riding a Charjabug for the raid train. Oh, that would have been cute. I like what we did with the raid train stuff, though. It was fun. Yeah, that would have been a cute idea. I mean, there's always future raid trains. We are already talking about another event in the Hyrule Gaming Group Discord, so there might be something happening, you know, as the winter unfolds. We'll see if anything happens. We'll see if it comes together. Oh, thank you, Britt, please, dude. It doesn't feel that long ago. I agree with that. Actually. Sun and Moon doesn't feel long ago, but it's like almost a decade old. Can you believe that? We're like 8 years ago was Sun and Moon. I think it was 2017, right? But it doesn't feel that long ago at all. Yeah, I agree with that statement. Yo, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Scuffed Eats Gaming and Cooking. Season 3 of our cooking show is underway. And just as the title says, gaming and cooking. What does that mean? Well, I've curated a segment where we cook and game throughout the whole stream. And we go back and forth from the kitchen room. We relax, we play games, we chat. We relax, we cook, we chat. And we go back and play some more games. And today is an episode that specifically requires this because we need to make dough and then let the dough proof. So we're going to come back and we're going to game during the proofing process that could take about an hour and a half to 2 hours. So today's especially going to be one of those classic Scuffed Eats vibes where we go back and forth between the kitchen and the office and relax throughout the whole day today. So welcome to my broadcast. Gaming and cooking combined is one of my favorite styles of Scuffed Eats. We'll be doing it again for Thanksgiving here on the upcoming Thursday. And it'll be a long day of gaming and cooking because of similar vibes. Cooking a turkey don't take only an hour. It takes a couple. So should be a lot of fun, and I'm really excited, and I hope y'all are happy to be here as well. Now, I do have different styles of Scuffed Eats for the record. There is also my morning prep show for Scuffed Eats where we do prep for the week, our weekly prep episode, and we will prep for the week ahead, and we'll prep stock and soups, and we're learning how to freeze proteins and all of this really cool stuff. So you can also look into that. You can look forward rather to our Scuffed Eats meal prep episodes. And then last but not least, we also just do episodes that are dedicated to just straight up cooking. Just, hey, I'm here today and I want to make a grilled cheese. So I just want to express that there is going to be different styles. Some days I'm going to show up and only cook. Some days I'm going to game and cook. And some days I'm maybe going to focus on meal prep which is less cooking to eat and more cooking to freeze or for the future. So welcome to my show, man. Scuffed Eats is something that'll happen maybe every 2 weeks to once a month. I don't want to do it every day. I think it takes away from it being special for the channel. I also can't afford to do it every day because it's kind of expensive, you know, food, groceries, but it's worth it, especially once a week, or like I said, once every 2 weeks, once a month. So yeah, welcome in here, everyone, and thank you so much for tuning in today. We're going to start off with some gaming this morning, and then we will rotate into some cooking here in a little bit. We're just going to chill out for a few and see how we're feeling here this morning. And maybe do a little bit of designing. We're back into the Animal Crossing design front. We're getting prepared for 3.0, which means designing, dream address setting, happy home paradise, grinding, and whatever else we feel like getting into. Paul Hollywood is locked up in Hylian's basement for future judging of the bread. All right, sick. What up, Burger Smalls and Nick82? Good to see you, buddy. Good morning, good morning. All right, let's go find Tangy this morning. She's never home anymore. We turned Tangy into an early bird. She never hangs out at her house in the morning.
Good morning, fam. H-Day Clap playing AC alongside you today. Started a fresh island called Alola H-Day Wiggle.
That's a cute name for an island. Dude, how you been, Emily Louise? Good to see you. Thank you, man, for 43. Dude, yeah, it's good to see you, man. That sounds like a lovely choice. I hope you're enjoying your new island. A lot of people are picking up fresh islands, and a lot of people are enjoying the return and the slow grind and actually having a purpose to play the game for a bit, which is so fun. Sarah Nacho says the rave played Wind Waker music. Trying to make me jealous, dude? You trying to make me jealous, dude? Stop, man. Stop. Why would you even tell me that? I did a couple test runs of the pizza last night, and it turned out good. It turned out pretty good. I hope it turns out good today. I learned one thing about the pizza recipe, though. I learned that the dough needs to be cut in half because it's way bigger than I've realized. And that I'm actually making a recipe for 2 pizza doughs, not just one. And so I'm glad we did a test run, because otherwise we would have had way too big of a pizza dough. What up, Queen? So you've been eating pizza without us? Well, I've been eating bread with a teeny bit of cheese on it. Not pizza yet, because I didn't make the sauce yet. What's the best trick to get 3-star island quick? Just throwing a bunch of items on your beaches, and then you need 50 fences helps. So put down a bunch of fences and then put down a bunch of items on your beaches, just random nonsense on your beaches, and you'll get your 3-star really quick. Sometimes flowers help as well. So between flowers, fences, and random items on your beaches, you'll get it quick. Trying not to time travel or use treasure islands to keep it as natural as possible. Very different from how I've played before. I think now is the opportunity to play in a very different way. Yeah, I think that's what I would encourage people to play the game in a different way this time around. I really do encourage that. What's up, Owly, by the way? Hope you enjoy the DLC for DDV. I haven't had a chance to play since Wednesday, but I'm excited to get back to it. Is there a way to apply to HGG? No, I don't have applications open, but the way that we're doing it right now is that if the person's been around our community for quite a while and interacting with us, then you can reach out to myself and we can talk. Because it's not that I don't want to add new members to Hyrule Gaming Group, but I don't want a big influx of applications to deal with. So yeah, if you want to reach out to me, I might be accepting a couple people here and there as the new year rolls around. And I just added 1 or 2 people that were kind of on a backlog, like a waiting list. And now we're kind of clear of that. So you can reach out to me, JD. Send me a message on Discord or something, and we'll chat. Right at this point, I'm just kind of going with the 10-year thing. If you've been around myself or our community for a bit, and we're comfortable with that, yeah, just come on in. Come on in. No pressure. Nothing crazy. The application is literally just a couple questions about yourself. Yeah. There is no fake rock in this game. No. Good question. There is the money rock though. Tangy looking like her queenly self per usual. Well, I was gonna gift you an item, but you're being a punk, so I guess I'll come back later. How you doing, Rachel Linguini? Good to see you here. Raina B's in the house as well. I knew I'd see someone I love in here. Aw, that's so nice. I see you out here with the taco love. You know it, baby. You know it, baby. That's the beauty of Twitch, right? That's the beauty of Twitch. That's super cool. That's super cool. Thank you. Thank you so much, Taco, for the gifted to Rachel as well. Badging up the homies. Give me just a second here, chat room. I'm a little distracted this morning, but in a good way. Okay, sick. Thank you. What up, Indie Sweets, man? Hey, dude. A protein shake and a game. Dude, I'm gonna start getting into protein powders and stuff. I used to think that kind of stuff was maybe a little bit weird. Or that, like, it was only for the muscle-bound folk. But I'm starting to learn that, like, actually, our bodies just need a ton of protein. And protein shakes are actually something that every single individual should probably look into. Now, I don't talk about this stuff because I am not here to give anybody life advice. I don't got it all figured out. Please talk to your doctor or whatever. But I'm starting to do my own journey and really look into stuff. And I'm realizing that protein shakes are actually just a really good way to get the protein that you need because you're not eating enough meat throughout your day. And actually, protein is actually such an essential part of our body. Like, we think of protein as this thing that you need to grow muscles, but you don't realize protein makes everything in our body function. Like, you have to look into it. It makes everything in our body function. Has nothing to do with muscles. That's just one part of the equation. And I'm starting to realize, actually, I need a heavier dose of protein throughout the day. And they don't tell us this. They're not telling us this out there. The health companies don't want us to know this stuff, man. Tinfoil hat. They're not telling us this. It's not about, you don't drink protein shakes after you go to the gym only. You need to have protein in your body always. A lot of it. And it actually is so much healthier for you than anything else, dude. It's crazy. And this is the kind of stuff I've been learning going on my health journey. I'm like, dude, I had no idea this is how this worked. It's actually nuts. It's actually so nuts. Get protein in your body, dude, please. So anyways, again, I'm not trying to tell anybody how to live. Please don't take my words, for anything more than just a guy who's sharing his experience. But yeah, I'm trying to work on that myself. So I'm thinking about buying some protein powder. Does anybody have a recommendation? Because I know there's whey powder. right? Like, should I go for the whey protein? Like, is there a good place to start? I'm not sure. Like, I'm thinking about trying whey protein first. Yeah, fiber as well. Fiber is a whole nother conversation, Tara. Oh my gosh. I learned so much recently about how important fiber is. We all think it's just for pooping, which is totally rad. But actually, fiber slows down our digestive tract, allowing essential microorganisms to develop that heal us. And like, fiber is actually so much more than just cleaning you out. And again, that's a whole nother conversation. Like, yeah, dude, I've been learning so much about my body, dude. Go for whey isolate, WPI. Whey, WPI on the label. Okay, thank you, Super Rin. Yeah, I'm trying to learn. If you're lactose intolerant, go for whey protein isolate. I am a little bit lactose intolerant. Yeah. What's up, Vanessa? Hey, you got a gifted sub from Calico today. Thank you so much, Calico, for blessing our community, dude. If taste is an issue, don't get the isolated kind. It's higher in protein, lower calories, but the taste isn't great. Okay. Taste is probably not an issue, but I guess I can't say that until I try it, right? But yeah, I get what you're saying, right? If you want it to be a dessert treat, then you need to go with something different, you know what I mean? WPI will give you a little bit more, but less fat. Okay, cool. Thank you for the information. I wasn't sure where to start, and since somebody brought it up in the chat, I'm just like, I'm just gonna ask. Y'all know the best, man. I just figured I'd ask, and then I'll do my own research. And I actually kind of already have. I just wasn't sure where to start. How you doing, Saltiest Wife? Good to see you. Bum, bum, bum. Taste will be an issue. Call some of these protein powders are straight up nasty. I know. Protein bars can have a similar issue. Yeah. I know exactly what you're saying. Oh, dude, I love the fishing boat flag. I said bloat. Fishing boat flag is so cool. I'm looking into buying a PC. Oh, I'm glad you reposted, Tater. Sunday's a good day to repost because I'm not keeping up. But I'm looking to buying a PC setup. Would I be able to put the 3 options I'm considering in the Discord and see what you all think? Yeah, just use the Tech Talk and Help channel under the community center and go ahead and post. Yeah. It sounds like you're looking to buy a pre-build, which pre-builds are actually really affordable nowadays, and they're not the worst decision. PC enthusiast will tell you to build your own, but building your own is always the better option. But nowadays, pre-builds are a really healthy option. And if that's what you're going for, I would go ahead and post in the Tech Talk and Help channel under the community center. And then myself and maybe some other tech heads can jump in there and say, this looks good. This looks overpriced. You know, this looks moderate, whatever. Yeah. Feel free to post, please. I'd love to help you out. Yeah. Pre-builds are way more acceptable. Back in the day, like, anybody remember like a decade ago, maybe 15 years, if you brought up getting a pre-built, the PC heads would like shun you. Y'all remember that? They'd be like, don't do that. What are you doing, you idiot? They'd be like, what? Pre-builts? What? And it was because they were way more expensive. To be fair, they were way more expensive years ago. They were way worse. They were always limited. You couldn't build on top of them. It was always the worst decision. Well, nowadays, that's not the truth. Nowadays, they're way more acceptable. They're way more useful. And pre-builts are way more of an actual option to consider. So, dude, if you're afraid to get a PC, you can look into a $500 to $1,000 pre-built that will do the job. I started my whole stream journey on an $1,000 pre-built 6 years ago. My whole stream journey, and I'm still using that computer today for Scuffed Eats. Yeah, I just dropped $1,000 on it. It was really powerful at the time for everything that I needed. And then from there, I eventually needed something better. And I have a new computer that was built for me. It's a bit more expensive than $1,000, but not that much more expensive. And this is just as good. So it's like you can drop 500 to $1,000 on a pretty decent rig nowadays, and it'll be pre-built, you know. Funny, we were talking about protein powder. There is a protein powder at Nook's Cranny on my island shop. That's so funny. I enjoyed building my own PC, but it's not for everyone. Yeah, I wanna build my own one day. Yeah, the muscle milk comes in powder form, already drinkable bottles. I get mine from Amazon, Slammin' Strawberry. I've heard of muscle milk. Yeah. Ooh, super cool. Thank you, Toad, for sharing. I'd love to get a good PC someday instead of gaming laptop. It's so heavy, bro. Dude, the best way to use a gaming laptop is to get yourself one of those little trays to put on your lap. Or to get yourself one of those trays with a fan that blow to keep the system cool or something like that. Like those types of that's like the best way to play with the laptop. And you got to have like a little personal tray or something. Oh, somebody gave her a Hulu top. This was from Courtney. Oh my gosh, she kinda looks half naked. She's got it all out there. I'm not sure. She's got it all out there. Girl is streaking. Oh no. Starting the bottomless trend. Let it hang, sis. Tangy, where are your pants? Happy coincidence. I'm making pizza today too. I like to make it one on the week. Make it one of the weekends. Slowly getting better with the pizza oven. Nice, twin sons. So what kind of pizza oven are you using? Do you mind me asking? So I got myself a pizza stone. That seems pretty useful. But there's other ways to go about it. Oh no, Calico. That did come out of my mouth yesterday. I'm not going to repeat it today. You almost got me. But I'm still feeling the shame of that one. What up, BioShock? I still haven't committed to Legos yet. Has anybody been buying Legos? I still haven't committed. I'm gonna buy Blather's Museum soon, I think, so that we can build it on stream. And they announced new Zelda Legos. Ocarina of Time, I believe. I was making pizza for a year, so we know we get regular use out of it. It's a whole new technique to learn. Oh, I've never even heard of an uni. Let me look it up. Wow, this is cool. This is so sick. So it's a gaslit oven, but it looks like a pizza oven that you would get in a professional environment. Yeah. So it's gaslit. You probably can't put wood back there, but some of these do have the option to put wood in the back. But you probably can't do that with this. This is really nice. Honestly, this is really, really nice. It can do wood. There it is. That's what I thought. Just looking at it, I'm like, I bet you could slide some wood in the back of that and it would work. That's what I was thinking, dude. I worked on one of these for years, chat. It was just a lot bigger. I worked with one of these for years of my life. It was just a lot bigger than this. This is nice, man. This is nice, dude. Super cool. Glad to have you here. Glad to have you here making some pizza with us. We're going to start here in a little bit. We have to go get that dough going. You have one of those, but it's propane. All right, nice. Shout out to my mods, man. I wouldn't be here without my mod team, man. And I've grown so much as them, and I have mods that have really grown with me and like helped me learn how to become a better leader. And it took people like some people accepting like a grunt, right? I've had a couple mods here that have been with me for a long time, and I had to learn how to like properly manage my feelings while being live in front of hundreds of people. And like interacting with my mods is a big part of that, because, you know, let's say we step on each other's toes or something goes wrong. Well, in the past, I would just say something live. I'd be like, man, I didn't like that. But it feels so bad when you're in front of so many people and that happens. And I've grown so much, and now I interact with my mods in a private demeanor, you know, in a private area and in my mod chat, and everything is always like so nice and just like chill. But the reason I'm saying this is I just want to say thank you to my mods, because some of them have been with me and they've seen me grow. And I've grown from like unknowingly embarrassing a mod or two in the past to now like handling things in a really nice way. So yeah, I've grown a lot. It sucks because I've lost a couple mods because I would like, in a moment of frustration, I'm being trolled by a troll is in here messing with me. I'm frustrated. And then the mod would get like the grunt of it, because I'd be like, in a moment, I'd be annoyed and I'd be like, man, let's just not do that, mods. And I'd like say, and it sucks because like that is embarrassing, you know? And like, so I've learned like that's not fair to them. And I've tried to make it all like better over the years. And I was talking to my mod team just now, and I had a quick moment of feeling like I wanted to gush about them. So I hope y'all don't mind, but I just wanted to gush about my mods for a second, because they're all so dope. And we have some new mods on the way. It's not official yet because I'm waiting until I write some stuff up, but we have 2 more people picking up the mod sword and a 3rd in the future. And I'm really excited. And you'll see, we'll have that all revealed here after I sit down and talk with them and we figure out what we're doing. So just a heads up, we have a couple mods out there that don't have swords right now, but they're in the chat lurking on us, watching you. That's right. That's right. They're out there. They just don't have their sword yet. We haven't handed them their sword yet. We're taking our time. Yo, what up, Gunblade? Good to see you, buddy. What up, Casino Roy? Dude, what up, Gunblade? Talking about the old times. That's right, man. Good to see you, man. What's up, Sappy Peach, by the way? And Blood Raven says, good morning in chat. I want to share some progress that my hubby has made over the last week. Before, he used to wait until I got up to start chores because he would ask me what I needed to be done before starting. But the last week or so, he's been starting as soon as he gets up at 4 a.m. before he goes to work. It's not a huge thing, but it puts a smile on my face now, and I wanted to share it with you all. Aw, that's such a cute little anecdote about your journey and your hubby. That's cool. That's cool. I love those types of shared experiences in our chat, man. I like that kind of stuff. That stuff's fun. That was very Monday morning show vibes, and I love it. I'm here for it. I have no sounds. What are we talking about? Taco. Taco. I have no sounds. What are we talking about? Nothing. Nothing. What up, Spartan Leonidas? Good to see you today. The swords are being made. Careful, you're not the one testing how sharp it is. Yeah. Yeah. Gab Cat. Good morning, Gab. Good to see you as well. Appreciate you talking about growth. Yeah, it's important to me. I like to share that kind of stuff because I don't like to ignore the fact that I've come a long way. You know what I mean? It's all a growing process. It's all a learning process. I used to be ashamed of some of my rough around the edges experiences as a creator. Right? I used to be ashamed of that stuff, Didius. You know, I used to carry a lot of shame with me from my whole life. And then that would translate into my content. I would sit here and I'd have an interaction and then I would feel like really bad about it, even though I'm just a human. But as you grow, man, and as you really start to find yourself, I think you realize like shame is mad toxic, and you don't really need to be carrying that with you. Just every once in a while, you think about it so you can grow, and then you just move on, you know? Like you can't carry it with you. You just use it as a tool, you grow from it, and then you move on. If you carry it with you, you really just, that's not healthy. Were you raised Catholic too? I have a lot of Catholic roots, yeah. I was raised Christian/Catholic, correct. That's right. You know it, baby. I don't do much myself nowadays. I'm not really a religious guy. I'm a little bit spiritual. I do kind of follow some Hindu and Buddhism and chakras, and I do believe in like a flow of energy and that we're all just electromagnetic beings and frequency and vibes. I think that actually has a lot to do with how we function as creatures. Stuff like being grounded by touching Mother Earth and stuff like that. I think all that stuff kind of matters. But I don't talk about it a ton because, you know, it's just my business. Nobody really, you know, it's a bit of a different world, you know. Not everyone's on board with those types of talks, and that's fine, you know. I feel like if you're not cringing a little at your past self, you're probably not growing. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, seriously, Rainaby, I'm glad that's super cool to hear that. I swear, I think it is useless. Now, maybe not useless in the moment, because I think that some people probably need to feel more shameful. Is that fair? Like, now we're getting into the weeds, but let's just keep talking about it for a second. It's like some people probably need to feel more shame. There's some shameless ass people out there, and they're animals. So I do think that shame has a specific tool. You use it to identify when you're doing something that's not good, and your body is telling you, like, don't do this. But I think outside of the moment, then you need to drop it. Because like you're carrying it with you unnecessarily. Right, exactly. So I do think it actually is a useful tool. There are some shameless individuals out there that really could use a wake up, you know? There's a whole show called Shameless, you know? And if that show is anything to teach us, you definitely, you know, don't rock it too hard. Appreciate you. Thank you, Indie Sweets. You know, I just like the yap, baby. Being shameless is a whole industry online. True. You have to craft log stakes for a bridge, or where do you find them? You do have to craft log stakes, I believe so. That's right. And you should have the recipe. You should have the recipe. I think it comes with the beginning of the game. What's up, freaking Ace? Met City, good to see you. See, I totally believe in energy too. A lot of people don't understand it, which is fair because it's a belief system type thing, you know, Pineapple Flow. It's a little bit of a belief thing, and everyone's entitled to having their own beliefs, you know. Yo, what's up, Caddy Nor? Some people need humbled, and that's okay. Why is terraforming so difficult? Difficult? Yeah, that too. UMT, man. Terraforming can be super testy for sure. All right, let's quickly walk around and see if there's anything we want to design this morning before we start cooking. Does that sound good? Let me just do a quick lap around the island, and let's just see if there's anything that we want to maybe work on. I think I would like to actually... I love this little pumpkin in the woods. Just relaxing this fine morning. That's right. Relocating plants one at a time is crazy, yeah. Tam Perp said it best yesterday. Being able to do Happy Home Paradise style stuff on the island would be ideal, you know? But with Slumber Islands coming, I think being able to have other players helping you is going to make decorating and designing so much better, because we're going to be able to have 8 times the manpower to accomplish goals and stuff. And sure, not everyone's going to have 8 people to play with, but even just having one person helping you with a design, picking flowers, moving things, designing cliffs is going to be so nice. So I think it'll be a good excuse for y'all to get together with your families. Just like 2020, you know, you're playing with your kids, you're playing with your nephews, nieces. It could be a really good way to, like, say, sit down with a loved one and say, hey, come help me do some designing. And it could be really fun. It could be really fun, you know? Yeah, it's only going to be on the Slumber Islands. That's right, Rachel. So only the shared islands, only the Cloud Islands. That's right. That's right. Not the main island, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Yeah, Gunblade Lad, I'm right there with you. I'm pretty much on the same level when it comes to your background. That would work so well when paired with Game Share, yeah. I got spoiled by DDV decorating now is all. Yeah, of course. Of course. Honestly, any game that has come out since DDV or since Animal Crossing has kind of blown Animal Crossing's decoration systems out of the water. It all started with rugs, then corner pivots, and now it's like, okay, AC, you need to catch up, homie. You're kind of behind the times, right? Let's see how much turnips are. 103 each. I wonder if I want to buy some nips today. I bought them last week. I'm actually not feeling the turnip market this week. I'm back up to 1 million bells. I think I'm content where I'm at with my bells. I actually think this ended up turning out really well. Walking past this little area is super nice. I think we did a good job. What do y'all think? This little mushroom design? Yeah, I think it turned out good. You know, I never know until I walk past it and take another look at it. And it's like, yeah, that worked. That actually works really well. I'm thinking about changing out this mantis for a gyroid. But I like the mantis because if you don't know, this specific orchid mantis can only appear on a white flower. And I thought it would be really cool to have a white flower field of mums with an orchid mantis kind of looking over it. I feel like it's like almost like slightly symbolic or something, you know? That's neat. I use this tree right here as just like a weed. I just wanted something different here. All right, then we added some leaf piles to this area. Grizzly's back here enjoying his yard. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Oh, we have to do Grizzly's yard. This is what we need. We need to do Grizzly's yard. This is the design that we have to do, and we already started it. We have the apiary, and then we have the cave that he hibernates in. I'm not sure what else to do here. I think I want to expand the apiary. I think I'm going to make the apiary massive. A bunch of beehives, a bunch of pots and flowers on the beach. And we're going to spread it to here. I think so. So let's get like a table set up on this rock and start stacking stuff over here. We'll have all the beehives in between the flowers on the beach. Yo, what up, Daft Chocobo? So that's what we have to do. We have to do Grizzly's yard. So that's our next project. Let's walk through and see what else. Do I hear the mole cricket? Where do we think he is? We were thinking about catching one of these for our house, right? You could always place a poop fossil and some TP in Grizzly's yard to answer the age-old question. Does a bear in the woods? This is a mole cricket. What you're hearing right now is a mole cricket. I don't know where it is. This is the worst place for it to be. I'm just leaving. It's the absolute worst place for it to be because I don't want to like dig up my weeds and stuff. Yo, what up, Minty? How you been, man? Making some fried pumpkin goat cheese balls for Thanksgiving. Fried pumpkin goat cheese balls. A sentence I never thought I'd hear in my life, but I'm here for it, dude. Botanical gardens. Things are good here. We don't have to do anything with this property besides for maybe add a pumpkin or two, but we're not gonna. This property is so heavily curated. Is there a Tiny from Cool Island in the chat? Tiny? That could be Sleepy Cat Loaf. They're usually tiny in games. Bum, 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 bum. Things look pretty good. What about our beach property here? Do we need to do anything here? Not really. Maybe something festive outside of their house. I'm feeling pretty good about the island. I think we're almost ready for the dream address. We have to do Grizzly's yard, and then I think we might be in dream address territory, which is super exciting because then we get to start the island overhaul. And I'm not gonna lie to you, the island overhaul is scary because we're picking up every single weed and we're resetting our weeds. It's gonna be a lot of work. It's gonna be fun. Pom-pom boots. Bum, bum, bum. I think things are almost ready. We just got to do Grizzly's yard. And then you know what? I was thinking about loading up Wigwam, my other character, and trying to finish the haunted house this time. Which means that we would have to do a little bit of designing on Happy Home Paradise so that we can get the ability to make creaky noises and stuff in here. Because I don't think we have that access right now. Let me see. We don't. So if I load up this character and go to Happy Home Paradise, then I could make this house even creepier and I could mess with the lighting and stuff. And give it sound effects. And that's one thing I would like to maybe do. And it would only take us one day because we could just cheese all of the Happy Home Paradise designs. We could just cheese them. Like we could just super quick. How many do you need to get sound effects? Like 10 or 20? Like it's not that much. Right? So we could just cheese through them real quick. Grandparents took the littles, so I have the stream all to myself today. Nice. I hope your journey's going well, Oz. Oh, not at all. Frito, in fact, I waited for everyone to get here before we started. Because I knew people would be getting here late. How about that? Bam, 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 bam. All right. Well, all we need from here is our coffee. And we need our music playing. Hold on a second. All right, just some quiet background music here. That should be chill. Go ahead and transfer up. Okay. See if we can make this happen, shall we? Oh, it is pizza day. That's right. That's right. All right, we're gonna jump into Scuffed Eats, which means I just need to quickly change my title, and then we can start that here. The YouTube is already on cooking mode, and I forgot to say good morning. So if you are hanging out over on the YouTube today, you'll notice that we do have a cooking show advertised. Well, we're gonna go ahead and start that now. So thank you for hanging out, YouTubers. I didn't feel like doing a different category for y'all this morning since we weren't going to be here chatting too much. So we're going to go to the food and drink category. If you're not subbed, you might get an ad here. Sometimes Twitch does that to me. I apologize if that is the case. Let's go ahead and switch our category.
Pizza party.
And Cinnamon Stick came in with the 34. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you so much, Cinnamon. I appreciate that. All right, let's go ahead and do let's jump over here. And then let's turn this on. Let's mute our microphone.
That is a massive copy of Ocarina of Time behind you at Hylian Descent.
That is. You like that? You like that, Gunblade? Okay, we'll switch that to headphones. You like that? Yeah, it's actually a rug. It's actually a rug, dude. It's really cool. There's Mona Lisa Cage. All right, we're going to jump over. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I just have to tinkle, and then we're going to jump into the kitchen room. So I'll be right back, everybody, and we can go ahead and start Scuffed Eats this morning. See you in just a sec. All right. I'm still with y'all. Need to grab my cups and stuff. And everything should be good. And where I left it, hopefully nothing broke this morning. Yeah, it's a rug, dude. But I hung it on the wall because no one should ever be stepping on Ocarina of Time. All right. All right. You know the drill mods? Different kind of content. And I won't be able to see every message, so you can do whatever you need to do to make sure that I'm aware of things happening. Don't be shy. And I'll pull up mod chat on my phone. And then we'll also pull up the stream so I can see what y'all are seeing. I still have yet to make it to where I can hear alerts, all right? I'm still a little behind on that, but we'll get there. I just need to set up some headphones with this computer. Okay. Okay, and you guys are good over here. All right, sick. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom, and then I'm gonna grab my apron, and then we'll start. All right. I think we're good. All right. Good morning, everybody. Okay. Do we have a pocket on this? We do. Perfect. First time I've busted out the Star Baker apron. It was gifted to me. How cool is that? I am a Star Baker in my own kitchen, as are all of you. All right, making some adjustments. Hopefully we don't have to adjust too much more today. Anonymous with the gift. Thank you. Over to Tambitron. Good to see you here, Tambi. Welcome back, man. Been here for quite a while. Good to see you back in here again. And good morning, everybody. And welcome to another edition of Scuffed Eats. I'm going to make a mic adjustment so you'll hear a little bit of fussing. Oh my gosh, now, Gunblade. Oh my gosh. All right. Welcome in here, Cinnamon Stick. I'm sorry you're blind. That's not good, dude. Now, this is epic. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. And good morning, everyone, and welcome to Season 3 of Scuffed Eats. I'm your host today, Highly in Descent, and this is episode 1 of a brand new journey we've been going on since 2020. We've been doing Scuffed Eats together for almost 6 years. And not too long ago, I moved into this new house, and I gave the community a chance to choose what I cook for the day. And we did a big poll, and we had all these suggestions, and the one that won, the choice, the selection that won was a homemade from scratch pizza. And today we are here to finally deliver on that promise. It took a couple months to get here because of the move. We had to reset Scuffed Eats up, but I thought it would be the best to start our Season 3 journey together with the delivery of something I said I would do many months ago. So welcome to the broadcast. How are we, I didn't think about it, but I'm going to be talking a little quieter today. Are we feeling good about the mic level? Do you want me to turn it up a little bit, or do we just leave it this way? Because I think I will be using my talking voice mostly today. This is cool. Okay, because I'm still learning this new setup. Okay, because I want it to be good, but I don't know if this mic wants to be pushed too hard. Okay, because we're going with a very chill vibe. Cool. All right, and I'll go back and watch some VOD later. The music is a little loud. We can turn the music down a teeny bit. I did actually push the music a little louder than usual compared to my voice, right? So we'll go and we'll turn the music down a tad bit. Yeah, right, exactly. See, I thought that's actually why I was asking, because I was like, I think the music's a little louder than normal for my voice, because normally my voice is the loudest thing on the channel. If you didn't notice, this microphone is a little quieter than my normal one. And part of me wonders if I should turn this mic up to match my other one, or I should just let this mic be what it is, quieter, softer. Scuffed Eats is a different thing, right? I think you're right. I'm gonna go turn the music down, and I'll just keep chatting with you, and I'll be right back. All right, and then we'll start. We'll do a quick reintroduction. I can walk around my whole house. Oh. All right. We're gonna turn down the music a couple notches. Hopefully that sounds better. I just did 4 notches. Still want the music to be somewhat relevant, but it doesn't need. It's just the solve the background silence, you know, the space between my voices. So I turned it down a couple notches. If it could be down a little bit more, but we'll get back to it. I'm sure I'll take a break. That good? Do we like that? We like that? Seems fine now. All right, cool. All right, cool. We'll turn down a little bit more if we need to, but I think we're good there for now. Okay, so again, good morning and welcome to Scuffed Eats Season 3. I'm your host, Highly in Descent, and you have descended into Scuffed Eats. Gaming and cooking combined is our segment today. Scuffed Eats is a cooking show that I've been hosting since 2020, and I've been doing this live on Twitch in a very scuffed way for a long time. Everything from baking to cooking to following gaming recipes to taking challenges and everything in between. And here we are today for Season 3, almost the 50th episode. This is really special to me to be able to share my third overall passion with all of you, next to gaming and music being the first two. So thank you for tuning in and thank you for being here. And hopefully you enjoy my cooking content as an alternative to my everyday gaming and chatting content. Yeah. Now that we're back and we're locked in, we will be doing Scuffed Eats episodes regularly, every 2 weeks, maybe once a month. Keeping it fresh, but also keeping it as an integral part of our experience here at twitch.tv/HighlyInDescent and youtube.com/HighlyInDescent as well. I really do appreciate y'all, and I'm excited to be here today. Now that being said, again, we're here for a homemade pizza. All of the information is in the Discord if you're looking for the recipe. I did post the recipe a little late today. Unfortunately. This week, rather, I did post it a little bit late. It wasn't my intention. It happened. Excuses aside, I lost my recipe book in the move. I can't find it. So I had to kind of find some recipes to work with and create my own. But baking is such a science, you have to be careful. So we do have recipes for you today, and if you want to follow along, you're able to do that, or in the future, if you want to follow along with the VOD. As VOD frogs, you're welcome here too. And thank you for tuning in. So you'll find that information under the Scuffed Eats channel in the Discord, and hopefully you enjoy making your own homemade pizza, because we do try to provide a cook-along experience. In most cases, you'll get a recipe posted a week before, so that you can do your thing and enjoy some cook-along style content. But that's enough of an introduction for me today. I'm excited to be here. And sorry, the grippers are not out today. Sorry, no grippers. We're rocking some kitchen shoes today. Sorry, no grippies. No grippies for y'all here. All right. Sorry, no glorps. That being said, we're going to start off by getting ourselves a little bit of coffee. I think we still got some hot coffee here. And then we can go ahead and figure out what we want to do. So let's go ahead and grab a little bit more creamer. Then we'll talk a little bit about today's menu. Exclamation point menu in the chat. It is just one menu item. It's one menu item. It's called homemade pizza. Nothing crazy. But it's because making homemade pizza isn't really that big of a deal. It's really not. It's really not anything to be concerned with. Making dough is one of the cheapest and easiest things you can do. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy just how cheap it really is. We're going to get to enjoy that together today. Y'all like my Nick Cage vibes, huh? Mona Cage, the chat bought this. And then the other one that we have from the chat is Get Out of My Swamp. Now, I haven't figured out where to put this, but chat bought all this stuff with my money. That's right, we've had a segment called Chat Steals My Credit Card more than once. So not only did I buy this with my money, someone else decided for me that I needed this. Welcome to my living hell. I'm just kidding. But I haven't figured out what to do with it. I think I might hang it right here. Over this door, even though it's kind of tacky to have curtains hanging over your doorways. But I think for the good of Scuffed Eats, we might go ahead and hang it up there. Exactly, Ayla Zana. Exactly. I think we will go ahead and use that back there. Oh my god. All right. That being said, let's go ahead and begin. Now, there's something I realized about today's show. We don't need cutting board. First time ever in Scuffed Eats history. Cutting board's out. The cutting board is out. Now, we are going to need it for garlic later for the sauce. We're going to put fresh garlic in our sauce. That's it. And that's an if, because we don't have to. So we're putting this bad boy away today. And instead, you can see my already slightly flour dusted counter here, because I did some test runs yesterday. And we are using a new camera today. And it's going to be taking some adjusting. So I do want to say welcome to Scuffed Eats officially, because here in Scuffed, we just do it live. We just effing do it live. And what I present for y'all here today is our effort, we're doing it live camera. This camera is a camera that I don't use often anymore because it has a bug. It's a visual bug, it hiccups, but it should be good enough here for us to potentially, it likes to slide like that, unfortunately, so we'll get some duct tape here this morning. This camera right here is going to be so you can see me working the dough. Because I thought to myself this morning, this is why I was so late today. I thought to myself this morning, give me 1 second, that you really need a hand camera here. Because I'm making dough. You don't want to be looking at my dough from the top of my hands, right? So let me pull up another camera here for y'all. Base cam incoming. Boom. In just a second here. Grab the face cam. Put this up here. So I was scrambling this morning to set this up because I forgot about it. Now y'all can actually see me working the dough, because I realized today this was going to be essential. Out of everything I've ever done on this channel, I like this camera for the food, and I told y'all over the past 2 test streams that we were going to get this camera back for the food. But I realized that for the dough today, this is really important, because now you can actually see me working the dough, and instead of watching me from the top down. Working the dough from the top down is less feeling. You're just watching the back of my hands. I don't feel like it's as impactful. So we're trying something new today. We're trying something new today here with the dough. So we'll get back to that a little bit later, but I just wanted to show you all that. And I'm excited. So let's go ahead and dive into what we're making today. Let's get all of our ingredients out, which isn't a lot. And let's start our show. Scuffed Eats, Season 3, homemade pizza. Let's dive in. Today we are going to need some 00 flour. You might be asking, what's that? Well, 00 flour, right, it's actually pretty special. And it's the flour that I was introduced to making pizza with. Right, so I picked up some 00 flour here, Neapolitan style pizza. And this is my semolina, which is a sandwich bread, coarse ground flour, but we're going to be using this in place of our cornmeal. This is going to be in place of our cornmeal that we would use to help the pizza get off the peel and all of that. We're not actually using this in the dough. I did do some experiments with this to use it in the dough and came to the conclusion that it wasn't really adding what I wanted it to my pizza dough, and that I don't remember the recipe from my recipe book. So instead, we'll be using this for a different reason. But my point is that you're not putting this in the dough. You don't need to put this in the dough. All right, let me turn off the cooking cam. We don't need it here right now. So that being said, again, semolina. Now you can also just use cornmeal to do that as well. Boom. And then we have our 00 flour. From there, we need some yeast. Yeast makes the world go round, and we do have 2 options today for yeast. Oh, and I also need the old sugar and olive oil. Now, you can do whatever you want in your kitchen, because the truth is that pizza dough is nothing more than just flour. We have our active yeast, but we also have instant. Your choice. You can make it however you want. And then we have our sugar, which we are going to need a little bit of for the yeast to feed off of. And then we need our salt, our pepper. Well, not even pepper, just salt. I'm used to those being combined. And then let me pull the camera up so y'all can see a little bit more. And this is everything we need, besides for water, make pizza dough. How about this? That's it. That is it. Nothing. And that's the beauty of making pizza dough, because it's nothing. So we're going to go ahead and put our ingredients aside, and we have our hand towel for the day. Okay. Put our salt aside. I will be using the active yeast because it's the one I'm most comfortable using. We're going to use our active yeast here today, and not a lot of it, unfortunately. Hopefully the yeast doesn't go bad. Grab our flours, and let's go ahead and quickly talk about the difference between 00 flour and regular flour, and what I'm really doing and why. So to my understanding, Neapolitan style pizza is all about the hydration level and the ability to make something that is thin but fluffy and chewy on the crust, that's able to be cooked in high heat environments fast. Pizza stones, wood-fired ovens, because you want a dough that's going to rise quick, that's going to get nice and crispy on the outside, a nice crunch, but then when you get to the inside, it's chewy, and it's delicious and airy and fluffy. And that's what 00 flour brings to the table. If you've never worked with 00 flour before, this is the difference. Regular flour is more bready, heavier, and it's not for the same style pizza. Now, there's different styles of pizza. There's, again, Neapolitan style, which is what I'm making, traditional Neapolitan from Italy. Very thin base, but hearty, fluffy, chewy crust. However, you could just be making a regular pizza. And the recipe that we provided in the Discord is for regular flour and a regular pizza. So go ahead and refer to that if you just want to make a standard home za. And if you're going to want to mix it up a little bit and you want to try something new in your life, check out the 00. This is, I live and die by this. And pizza chefs live and die by this. Any pizza chefs in the house? Anybody ever work with pizza on this level? This is the stuff. Talk to anybody who's chefed up some pizza, and a lot of them will tell you about that 00. This is the stuff. It's no more expensive than regular flour. It just doesn't have as many uses, so you might find yourself putting it on the shelf for quite a while and not coming back to it. And that's the problem. That's why it's not always good for people to buy and fill in their regular home. You might need an excuse to make a couple extra pizzas. All right? And then again, we have our semolina, also known as salmonella. No comment. We'll talk about that later. I don't want to talk about that. We'll talk about that later. Now, this one right here is pretty important. Let me go and get this camera from freaking out. And traditionally, this is a sandwich bread. It's hearty, it's coarse ground, and this is a sandwich bread flour. And I could have sworn that my chef was doing part semolina and part 00 to make pizzas. But I'm realizing that without the recipe, I could never know what his ratios were, especially with hydration and water. Baking is a science, and you can't just wing it always. So I pulled back and I wrote my own recipe using the one we posted in the Discord, combined with the one that's on the back of this bag right here. And we're going to be making pizza today with only 00 flour. And this is just going to be to help us get it on the peel and cook it on the pizza stone. All right, so that's what we're doing today. And I just wanted to explain the difference between traditional Italian Neapolitan pizza and regular pizza, and the idea behind this. Again, you're looking for thin bottoms and bases. We're talking droopy levels of thin in a lot of ways. Pizza that's meant to be eaten fresh and straight out of the oven, not sitting in a pizza box getting delivered to your house. We're talking fresh to table pizza. This was the biggest hurdle that my old boss used to deal with, the owner of the business I worked for. This was his biggest hurdle because he had to deal with people wanting delivery, but his pizza not being good for delivery. This man went to Italy and took classes, California, did classes. He was seriously a guru of the pizza universe, and he taught me so much about hydration levels, about all of these tips and tricks on how to make the best pizza dough. And today I'm here to impart a lot of that knowledge with all of you, while we also kind of experiment, because the truth is, I've never made pizza at home, and it's very different than using an industrial mixer. It's very different than using an industrial kitchen. So we're here to learn today. We're going to learn together, because that's what Scuffed Eats is all about. Learning together, me challenging myself, while you all join in on either challenging yourselves and cooking with me, or cooking your own food. Because here at Scuffed Eats, we encourage all of you to pick up the chef's knife and cook. You see, for me, cooking is a form of expression. It's a freeing, creative environment. You're the chef in your kitchen, and you can do whatever you want in your kitchen. Hopefully, after a couple episodes of Scuffed Eats, you give it a try. Even if you start somewhere nice and simple. All right, let's go ahead and get started. We need a bowl, and we definitely need to wash our hands. And we need some mixing utensils, some measuring cups. So let's get all that stuff here, and then we'll dive in, all right? Over here, get our hands washed for the day. Now, I'm the only one eating this, but I'm still washing them hands. I'm still washing them hands, dude. All right. You're starting your dough now, yo, twin sons. Let's go, baby. You're just going with regular flour. Nice. Yeah. The regular flour is, dude, it's just as fun. That's the beautiful thing of kitchens. The beautiful thing about kitchens and cooking is there's so many different ways to go about it. There's so many different ways to go about the cooking universe. And grab myself a measuring spoon, table scraper, some teaspoons. All right, boom, boom. And we'll need this teaspoon guy for the yeast. Brain. Yeesh. Brain. Brain didn't want a brain there for a second, you know? What's up, nerdy nurse? And welcome in here, Piku. Hey. This person on TikTok said to let your dough rest for 24 hours minimum. So there's lots of different things you can do with cooking. And that's a wonderful topic to bring up. Let's chat about it, shall we? So, ideally, you proof in your fridge overnight for pizza dough. But you can also proof 90 minutes on the table, covered in a bowl. And you can still get a similar experience, but it's never going to be as good sitting in the fridge and proofing naturally overnight. So while there is some truth to this idea that all dough or pizza dough should be in the fridge overnight, proofing naturally, you don't need to do that, especially for a cooking show. Now, keep in mind that every dough is different, and pizza dough could have different rules than bread dough, and bread dough could have different rules than baking dough and phyllo dough. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there are some doughs out there that do require a full 24-hour refrigerator proof or a proofing cabinet. But one of the things you need to realize, Piku, and maybe there's some other people out there that don't know this, I'd love a show of emotes in the chat if you're somebody who maybe does know this or maybe even doesn't. But if you didn't know, there actually is technology called proofing cabinets that do the same thing that overnight proofing does, but in an environment that allows it to happen faster. Most kitchens that you eat have proofing cabinets. Pizza shops, proofing cabinets, they take these dough and they put it into a cabinet and it proofs in a humid environment for hours. And then it comes back out and it makes the process fast. Have you ever seen Great British Bake Off? They use proofing drawers in Great British Bake Off. And they make delicious, great food and nowhere near a 24-hour wait time. So just know that there is technology that has circumvented the 24-hour wait. And it makes just as good a food. But if you're a purist, you're always going to abide the 24-hour rule. If you're a purist, if you're somebody who truly believes, you know, in the old ways, you're always going to do that 24-hour, right? So I'd like to get a bread machine as well. So we're going to jump over here and we're going to quickly just show our scooping and all that. So we are looking to get a level here. So I'm going to take my scraper and we're going to make sure we level it off. You're not packing it. You're just leveling it. There's a difference. You're not packing. Packing is not what you want to do. You are just leveling this. All right, so we're looking for 2 cups of our King Arthur flour. And since we're not doing a half and half between semolina and regular, we can just do the whole 2 cups right here. So we're just going to level this off. And this is my half cup scoop. We just need to do that 2 more times. Now, there's a couple different ways to level off, but I just wanted to show that process. Sometimes I'll just use the bag. But you just need to keep in mind that baking is a science, and if baking isn't working for you, the first thing you should check is, are you doing things like this? Are you properly weighing things? Are you properly considering all of the nuance? Because baking requires attention to nuance. right? And so if you ever do step into the baking world and you make a couple little accidents, if you will, maybe take a quick gander at your approach. Maybe you're not being scientific enough, and that matters. It really does. So from here, we have our flour, and let's talk about a couple different steps here. So I'd like to do steps. So step 1 here today is grab yourself a mixing bowl, some flour in it. Now, a lot of people will do wet first, and you mix dry. I don't think with flour it matters that much, but what do you all think? Do we have any home chefs in the house? Are you a dry first? I think that's the proper way to go about it, is wet and then dry into the wet. It really only matters so much, I think, for most things you're making. But for me, I've been doing my test runs by just creating a well. So we call it, you'll create a well here, and then you'll pour the liquid in here slowly, and you'll fold into the well. That's how I am going to approach my pizza dough today. So we call it the well method. But there are different ways, and everyone gets taught different ways to bake, and that's okay. We have different family, different traditions, different teachers, different gurus. It doesn't matter how you get there. All that matters is that you are creating and that your food is somewhat tasty. That's all that matters. So we're going to throw in here some salt, because we need some salt for our recipe. My recipe calls for 1 1/4 teaspoon salt. To be fair, baking is a science, and we should be measuring this. I'm just going in, dude. We're just gonna crack a couple. We're gonna get a couple cracks. Okay. That's probably around 1 1/4 teaspoon of salt. We'll throw a couple more cracks. Really, salt doesn't do a ton here in the baking world. It does add flavor, necessary flavoring to the background of the dough. So you do want to consider salt as something you do need in your doughs. Don't think about salt as a necessary component. I don't think there's any chemical reactions going on with the salt. It's mostly for flavoring. That's why I'm able to go and have some fun, right? It's mostly a flavoring thing. Now, you'll notice in the Discord under the recipes, we do have options for hand mixers as well as doing it by hand. Keep that in mind. I will be using a wooden spoon. I do not have a hand mixer in my house, not one for dough. I just have a whisk one for making batters, which is a little different. So we're doing this all by hand. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm already getting my shoulder ready. Should be a blast. So we have our salt, we have our flour. Now we need to make our yeast. And our yeast is going to be pretty important here, because we want to activate our yeast. And the way that you activate your yeast is with warm water. All right, so let's go ahead and get our water running to get warm. Just don't add the yeast on top of the salt, because it does affect it. It can make it not activate right. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know that. So you're saying I should mix this up a little bit to make sure that it's not directly getting hit with the salt? Nice, thanks. I love learning with all of you, and that's what this is about. I don't know everything. Not all of my teachers taught me all of this. I'm going to learn things from all of you the same way that you're going to learn things from me. There is a science behind the salt. I wasn't sure how much of the salt affected the dough and the science, but I believe you. But I didn't think so. I wasn't sure. Yo, Vanessa, thanks for popping in today. All right, now we have our water getting warm. We are going to mix our warm water with some yeast, right? Now, LPK, can I ask you a question? When you mix your yeast, is it okay if you mix it kind of aggressively? I'm pretty sure the answer to that is yes. Because I was mixing it pretty aggressively last night, and it felt like it was working just fine. I usually put the salt on one side and the yeast on the other, and add water slowly. Ah, so you were just putting the dry yeast into the dough. So you see, I'm actually going to be activating the yeast in warm water first. Yes. So I'm going to put yeast and sugar in here in warm water, and I'm going to activate the yeast in the water. And I was being pretty aggressive. I don't remember it being a problem in the past, but it's been so long since I've made pizza dough. I'm like, that's what I was asking. All right, so let's go ahead. Now, we need the water to be a certain temperature. All right, this is really important. We need our water to be between 105 degrees and 115 degrees Fahrenheit. Anything over 130 degrees, all right, is going to be bad, and it's going to kill off your yeast. Okay, so if you are using a yeast that needs to be activated, you're going to want to put it between 105 and between 115. Give yourself some grace on top so that you don't kill your yeast off. Very important. Yeast is very finicky. Yeast is very, very, very finicky. Right? Yeah. So now you're right. I didn't even think about that. I actually bought active yeast. I didn't even think about it. I was activating already active yeast. I didn't even think about that. That's so funny. It has been so long since I've made pizza, and I'm so used to working in commercial kitchens. So let's talk about this for a second, because this is wonderful. This is what I'm talking about. I haven't worked in commercial kitchens, and so I haven't cooked a lot of stuff outside of commercial kitchens. So in my brain, I was thinking about using my yeast from a commercial kitchen, which needed to be activated. But today, I already have active yeast. So I can just pour the dry yeast into the flour. But we're going to go ahead and put it in the water first anyways, because we already added salt to the flour. So let's just keep doing it the way I've been doing it. It shouldn't be any problem. And this way we make sure that we're not, messing up our dough. So I'm still going to go ahead and put the yeast in the water. But now I know that it doesn't really matter too much. And that's cool. That's good to know. I didn't really know. So we have ourselves some classic Red Star. I'm going to go ahead and open it up. And I only need, this is crazy, 1/8 of a teaspoon. 1/8 of a teaspoon of active dry yeast. So I only have a 1/4. So I have to kind of do this by eye. I only have a 1/4. So that's about half of a 1/4. Yeah. So that looks pretty good. Oh, it's about half of a 1/4 here. But we're just going in. I still use water. Yeah, I always still use water. It's just a thing. We're putting that into the bowl. All right. And if this were a non-active yeast, you would want to put some sugar in here so that the yeast had something to feed on. All right. So I'm going to quickly go ahead and grab a little bit of sugar. And we're going to just pour a little teeny bit of sugar in here to give the yeast something to munch on. Again, the realization this morning that it doesn't matter because I actually have active yeast. That's fine. Now let's go get our water and we're going to temp it. Let's go. We need 3/4 of a cup of water. Not terribly a lot. Not necessarily a ton of water. Now, when I was doing these recipes in my test run, I was actually adding more water as the process went on because things were getting a little dry. So I'm actually going to hold a little bit of water back today. Make sure that I have some left to use. Because I was adding it all at once and it was messing it up. So we're at 117. We're going to let this water cool just a little bit. And then we're going to go ahead and throw it in there and we're going to get this yeast whisked up. All right. Move this stuff aside. Okay, we don't need this anymore. All right. And then let's temp this water one more time. Okay, we're already back down to 113, so that's perfect. So let's go ahead and pour a little bit of that water in here. And then I'm going to go ahead and whisk this up. I'm just going to grab a spoon. And my goal is to dissolve the yeast into the water. I want it all to be dissolved. And this is how I was taught how to make pizza dough, but with a non-active yeast. We're just doing this kind of for show today. I still think that this is probably the best option because then you're getting yourself a smoother dough and you're 100% sure that the yeast is spreading evenly into the dough. That's what kneading does, or mixing. But you know, since we're hand mixing, we're hand kneading, maybe this is probably for the best. I'm just gonna go ahead and kind of whip this up. And I'm just going to make sure that all of it's nice and dissolved. Then we're going to take this and we're going to pour it into our well. And then we're going to just start doing our mixing process. Let me get myself a wooden spoon. I unfortunately don't have a rounded wooden spoon. This one will have to do. And then I just like to mix from the outside in. And of course it always cakes up on my spoon, and then we're going to add a little bit more water. Be a man and use your hands. You know, welcome to the show today. We'll get plenty of hands-on time here shortly. However, jokes aside, I don't think using hands has anything to do with whether or not you're a male or a female. Just throwing that out there. I've seen some grizzly ass women. Just saying, dude. Talking about women that would probably knock you out. I'm just saying. So be careful. Seen some grizzly ass women out there. They'll come get that ass. They'll come get you, baby. Better watch your mouth. All right. But here on Scuffed Eats, we're not afraid to get our hands a little bit dirty. You better believe we're not afraid to get our hands a little bit dirty. But no one mixes dough with their hands necessarily out of more than just something that they want to do for fun, because this process is not really the best for hands. This is why people usually have a mixer for this. Or you use a wooden spoon because you don't want to necessarily deal with this too much. But generally speaking, it's actually better not use your hands for the first part of dough. Just out of convenience. Then you don't have to deal with all the sticky ickies. Alright. But no worries, dude. I was just joshing you back. Welcome to the show today. Welcome to Scuffed Eats, where everything we do is mildly scuffed, and I named it that way so I don't have to take accountability for when I completely fail. Welcome to Scuffed Eats. Accountability not required. Accountability not acquired. All right. So I'm just going to get this nice and mixed. And again, I kind of ran into this issue yesterday where I just needed a little bit more water. And I think it's because I'm not being patient enough. Which is fine, because I'm okay with a little bit more hydration anyways. Because the type of dough I'm making wants a little bit more hydration. But I'm not being slow enough with my welling process. And I know that. But it's my kitchen and I'm gonna do whatever I want. So just making sure everything's getting mixed up. We're not quite kneading yet. I almost want to start kneading, but we're not quite there yet. All right. Is this all off? We're all about the dough here, boys. Dude, I love, you know, the old be a man meme? The old be a man meme is like my favorite. Be a man. All right. So I'm just trying to make sure that my dough is mixed. And like I said, I've already switched to hands because it's so much easier than the stupid wooden spoon. And all right, we're still a little bit wet, which is kind of what we want. And then we can really start to knead here. All right, so there we go. All right. So still a little bit wet, but pretty decently mixed. A little clumpy, but I'm not a professional, at least not at home. But I will tell you what I am. I'm a chef. Because we're all chefs in our kitchen. That's right, baby. All right, we don't need this water no more. We're going to give our hands a quick wash. I'm going to start process number 2. All right. Now, obviously, a mixer makes this process a lot better, but it also makes it a lot less fun. And I think cooking should be enjoyed. All right. So let's jump over to this new camera that we're testing out. Ah, that was a lot of arm in your face. We're testing out a bit of a new camera, and I'm still working out the kinks here, so bear with me. We call it Scuffed for a reason. Let's move our flour, and let's get ourselves some semolina. Actually, no, we still need flour, excuse me. So we can get ourselves a working station. So we need a little bit of flour down on the table. Right? And you want to be careful about over flouring in this step, because you will dry your dough out. You will dry your dough out if you over flour. And I learned last night that if I don't clean this bowl right away, it sucks. So I'll be right back. I'm just going to quickly rinse this bowl. All right. I would have switched the camera for that, but I knew it was going to be quick. What's up, Catalina? All right. That flour goes bad. Oh, you guys are looking at the date? That's so funny. I didn't even realize. Yeah, new camera. We're working out the kinks here. Your favorite pizza is a barbecue pizza? Mine's probably just a traditional pepperoni. All right, so here we are. Now you want to do a little bit of flour on your hands and on top so that we can begin the kneading process. Right? We're going to take this dough, and I actually want this camera to be going a little bit from above. We are going to attempt to see if we can get this camera come up and play nice with us for a second here. moment. Okay. Perfect. Nice. This way you can actually kind of see me working it. Now, some of you might be intimidated by this step. Kneading is actually something that's a little bit scary and intimidating. I know that. So I'm going to scoot over here. But essentially all you're doing is you're pulling and then you're tucking. All right. And I'll fix the camera. You guys are getting a little bit too froggy here. You better keep your eyes to yourself. And I did tell y'all at the beginning, we are doing it live with this camera today. So bear with me. Hopefully that's better. Okay. But yeah, you're literally just gonna pull and you're gonna tuck and you're gonna push down with your palm. Right? And then I'll show you on the other camera as well. So you can kind of get a better feel for what I'm doing from this angle. As well, right? So, and again, you're gonna pull it and then you're tucking, you're just pushing straight in with your palm. And there's a couple different ways to knead, but you're just kind of, a lot of times in a kitchen, you want to create a rhythm, right? Because, and we're actually gonna add the other camera here, hold on. Perfect. This way y'all can actually see the other angle as well. So in a kitchen, a lot of times you have to be fast. So we create a rhythm and you'll sit here and you'll create a literal rhythm. You'll just sit here and you just go and you just go and you just go and you just go. And then to show you all what I'm doing here, again, you're just kind of creating a rhythm, right? And you're just going at it. You lift, you pull, you push, you lift, you pull, you push, and you just keep doing this over and over again. And this is hand kneading. And it doesn't really matter how you go about kneading. Don't let the cook snobs that will tell you that you're not a cook in your own right, that try to tell you how to live your life and how flavors should be put together because of the masters of cooking. None of that matters when you're the chef in your kitchen. There's no wrong way to knead. The point of kneading is mixing, where you're pulling and you're pushing. We are just mixing. We're going to keep mixing until our dough is smooth and springs back to us. All right. So very simple stuff here. We're still going. And you're putting a little bit of effort into this, right? You're putting a little effort in, putting a little bit of elbow grease, into that. Right? Just a little. I could probably adjust this camera real quick. Let's do properties. Turn off auto exposure so that the camera stops dancing with the lighting. See if that's better. And we'll make our ground level camera better over time. I set it up on the fly today. I'm not even gonna front with y'all. I actually don't even own a stand mixer. What's up, Columbino? What's up, L Rob? Yeah, I don't own one. So we're here today to work our dough old school. All right. And we're going to keep this process going here. I'll try to get in front of y'all again. You can kind of see. But again, I encourage you to not be afraid of the kneading process if it's something that you need Oh, brother, get rid of this guy. It's something you need to do. Don't be afraid to not make dough because you don't have a hand mixer. You see, this is the most tragic thing about baking, is that we get it in our brains that without fancy equipment, that you can't do this. I hope you realize that this stuff was done well before mixers existed. People were kneading dough. And this is how bread was made. And this is how pizza was made, right here. And you just go, and you just go, and you just go, and you just go, and you just go. All right. And so far, we're not looking too bad here. And one of the ways you can check if your dough's good is you can push your finger in. And if it springs back, it's good. And if it doesn't spring back, you better keep on kneading. All right? Is it possible to over knead? So, yes. And it's all a part of the different dough categories. So, for example, if you're somebody... If you're making a certain dough, different rules apply. All right, different rules apply to different doughs. Different rules apply. So your question can be answered here. We'll actually lighten this camera back up. Hold on. So your question can be answered simply by yes, but not always. Generally speaking, any dough can be over kneaded and overworked, turning into a tough, dodgy experience. Any dough can be overworked to some extent. But the room for overworking isn't as big as you think. You're not going to overmix most doughs by the time you realize that you're done kneading. Most of the time, you're going to be okay. And there's only certain recipes that are going to matter. Certain cooking, certain recipes that are going to matter that really are going to, you're going to want to pay attention to, right? Certain recipes are going to matter. Certain breads, certain doughs. But generally speaking, over kneading is something that most people don't need to think about. It's just not something you really need to think about. Unfortunate, this light spot. Can't do much about that. I usually hide it with a towel, but it's just because of the camera. So yeah, over mixing is something you want to think about. Over kneading. I think a mixer is probably something that would have to worry about that a little bit more, because that the mixer is gonna be easier to walk away from and you're not paying attention to it. But I think if you're hand kneading, you probably don't need to think too much about over mixing. And if you can tell, we're already getting smoother. Take a look. Compared to the last time I came over here. And look at the springbacks happening a little bit now. So we're still going. We're still going. We're almost there, but we're starting to get nice and smooth. We're starting to get nice and smooth here. So we're going to just keep going. We're going to pull. We're going to tuck. We're going to push with our palm. This is the most amount of puns I've seen chat drop in the history of Scuffed Beats. Probably true. Probably true. All right. Oh. My elbows and shoulders get tired before I can get too close to over kneading. Exactly. You and me both. I haven't had to knead like this ever because every kitchen I've worked in always had an industrial mixer. So this is the most I've ever worked in the kitchen world. I was testing this yesterday, and that was the first thing I said to my lady. I was like, this is about to suck. All right. Look at that spring back. You see it? You see the difference from the first time I poked a hole? Look. You see the spring back? That's how you know your kneading is working. That's how you know the kneading is working. You go here, you poke a hole, you pull your finger back, and it's starting to spring back. It pulls back with my finger. See? Pulls with my finger. That's how you know the kneading is working. Yeah, and that's all you're looking for. It's not that complicated. It can feel complicated. It can feel complicated. It really can. But it's not that complicated. Go here. Let's get a little bit more kneading in. What's up, Crystal? Your gaming hands will be sore. Well, good thing we're playing ACNH today, huh? How many kitchens have you worked in? So, first kitchen I ever worked in, I was 16 years old. I did dishes. I worked on the line a little bit. From there, went to gastropub. Then I went to a deli, and I worked in a cold kitchen. Again, be careful how much flour you're using. Then I went to a gastropub, so that's 3. Then I went to why does my microphone keep getting caught up? What is it getting caught on? It's this cord. Okay. So I went to the gastropub. Then I went to those 2 hole-in-the-wall places. Then I went to the actual pub. Then I went to the Italian restaurant, pizza. I think the number is 13. I think I've been in 13 kitchens professionally and for a job in my life. Okay, let's finish kneading our dough here. Also girl with the gift of the masquerade waltz. What's a cold kitchen? A cold kitchen is a kitchen that doesn't cook food per order, but instead cooks food for like a deli. Food that's gonna sit in a window and sell over time. And there's different cooking practices. A hot kitchen, a traditional kitchen, you cook food per order and you serve it hot. A cold kitchen, you cook food per quota and you serve it cold. And that is some good springback. I'm gonna work this a couple more, and then I think we're good. I'm gonna work this a couple more, and then I think we're good here. All right. You know, traditional Italian pizza comes from a really long time ago. And it's something that's been kind of bastardized in a lot of ways. You know, that New York style pizza actually tries to emulate it. Have you ever had a New York slice that's droopy with a very thin base? Anybody here ever had a New York slice before? And it's kind of droopy, and you have to fold it up in the middle. That's actually the essence of Neapolitan pizza. Very thin base with chewy, light delicious crust. Fun fact, did y'all know that New York is so famous for its water that people actually buy New York water so that they can make bagels and pizza dough that tastes like it's from New York? Look at that. Look at that springback. Is it not perfect? Look at this. We're good. Our dough is good. It feels nice and smooth. It feels nice and smooth here. It's got a nice smooth texture. It's not maybe perfect. I'm sure there's some chefs out there that are like, what the heck? What we're gonna do is we're gonna quickly ball this up. I'm gonna create a nice ball out of it. All right, you see the motion I'm creating with my hand, and I'm using my thumb and my forefinger to pinch. This is how I occasionally pinch that booty. And then we're gonna pinch it like that. We're gonna push it down. And we have ourselves a ball of dough. And now this is going to proof. Now, I learned something that I almost just forgot yesterday. We want to cut this in half, because I had a problem with too big of a pizza. So I'm going to take this directly in half, and I'm going to cut this directly in half. I'm going to create another ball. A little bit too much flour. It's a little drier than it should be. We've used a little too much flour today. We're going to create ourselves a little mini one, because this recipe actually is for two 12-inch pizzas. And I don't want two 12-inch pizzas in one massive dough. And it actually is important. You might be thinking to yourself, well, then don't stretch it out so much. But then you have too much dough, and it's not proper. Like, it actually matters. It actually matters. You might not think it does, but it actually matters. And you don't want to have too big of a dough that you decide not to stretch too much. It actually matters. All right, Remix, thank you for 64, baby. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and wash my hands real quick. I see we have a resub coming in, Remix. Thank you again for 55. Masquerade Walt says, my dude, you always inspire me to cook. I have some chicken. I want to make some chicken with rice, but fancier. Been thinking about what to do. Also, how to bake chicken well. All right, the best way to bake chicken, in my opinion, is first, you want to make sure you tenderize it or poke some forks in it. And so either poke a bunch of fork holes in it and loosen up those proteins, or you want to smash it with a mallet. And then from there, you just want to season it well, want to put it in an oven, and you want to bake it. I bake it at 350, and the key is that you don't bake it for too long. Because if you bake your chicken too long, you're going to dry it out. That's why you have to tenderize it. Because if you tenderize it, or if you poke holes in it, some form of tenderization, it's going to cook faster. The faster chicken cooks, the better, because the less dry it is. And that is the only secret that you need to know about cooking chicken. The longer the cook time, generally the worse it is. So your goal is to get your chicken thin, or cut down, or tenderized to a point in which it'll cook fast enough that you don't deal with dry chicken. That's it. That's all you need to know. Otherwise, make sure you season it well. If you think you're seasoning enough, do it again. My rule of thumb is this. If you think you seasoned your chicken enough, do more. I swear to you, unless you are somebody who knows what they're doing, season your chicken more than you think you need to. When you're seasoning it and you stop and look at it and you're like, am I doing too much? Laugh at yourself and say, heck no. And then put more seasoning on that bad boy. Because I promise you it's going to go a long way. All right, now we need to oil these bowls. I forgot one key ingredient to my dough today. And I'm very sad about that. I forgot to put oil in my dough. And I knew I was missing something. So we're going to go ahead and grease a bowl here. Now we're greasing the bowl because when it proofs, we don't want it to get stuck to the side of the bowl. And I'm also going to do this because I need some of that good oil in here. So now we have one done. We're going to do the same thing over here. Now a little bit of olive oil goes a really long way for pizza dough. And that's probably why my dough seemed a little drier than it should have been. So in hindsight, y'all aren't just getting Scuffed Eats Season 3. You are getting a traditional Scuffed experience. Because, of course, I forgot an ingredient. Of course, it wouldn't be Scuffed Eats if we actually knew what we were doing. So, we added salt. We added salt. We're good there. We forgot a little bit of olive oil. That's all right. That's okay. It happens. It's not necessary. It just is really nice. It helps the dough cook better. It gives it a little bit more hydration. Honestly, a little bit of olive oil does make dough a lot better. So it's a little sad, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll put a little bit on the dough before we put it in the oven. Hopefully that helps. Does anybody here make pizza dough? And do you know what I'm talking about with olive oil? Do you put olive oil in your pizza dough? It is something that goes a long way. One second here. I'm going to fix my headphones. All right. If I remember my teaching, olive oil helps with the elasticity of the dough. It helps with the elasticity, helps with the hydration, and it goes a really long way. Now we're going to take these two bowls here, and we're going to cover them with plastic wrap. But again, alas, not all hope is lost. We can go without a little bit of oil. It's a big piece of plastic wrap for a small bowl. Let's put that on the big one. All right. So we're going to seal this. And what we're doing now is we are creating an environment similar to the proofing drawer that we just talked about earlier, in which this ball of dough can sit here. All right. And proof. And the way proofing works is that it's a very temperature-based thing. Fun fact, if you make dough on a really cold day versus a really humid day, that makes a difference in how your dough comes out. How about that? How about that? Even the atmosphere in your house, in your city, where you live, can affect dough. This is how scientific dough really is. We're going to take this right here. We're going to put this aside. All right. And then here. So we're going to do two because we want to have a backup in case something bad happens today. All right. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do a backup plan in case something goes awry. Now, when you're proofing dough, ideally, what you want to do is you want to proof in your refrigerator. You want to proof overnight in your refrigerator. Wake up the next morning, you have beautifully proofed dough. Is at all the time it needs to mature and is ready for you to make a delicious pizza. However, because we're running a cooking show and because nobody wants to wait all night for a pizza, what you can do is you can go ahead, you can wrap up your dough in a nice bowl, either sealed with some plastic wrap, or you can put it in a bowl upside down. You put it on the table, put it in a bowl upside down. On top of it, you can wrap it up, seal it with a damp towel. Whatever you want to do. But either way, you do not have to wait all night to proof. You can just proof in a couple hours on your table. I'm using press and seal wrap. Not sponsored. Press and seal. Glad press and seal. It is pretty magical. It's pretty useful. Pretty useful. All right. Thank you for the follows coming in, by the way. Now, step 1 is complete. Here for Scuffed Season 3, we're making a homemade pizza. Step 1 is complete. Our dough is done. And it's proofing. Now we have to wait 90 minutes for this dough, which means we have some time to kill. Right? So 90 minutes from now would be 1:15 p.m. We will be back to the kitchen here at around 1:15 to 1:30 to check our doughs and to whip ourselves up some pizza. And because I think it would be best for the show, we're going to go ahead and make the sauce later. The sauce is only going to take us a couple minutes. We're not going to make the sauce now. We'll come back for part 2 of today's episode. It's going to be a 3-parter. And we'll make our sauce and we'll get our pizza in the oven. Part 3 will be taking the pizza out of the oven and cutting and eating it. So, I will go ahead and double check my pizza stone. And I'm going to take this out and I'm going to wipe it off. You can see my test from last night was a success. Let me go ahead and wipe this off here. All right. Grab ourselves a towel. Now we do need to cook this oven or this pizza stone for 60 minutes before we use it. All right. So we're going to leave it for now, but at around noon, 12:30, I'm going to run out here and we're going to get the oven on because we have to preheat to 500 so that we can get our pizza stone nice and hot. That is the key to using a pizza stone, which means we have some time to kill. You're here for cooking, don't worry. About an hour and a half, cooking will return. For now, let's jump back over to the office and let's play some games. Scuffed Eats will be back here shortly. Okay. All right. It's a pizza pie. It's amore. I should probably wash my hands. No, we're good. I did hit him once. Last thing I want to do is get flour on my controller. You know what I mean? Yikes. I like to heat my oven to about 150, turn the oven off, and put my dough in there to proof. That's really smart, Catalina. I love that. Wow, using your oven as a proofing drawer is amazing. I love that idea. I love that idea. All right, let's jump over here. And we'll take a break from the chef's hat and y'all can get the line of truth on my forehead. Okay. The line of truth. That's how you know. That's how you know we've been working. I've never made stuffed crust, but funny that you said that because I just got the request to make a stuffed crust last night from the lady friend. You know what? Since we have a second dough, we could give it a try. I do have a second dough and some fresh mozzarella in the fridge. Maybe we'll try it for funsies. I can only cook one pizza at a time though. Have you already played AC today? We have. We have, but we didn't accomplish much. We're about to decorate Grizzly's yard right now. Let's go. Let me check my beard and let's go. Oh, oops, I forgot to turn this off. My bad. Okay. All right, we'll turn down Spotify. Oh man, we're instantly lighting it up out here, huh? How's everyone feeling today? Beautiful episode of Scuffed Eats so far. I'm gonna switch categories to Animal Crossing since we have some time to kill. And I do not run ads on my channel, but for some reason, Twitch likes to run them sometimes when I switch categories. So just heads up, I apologize. But I do not run them. Twitch just sucks sometimes. Okay. And if y'all are hanging out over on YouTube, thank you so much. We're killing it on YouTube today. Jump over, say hello on Twitch if you're interested. Join my Discord, and welcome to Scuffed Eats Season 3. Someone's blowing up that body, dude. Welcome to Season 3, man. I use string cheese to stuff the crust. Yeah, that makes sense. That means my fresh mozzarella would work really well, actually. Yeah, maybe we'll try it today for funsies. Today's my son's birthday, so I've been busy. What's up, Greta? Yo, happy birthday to the little one. Currently grinding for a shiny charm and Arceus and 3D. Good to see you, Exhaustion. What's up, Wicked Raven? How y'all feeling today, man? Y'all enjoying the show so far? Some Scuffed Eats, baby. It was fun, huh? Making that dough, getting it together. A little bit of a workout on my part, but I promise you it wasn't too bad. I've definitely worked out a lot harder in my day. Whether or not my waistline tells you otherwise. Ah, I see remix. A little bit of a lack of sleep. What you been gaming on recently, bud? If you don't mind me asking. Oh my gosh, Anonymous? Anonymous? Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Gonna take a break for a week or two. I'll be back on the 5th of December after stream today. I need a vacation. No problem. Courtney's Meadow. Thanks for popping in here and saying hello today. You wonderful human. Yeah, man, last episode of Scuffed Eats, my buddy Spaceman came into the stream and said, "You're always doing something unique." What the heck? Gave me a compliment, gave me a resub. And it meant so much to me that I've been thinking about that same comment. It's been living rent-free in my head for weeks, for a week now. About how a couple years ago, me would have been so proud of what I achieved, creating such a unique experience where you truly don't all the way know what I'm going to be up to next. I really like that. It really meant a lot to me. Shout out to Spaceman, man. Thank you, dude. Figuring this out. Yo, what's up? How you doing, Shep? What's the latest, dude? I was thinking about you and now you're here. Call me Shep the Summoner. Hey, Shep. Hey, buddy. You keep your recipes in the Discord? I do have a channel called Scuffed in the Discord. And then we also have a recipe channel where the community shares recipes in general. So the community shares recipes as well. And then I also have a channel myself called Scuffed for just my recipes for my show specifically. So you can follow and cook along. And I do have stuff posted for today. You want to check it out? Also, Stormy, thank you for the resub. I think I said thank you for that. I might have missed that one. It's coming back to me now. And I just want to say thank you just in case I did miss one. Thank you for 7, man. Hello, Puppets. I hope you're feeling all right. You're feeling okay. I know you're going through it. Sometimes life likes to throw us a curveball. I did give Tangy her gift. Sorry you weren't here for it. But I did give Tangy her gift. And she loved it. She put it on right away. The hula shirt. She put it on right away. And she's ass naked. Naked from the bottom down. My seaweed trap tacos. Seaweed trap tacos sounds amazing. Please share. Yeah, if you go over to the community center, you'll find our recipe board where people share recipes and stuff. We also have a food channel. We have a lot of food stuff going on in our Discord. Welcome in, Catalina. It's nice to meet you, by the way. What brought you in here today? If you don't mind me asking, did you find me because of my cooking show today, or have you been here before and I'm just forgetting? It's good to see you here, man. It's nice to have some fresh faces around here to yap, talk about some cooking. You know, it's fun. Thanks for keeping me company while we chef it up. Ba-boom, boom, ba-boom, boom. Yeah, Courtney's Meadow. I did start adding some people, but I ran out of space, so I'll try to get some more people added soon, okay? All right, we need some more bee boxes. We know we're doing that. We know we're doing an apiary. So we need some more bee boxes here. And maybe a bug cage. We're about to give them a big apiary. We've done an apiary in the past. And I'm about to do another one. It's about to be pretty much the main focus of his backyard is going to be an apiary. And that's what we're going to start with. And I have a vision. I want to put a table here because I think it makes sense to have a table sitting around to put important stuff like a jar of honey on, for example. So let's go ahead and see. Let's go ahead and see what we can do here. Oh, it's a wrap. Sorry. When he called it a trap, I just thought it was like an interesting name. A seaweed wrap. Dude, I like that, man. I'm a fan of tacos. Sign me up for some tacos, baby. I was seeing who was in the cooking category and I saw you. It's nice to meet you, man. Thanks for sticking with us today, Catalina. Nice, man. Happy Sunday, everybody. Welcome to Season 3 of Scuffed Eats Gaming and Cooking. We game, we cook, we game some more, we cook some more, and we make a whole day of it. Welcome to my broadcast. How you feeling today, baby? Jump in. Let me know you're out there. Today is a multi-parter. A lot of Scuffed Eats episodes are multi-part, specifically gaming and cooking, which is why I invented this setup in the first place. Because I realized that some cooking does have downtime, and what do we do during that downtime? And then gaming and cooking was born. So now we can go back and forth, we can relax, we don't have to stress, we don't have to sit in the kitchen and just talk. We can play some games while we're waiting, baby. I really do hope that y'all are enjoying the show. Thank you for being here. I'm looking for a table, and I do know what table I'm looking for. There's a pretty standard one called an outdoor table. Here it is. Iron work table. Recent streams about farming being profitable got me. Today, tomato curry was the hot item. I just sold a full inventory and made 200,000 bells. That's amazing. That makes me so happy, dude. No one does Sunday streams better than you. Aw. Aw, thank you, Grace. I like my Sunday show. It is very different from other shows that I do. We used to call it Lazy Sundays. Stuff like that. Yeah, it is very different. I appreciate you acknowledging that. I've always tried to bring a little bit of a different energy on Sundays. It just felt like the right day to do something a little different. I always try to bring a little bit of a different energy on Sunday. My goal is to make Sunday feel different so that Monday feels special, so that Tuesday can also feel special. And that's the little secret to my sauce. So I can go from Sunday to Monday, and then Tuesdays are downtime day, or down tempo after an electric Monday. Or I just take Tuesday off. I will be taking Tuesday off this week, by the way. I'm going to be meeting up with one of my buddies for the first time in over a decade. Over a decade. One of my buddies and I are getting together Tuesday for lunch, and we're going to catch up. And it's not just a buddy. This guy was my lifelong friend since we were 3 years old. My Dunny. My best friend of all time in existence. And we lost touch when I was about 20 years old. I went my own path, he went his. And a bit of a tragic and bittersweet story, but that's life. People separate. And while he went back home to his mom, I kept living on my own. I got into all sorts of shenanigans. He went back to more stability. And we lost touch, and he went in his own direction. And over the years, I started realizing that it was the biggest mistake I made in my life. And I'm not being hyperbolic. Because him and our friend group around him were the people I should have been spending my time with these years. And I actually made some poor choices. And I chose to spend my time with people that ended up not really looking to grow, and people who were stagnant, and people who were comfortable living lives that were lesser than they were meant to be living. So I started streaming, and I put all my energy into that. And when I finally came out of that hole, and now I'm trying to become a human again, body, mind, temple, full soul experience, I looked around me and I said, why am I surrounded by either nobody or people that aren't really looking to grow? And I want to grow. I want to be around people that want to grow, like-minded people who want to prosper through life. And I realized that those people had been there the whole time. And I went in the other direction. And I decided to put myself out there. I reached out and I was like, hey man, I want to reconnect with you, dude. And if you don't think it's too much, and if you haven't moved on, would you like to try to do this with me? And he said yes, and he sent me a beautiful message about how we're always going to be brothers. And he said he would like to try as well. And it was beautiful. And he sent a picture of us as kids. And he was like, let's do this. He's like, I know it's going to be scary. He's like, I've been thinking about this too much as well. He's like, I'm a little worried too. But he's like, let's just push our fear aside. Let's do this. And I was like, all right, let's do it. And I'm going to try. I'm going to try to rebuild with this person. And we set a date for Tuesday afternoon. And I'm gonna go sit down, and we're gonna catch up. Over a decade, almost 15 years, we could be completely different people, and we might not even be compatible as friends anymore. Even though that's ridiculous, because we were so close that people thought that we were intimate with each other in high school. Anybody have a friend like that in life? Where you're so close that people were like, yeah, these two are totally getting it on. And it was me and my other male friend. People totally thought that we were intimate. We were so close, right? And so I don't think that enough time could ever go by to separate us, but I'm prepared for the honest truth that maybe too much time has moved on. You know what I mean? Like maybe we're just different people with different lives now, and who knows like where it's gonna go. But that's not the point. The point is that we're gonna give it a try. We're gonna just chat. We're just gonna connect, and we're just gonna see if it works. And I'm gonna try to rebuild with my best friend throughout my whole life. I'm a little scared. I'm a little nervous. I don't know what to expect. I'm just kind of putting myself out there, you know. It's gonna be sick. It's gonna be sick for sure. I'm really looking forward to it. So he just messaged me with a confirmation. So I'll see him on Tuesday. So I am gonna be taking Tuesday off so that we can hang out, and then I'll be back Wednesday this week coming up. I told him the only days that I can't work. I was like, dude, I can't do Mondays and I can't do Thanksgiving because of my show. And he was like, all right, let's do Tuesday. Then I'll come back Wednesday for a light show before Thanksgiving. Rekindled the bromance. No crying on Sundays. I know, I got a little sappy. I know. No tears shed though, just a little bit of eye watering. Someone started cutting some onions. What's up, Luna Wolf? You put a bunch of pics in food chat? Oh, nice. Let's check them out. Do. Let's check them out. Let's see what you got. Oh man, you got some food. You got some good food, dude. Holy heck. Let's check this out. So here's the seaweed wrap recipe. Here's the cheesy chicken buttermilk recipe. That sounds good. I love buttermilk and chicken, dude. It's something I've been doing for a long time. The pot roast, carrot fries, the pizza of wisdom +10 to intelligence and +2 to durability. And if you eat the whole pizza, it's a +2 to intelligence. That looks like a professional homemade pizza. That looks so good. That looks so good, dude. That's a good looking za. My pizza ain't gonna look that good today. Neon, excuse me. Good morning and welcome to the show, though, Neon Beach Baddie. I almost misspoke. Don't sell yourself short. My pizza's gonna look good. It ain't gonna look that good. Oh yeah, you did the stuffed crust with that. Yes, that's why the crust looks so fluffy. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yo, good morning, lovely Cindy. Zoe coming out here with 53 months, man. Thank you, Zoe. What's up?
I want a slice of that pizza.
Tilted Donuts says, been watching your streams with Luna Wolf. You are a whole vibe. Thank you, man. Thank you, dude. Good to see you, Tilted Donuts. Love your name, by the way. The trick is to brush the crust with egg wash. For stuffed crust, is that the secret? What's up, Goopie? Also, thank you again, Anonymous, for the $20 donation. They didn't leave a comment or anything. They just donated and showed their appreciation. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. You know, it's not required. It's always appreciated. Thank you, man. Just glad you're enjoying the show, Anon. All right. Hi there, Grizzly. I got the flowers. Let's start planting flowers. Let's make ourselves an apiary, shall we? So it'll be best if we do flowers close to the water here. All right, that's about as close to the water we can get. Now, we want these flowers to actually bloom, though. But not all of them need to be bloomed, but we want them to bloom. So, all right, we're going to put some apiary stuff up here as well. And I just have to decide, do I want to have anything else up here? Maybe like a potted plant or something? Oh, maybe just the pot. Put that in the corner. Then I want to have a beehive turn to the side over here. All right. Look at him investigating the cave. He's like, I see, this is where I'll be sleeping soon. I see, this is where I'll be sleeping soon. Yes. All right, do I have another color for bee house? I have to have at least one other color, right? Let me go see. Let's get a crafting table out real quick. Do I need to turn on link preview in your food chat, by the way? You need to, yes, that's only because you're a new member, correct. So if you want to repost those messages really quick, I'll give you the permissions right now. I do allow people to share pictures, but I don't allow them to post embedded links. That's correct. That's correct. Thanks for saying something though, because that's all you got to do. And then either myself or a couple of my admins can help out. Yeah, thank you. You're good now. Yeah, just a way for people to not put dodgy links. That's all. I used Grizzly for your tiny build challenge and made him a cave. I think it was a HHP challenge. Yeah, it might have been. It might have been HHP. For sure it was. I would love to do tiny build challenge again. I've been cooking up a design challenge, but I think we're going to do something a little different this time. I think our first design contest of 3.0's release hype is going to be sooner than later, and I'm going to challenge you all to do your own 10-minute build and then to post your 10-minute build in the Discord with me. I think that could be a really fun way to start. So if you all are into that, to keep a lookout, the Animal Crossing category, or during the streams, we'll talk about it and we'll decide a theme, and we'll challenge ourselves to do a 10-minute build. And then you can all also do it, put a timer on your phone and try to design within a specific theme. So y'all are going to have to help me decide the theme though, because that's the real hard. Yeah, so it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Maybe we'll do 15 minutes to get people warmed up first, because, you know, it could be a little tough for 10 unless you're really in the know. Where's your epic Zelda hat today? I just went bald hat today because I knew I was going to be putting on and taking off my chef's hat. So all my hats are in my closet for today. I thought I'd rock the bald head a little bit and get the community more comfortable with my baldness, since I don't show it off enough. And then, because I have to switch to my chef's hat anyways throughout the streams. Also, I'm being more responsible, and I'm making a point to shave my head regularly. For the first time in a long time, I have shaved my head for 3 weeks in a row now. And I'm actually going to keep up with it. I'm going to start shaving my head every week. I want to start rocking my bald head more. I want to be more proud of my baldness. I've been hiding it away. Do we get more Hyrule Warriors? So we did finish the game, Goopai. We did finish it, and I'll be getting the VODs on YouTube eventually. However, if you would like to see more, then... If you would like to see more, is this your way of asking, would you like to see more? Because I actually have been playing Hyrule Warriors in my free time and just kind of grinding through the story, or not the story, like the side content. And if you guys would like to just hang out with me and watch me do like side BS, just kind of grindy content for Hyrule Warriors, I'm very into it. I like the game a lot. I like the game a ton. And I've just been kind of playing it in my free time a little bit. Not too much on stream is all. I lost my old email, so I had to make a new account, but I'm glad I made it for the Sunday show, formerly Wildly Orange. Aw, I'm so sorry to hear about the lost account, dude. Let's get you started back to where you were, though. Let's get you a sub on the house. Welcome back, Orange. It's nice to meet you, man. It's nice to see you, rather. Excuse me. All right, I need some customization kits. I need some custo kits. We need some custo kits. Thank you again, Zoe, for 53. How you doing today, Zoe? The hat is just playing John Cena for your head beautifully. Yeah. Well said. The invisible cap. Yeah, we could do more Hyrule Warriors, sure. Diablo 2. Wait, what about Diablo 2? Would you like to see Diablo 2 on the channel? Meg Petrowski says, any Switch game recommendations? I have Pikmin 4, Pokemon Scarlet, and Mario Kart 8. So you're talking about the Switch 1. I think one of the best Switch 1 games ever made was Luigi's Mansion. Luigi's Mansion 3 is probably one of the best Switch 1 games ever released. It showcases the Switch 1's capabilities almost flawlessly. And fun fact, it was one of the first games ever released for the Switch 1. And it somehow, it perfectly showcases the Switch 1's capabilities. So if you haven't played Luigi's Mansion, I do highly recommend that game. Now, it's not the time of year for some Luigi's Mansion, right? So maybe instead go for new Pokemon Snap. The new Pokemon Snap game is such a phenomenal experience. It's literally gorgeous. And I can't encourage you enough to check out new Pokemon Snap if you like Pokemon. There's 2 recommendations from me. Do a game mine in the chat to see if you'd step on it. Dude, I love Diablo 2 so much. Don't do that to me, buddy.
H-Day Gritty, H-Day Gritty, H-Day Gritty.
Ooh, Cozy said Littlewood. I never finished Chibi Robo. I almost came back to finish it the other day. I have not had a chance to finish Chibi Robo, but I will tell you this. It's actually on the top of my priority list to finish. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Potion Craft? Have we played Potion Craft on stream, or was that the other game, the alchemy game? I can't remember. When was the last time you played Twilight Princess? Last year, last September, for my Zelda Week marathon. We did our first ever Zelda Week marathon last year, and we played Twilight Princess for like 3 days in a row, 12-hour streams. They're just not released on YouTube yet, but it was a beautiful playthrough. I had a lot of fun. Did you play Potion Craft for 12 Games of Christmas? It was either Potion Craft or the alchemy game, and I don't remember which one. But yes, I think it was Potion Craft. Is Potion Craft the game that has the map and you have to like stir the pot and then you like move across the map and then you sell potions? Yeah, we did that for 12 games last year. Yeah. We played for 4 hours, and it was actually one of the biggest hits last year. The biggest hits for 12 Games of Christmas. People loved it, and people were so sad when I switched games that day. People wanted so much more, dude. Yeah. We might have to play more of that game. And here you go. I have Pikmin 4 for you right now. Here you go. Pikmin 4 is right here. Pikmin 4 has made it to YouTube. And here is the full Pikmin 4 playthrough. All 9 episodes. It's a beautiful playthrough. The true ending and everything. Check it out. There you go. I did play the new Pokemon Snap. I unfortunately don't have a ton of VODs left over from new Pokemon Snap. For whatever reason, I didn't preserve that game. I'm not sure what I was doing at the time. So, but I did play new Pokemon Snap. I just don't have the VODs for some weird reason. So we have to play it again, or more, basically. Something happened to your Chibi Robo save? That sucks, dude. No. Needed for the Christmas emotes. Let's go, baby.
Needed those Christmas emotes.
Yeah, I guess we just gotta replay it, right? I like Pokemon Snap. The only problem is that I would almost less rather replay it and more just continue playing it because it's just a really good game. All right, 3 huts with a pot behind it. We might change the pot in the back to something that's a little taller But right now we're just building the foundation of what we're trying to design here. So we're not stressed about details. We stress ourselves about details later. Right now, we're just trying to build the foundation of what we're going to be doing here in this property. So we're going to be balancing flowers here on the beach with apiary houses. And I want it to be wildflowers. I want it to be wildflowers. I do want it to be a random assortment. I think that's the best for apiaries. I think it feels good. It makes the most sense. So, I think I will put a second house here. This one, I'm going to turn the wrong way. I want it to be like this, maybe. And we'll put another flower next to it. And this is the process. This is how we're going to build our apiary. Again, we've done something similar to this in the past, where we create this beekeeping experience. So I'm going to kind of build off of a past design here, but also kind of try to do something new. Now I need some more flowers. All right, and I need to go preheat the oven. So you guys down for that? I'll be right back. We're back. I'll go ahead and I'll throw up the camera for you. So you, wait, wrong button. I'll throw up the camera for you so you can see. I'll be right back. There's going to be nothing to see, but I just thought it would be silly. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Diablo 2, man. Do I need to play Breath of the Wild before Tears of the Kingdom? Nah. But if you play Tears first, it might make Breath of the Wild less fun. That's the only thing you want to consider. If you're the kind of gamer that struggles going back in time, then you might want to play Breath of the Wild first. But Tears of the Kingdom doesn't matter. I'm the worst, but also the best. That's right. About the best part anyways. Masquerade Waltz. Heck yeah, I'm still thinking about Diablo. I was actually playing it for a little while. I don't know if I told you that. I actually picked it back up again. And I was actually playing it. And then I was playing WoW Classic, getting ready for TBC, because I never did TBC last time, Artifice. In 2019, I never did Burning Crusade, so I wanted to do it this time, because Burning Crusade is fun to gank. And I just want to go around ganking. I don't even want to raid. I'm not in the mood to raid. But I set up Bartender, and then Bartender like crashed and deleted everything I set up for like an hour, and I got pissed, and I uninstalled and I turned off my subscription. And this is why I think mods suck. I don't think mods are healthy for MMOs. I don't care if that's a hot take. I think they blow. I think they cause way too much grief. They're way too needy. Yeah, I'm anti-mod. And as soon as I was like, I'm going to go ahead and use some mods to make PvP a little bit more professional, it ruined the game. It pissed me off. It literally made me mad. Yeah, I wasn't playing retail. I was playing classic. Retail has a solution. Exactly. I was playing classic. So now, however, guess what I just found out, Town Off? Guess what? Apparently, the Burning Crusade Anniversary Edition is getting edit mode. They're actually giving edit mode to Burning Crusade Anniversary Collection coming up. So I'm going to go ahead and play TBC. I'm playing TBC. It comes out Pre-patch is January something. I'm playing TBC, and y'all are welcome to play with me. I'll be playing on a PvP server. It'll be fun. I'll be playing my free time. And then, like I was saying, I was playing Diablo 2 as well. I was playing Resurrected on hardcore. I lost my character at level 60 Artifice. And then I had to restart. It sucked. It sucked, dude. The way I lost my character was the worst. I lost it in a bail run to Brem Sparkfist, the douchebag. And I was only half paying attention. I was eating food, and I was trying to play the game while playing. I was playing Pokemon on my phone while eating food, while getting bail runs, and like an idiot on hardcore. And all of a sudden, I got destroyed, and I couldn't react because I was doing 4 things at once. Yeah, well, that's how you lose a hardcore character. No, it's not too late to get into TCG Pocket. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Yeah, TCG Pocket's good. You can still get into TCG Pocket late. Yeah. It's cool. It's chill. Dude, Remix. You also are having problems with Dragon Ball? Dude, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot has been crashing on my Switch too, and to the point to where it's unplayable. I beat the game and I was doing DLC content, and now the game is crashing literally every 15 minutes. So I just have to stop playing. Yo, thank you, Tilted, for the tier 1 first time sub, bud. You didn't have to do that, man. Thank you. I really do hope you enjoy my show. I appreciate you, and thank you so much. Thanks for doing that. Thanks for pulling the trigger. First time sub in the house. HDES love in the chat. HDES hype in the chat. And whether or not you realize, it actually allows me to keep my 70-30 split with Twitch. I introduced the program a year ago, and depending on how many self-paid subs you get, you can actually get yourself a 20% raise. And I've managed to have that raise ever since the program released. I'm very fortunate, so thank you so much. Yeah, they're doing TBC Classic again, but this time it's the anniversary servers, so they're adding more quality of life, like dual spec and edit mode, and they're fixing certain things. Like, for example, Artifice, they made it to where certain herbs are more accessible so that people can't corner the market, stuff like that. So it's honestly nothing more than just another run of Burning Crusade. It's just another run because they're just milking it. They're doing it again. But it is going to be a little different. Just a little different. Just like a couple little subtle differences. Makes sense? Yeah, exactly. Because, like, it's good money for them, man. Will you be live for quite a while? What's up, Wicked Raven? I will be live for a bit here. Yeah, we still have a whole pizza to bake. And we'll be live for a bit longer. Yeah, for sure. Just put WoW Classic on free to play already. I think that has to be where they're going eventually, yeah. Enjoying every second. Thank you for the gift of the Luna Wolf. I was going to do that the next time they popped into the chat. I see they just popped in and I missed it. You snooze, you effing lose, dude. Well, thank you, man. That was cool of you. Coffee time with Hylane. Yo, Gingy, you made it today. Sorry you missed us, dude. Sorry you missed us the other day. I appreciated the love, though. Yeah, I did a couple lighter streams this week because I was so stressed out about Scuffed Eats. And then once Scuffed Eats came, I realized that I had no reason to be stressed out. Isn't it funny how life works? All week I was stressed. Truly. And when I say stressed, what I mean is just I was anxious because I wanted this to go well. Scuffed Eats is back, season 3. And so the whole week I was like, I need more time to sit around and not think. Because, like, that's how I react when I'm stressed, when I'm anxious, is I want to lay in bed or play video games and not think about anything. So I just want to like crawl in a hole. So I gave myself some extra time this week to kind of just hole up, lounge in my new bed and just like not think, because like I was feeling super anxious all week. And the funny part about it again is that it didn't really matter at all, because as the week progressed, I realized making pizza dough isn't that complicated. It's really not that big of a deal. Like the worst thing that happens is the dough sucks. And then we just go again, I guess. Also, Artifice, they're not going to be officially supporting TBC Hardcore. This is a little disappointing because the hardcore fans were hoping to try TBC. And to be fair, the hardcore fans still can. They can just use the add-on. But that was the other thing that they did. They said they revealed no hardcore servers for TBC, which is actually pretty lame. I don't know why they're not going to just do that. Just do it. Why? Why are you not doing it, right? Like, Blizzard is so dumb. But whatever. Yeah, I'm an official enjoyer. Same. Actually, hardcore is kind of the only reason I came back to the game. But then I wanted the PvP, so then I went back to PvPing, you know? So it's just funny how they think, because without hardcore, a lot of people would have been done with the game after 2020, you know? Blizzard being Blizzard, yeah. Yo, what up, Mike? Dude, I was waiting for you to pop in today. I was hoping we'd see you here for some Scuffed, man. Welcome in. What do y'all think about the wooden patterns here? Oh, no, I didn't mean to pick that. Now, I might go back to retail, by the way. I might go back to retail once they fix the add-on problem, because they're getting rid of combat add-ons, and retail might become playable, dude. How about that, Artifice? Dude, retail might become playable because they're removing add-ons. And now I'm not going to be expected to join a raid with 15 different add-ons that tell me how to play the game. And then I'm not going to be put into a position where I can't play the game without playing it the way that other people want me to. I came back to retail and I tried to play the game, and I quickly realized that I was 100% playing it wrong without add-ons, because I was doing no add-on. And then people started yelling at me, and I was joining mythic raids, and people were like, "You're not even using deadly boss mods, you idiot." And I'm like, because I know how to game. I can see the skill activate and then I dodge it. It's not that hard. I've gamed since I was 3 years old. And they were like, "No, you have to have the add-ons." And I'm just like, but I watched videos and I learned about the fight. Like, I know what's happening. I know how to dodge this. I know the timer. I learned, I researched. Yeah, it was so sad. I was like, dude, why can't I just play the way I want, man? And they were just like, "Nah, dude." It was so sad, man. Yeah, they are going to do their own like DPS tracker and stuff like that, which is all fine because it's all built into the game, Gingy Ginger. The thing is I wasn't afraid of add-ons because of what they did. I didn't like add-ons because they forced me to download stuff that I was too lazy to download. I'm going to be real. It was all about laziness. I didn't want to have to download stuff outside of the game. You know what I mean, man? Like, so yeah, I hope that they put all sorts of tools in the game that I can utilize. Yeah, thanks. Sanctioned tools, we're all on the same level, right? Everybody has the same tools. That makes a ton of sense. That sounds like a good video game to me. You know, like, so yeah, I'm okay with them adding stuff to like circumvent. Wooden pattern looks good. Thank you, man. You like that? Doesn't this look good, dude? You guys like what I'm doing here? This is kind of nice, right? Anyways, enough WoW talk. I know WoW talk is I might as well be speaking a different language up here. How about a shibara babara? How about a shubara rabara shiba? I know. I know, man. I know, dude. I know, dude. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out, man. I think I'm getting closer to achieving my plan of convincing Tilted Donuts to buy a Switch and play Animal Crossing with me. Ah! I mean, yeah, dude, Animal Crossing's great, dude. For sure, you should join us. Yeah. Dude, good timing on the Angelica. That was good. What's up, Strawberry Grass? Good morning. That was a good Angelica. That was good. That was really good. Yo, Aurora Sunrise, good to see you. What do y'all think of the apiary? Not bad, right? Now, do we put a couple wooden patterns in between the flowers and the bee houses? Or do we leave it the way it is? And then we only use the patterns as a way to signify that you're walking up the beach. Anybody know of any places that have announced a sale on AC for Switch on Black Friday? Not yet. But I know Amazon sales are partially live. I know Nintendo has a ton of sales. Have you checked out the eShop yet? Check out the eShop, and you might be able to get a digital sale for AC. I would also check Walmart or Target. I'd heard that Target has big Switch 1 sales right now. So I think Target, eShop for digital. GameStop sales are up, but I don't think GameStop had anything good for Switch 1. Yeah, I don't think so. I was just reading all of this. Yeah, you can buy 2, get 1 free pre-owned game, which is massive because like it works for retro games. Like I was in a store and I bought 2 Nintendo 64 games and I got a 3rd one for free, and 64 games are like $30 a pop for the low end stuff, and it was actually a really good deal. I bought Mario 64 and I bought Diddy Kong Racing and got Pokemon Stadium for free, all unboxed, just carts. So honestly, do not sleep on in-store GameStop. In-store GameStop is killing it right now. And your store might have some retro games. Another one is Nintendo eShop Black Friday. Let's see.
Hey all, hope you are having a good weekend. Just wanted to say it's always a pleasure being a lurker and feeling the vibes out.
Oh, thank you, man. Good to see you, JT. We just had a hello from Amusing yesterday, and you were there. Hopefully you heard me talking fraff. Yeah, there is. If you're a digital kind of guy, I'm pretty sure Animal Crossing could very well be on sale right now. I see that the DLC is on sale. Right now, I see the DLC is on sale, but I'm not sure about New Horizons. I'm checking. Yeah, it looks like Happy Home Paradise is on sale, but I don't know if... I don't know if New Horizons is. Let me check real quick. I can't tell. What is this website? Can you just take me to the eShop, dude? Animal Crossing. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about New Horizons on sale. I mean, this website right here is showing $10 off on New Horizons. Yeah, this right here is actually showing $10 off on New Horizons right here. So it might very well be on sale. Not right here. Not on this other one. Nope. Full price right now in America, it seems. Europe has a sale right now, I think. Yeah, I would wait it out though, because Nintendo might do more sales. Nintendo might do more sales on Friday. Or Cyber Monday. Yeah, Cyber Monday's a big one for Nintendo as well, actually. Yeah, good to see you, Fliptoes. What up, Famed Guardian? How you feeling, Famed? Yeah, GameStops are definitely shutting down over time. Yeah, what do we think about this build? Are we liking this? Let me scroll up in chat and see what y'all think. My niece and nephew came over the other day and I got them hooked on the game. They still don't fully grasp it, but they loved it. I'm buying a Switch 2 and AC&H for Christmas. Aww. Dude, Gingy Ginger, uncle of the century, dude. And hello there, Aurora Sunrising. Good to see Rachel Green Tea's in the house. I would imagine they put AC on sale to get people back before the January update, for sure. Keeping the thoughts positive, that sometimes you just got to give yourself a credit for even getting out of bed, right? Take it easy, man. All right, I think I like what we're doing here. Now we have to decide, what do we put on the table and how do we design around the apiary? We have a pretty good structure down here. Now, how do we design around this? So I'm looking, what are we looking for? I'm looking for like stuff that looks like honey or more pots. Maybe a plant or two. Maybe some sort of seat for him to sit. Maybe some sort of outdoor furniture for him to sit. Something as simple as like a natural garden chair could be good, or we could do like a log chair. Could be good as well. I try to be realistic, so I want to put something that can stay outside, so it doesn't, so you don't want to have a cushion on it, you know? I'm a dork like that, and I try to be realistic, so if I'm not using something like a stone stool, I want it to be something that could technically sit outside, right? I like to think really hard about stuff. That's just who I am as a person, even if it's unnecessary. I'm just a thinker, man. You love the hyacinth buds? Me too. They're so nice. My GameStop just invested heavily in a remodel, so it's basically a card shop, like 85% cards. That's happening to a lot of GameStops, actually. The whole idea of the cards coming back big time. I've actually heard that's happening to a lot of GameStops. Animal Crossing Aristotle, if you will. I'll take that title. Definitely covers my unique energy in this space. I have the kind of energy that you don't even know what you're watching, but you just know you enjoy it. That's me in a nutshell as a streamer. Actually, I'm gonna put a storage over here. I'm the kind of creator that you come by and you're just like, I can't quite put my finger on this guy. I'm not sure what to think about him, but all I know is that I'm having a good time and I'm just gonna keep coming back. And then eventually you start to get used to my energy and you're like, okay, I get this guy. I get that he is a absolute loose cannon. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, I get this guy. He's a lunatic. Cool. Me too. Better than an endless Funko walls? Dude, I agree with that. I think the Pokemon card direction is fine. But I do hate the idea of us losing physical media in stores. You know, it's tragic, to say the least. Piddle farting on my island while I watch your show. Chores later, then I'm gonna make homemade Mexican pizzas for dinner. Oh, that sounds so good. We have another about 30 minutes and then we get to go check our proofing dough. Yeah, I should have some pots. Some pots are definitely necessary here. Lots of pots. some bushes. So you can't put bushes on, you can only put bushes on grass. You can't put bushes on the beach. No bushy beaches. No bushy beaches. Now we might be able to put like a potted plant to make up for it. Like something like this. We should maybe give him a bath. We could give him like a little bit of an outdoor bath so he can scrub his booty. Maybe one of the outdoor baths for some booty scrubbing. I haven't used the kettle bathtub in a while. That's a cute item. We could also use the Cosmos shower if we wanted to get extra cute. The glow moss stool. I like that idea, actually. I'm going to grab it. I was looking at that. Get out of my brain. I was actually staring at that for a second if you didn't notice. Oh, we'll grab one of these. What about some retro transportation stops? This build could use a shed. Yeah, actually, I'm going to use the wooden storage for the shed. I had the same thought you had. I think the wooden storage will be good for shed vibes. I just grabbed one into my inventory. I think so. This guy right here. This guy right here. I think this might be good for some shed vibes. A little mini shed. Yeah, I like that. Bam, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, the little shed might be perfecto. Bum, 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 bum. Like we could add a potted plant or something if we really wanted to add some kind of bushiness, you know. We could do that. I'm okay with not doing that though. A couple of the small cherry blossom items might work. You're talking about like the actual plant. I know what you're talking about. We're gonna go to the table stuff in just a second. Yeah, we'll go to the table stuff in just a sec here. The birdhouse not facing forward could seem like a mason bee house more than a birdhouse. Ooh, now we're cooking, dude. Tara from Gaia. Also, I saw Thomas in the chat for a couple times today. Are you still out there, Thomas? How you been, man? Twitch Thomas. I was interacting with you, but I didn't say good morning. Bum, 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 bum. We could maybe use like a signpost and be cute. Maybe just the old school deer scare could be cute. That could work, actually. That's what I do. A lot of times when I design, I'll just scroll through my storage of thousands of items and just kind of get inspiration. We're just getting inspired. You're recording drums on an album. Like an album, is it your album or are you a part of a band? Either way, that's super effing neat, dude. I like that, man. I like that. Boom, 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 boom. When you make honey, does anybody here ever made honey? Do you like cook it or anything? Or is honey just come straight from the combs into the jar? What, cozy? Yeah, just go straight into the jar, right? That's what I thought. You do strain it. That is interesting. So there is a potential straining process to get some of the wax out. It's squeezed out of the comb, right? I have seen the squeezing process before. I have seen that like in like on a very professional level, right? It's like a big machine, or they'll like put some weight and squeeze it all out. I've seen stuff like that. Cool. I was just kind of curious. I was wondering if we could incorporate something realistic like that into our build. Like a cooking station or a straining station or something, you know, something to make it feel realistic. I don't think we have anything like that in the game, but I'll have to think about it. Right, the honey does not cook, right? Honey is sterile, right? That's what I thought. It could work as antibacterial for a wound. All right, the next time I get injured, I'm going to rub a bunch of honey into my wound. And I'm going to say Talonov told me to do it. I hope you're okay with that responsibility, buddy. Hope you're okay with that. Oh, dude, I split my head open. Oh, dude, I don't got to go to the hospital. Just get the honey. Get the honey. Dude, you're bleeding. You should probably go to the hospital. No, dude, I just need some honey, dude. Wait, what? I'm just messing. I'm just teasing, dude. Nothing. I'm just being a complete chode. Yo, what's up, Tay Ray? We call them bee yards. No cooking, just straining. Maybe a bucket. Maybe a bucket to help the straining process. Yeah, I have heard that honey is sterile and that can be used for wounds. Isn't that so interesting? Honey is actually really magical. Honey is actually a really magical substance. It's pretty crazy. See, I was going to use something like this as maybe like a jar of honey. So we'll see if we can find a color of the glowing moss stuff to be jars of honey. There's also the glowing moss table, like shelving, that could also be used to look like honey, maybe. We have this cute little windflower fan. Some gnomes, some hamsters, some basketballs, a skateboard. Ooh, we could do the honeybee. Yes. The honeybee model. Yes. We might even want another one. Dang, we need to get another honeybee. I think we want 2 honeybee models. All right, here's some more pots. Maybe we'll do a metal pot with a lid, or our pockets are full. Rip. That do happen sometimes. That do happen. Let's drop this stuff real quick. The sewing kit could look like a box of honey with its yellowness. I like that. The Korok in Age of Imprisonment is so broken. Dude, have you been playing that game more? Have you done any of the like high-end missions and stuff, like end game, like level 70 stuff by chance? I have not. I'm just curious. Yeah, he seems pretty broken in general. Retweet. There's a jelly recipe that gives you little jars in the game. You're right. You're right. We could do the cooking recipe. You are effing right about that. You are right about that. There is a cooking recipe that results in little jars. And we could totally game that up and like make it seem like we're doing something else. All right, I'll have to make it. I don't have any. And then let me go back to the sewing box really quick. And I want to grab this wooden fish. Honestly, something fishing related for Grizzly would have made sense as well, because he's a grizzly bear and they eat fish. Sturdy sewing box. I got the end credits. Then it opened up a whole new bunch of levels. Yeah. There's so much once you get to the end credits. You're pretty early on, Twitch Thomas. All right, nice. Chat room, we're going to go ahead and jump back to the kitchen. We'll get back to designing later. I know we didn't finish, but we'll have some time to finish later. All right. So if you're here for the designing content, it'll come back. Now, we are going to switch our category real quick, which means that an ad could run. Let me know if an ad runs when I switch this category, all right? It shouldn't. I do not run ads on my channel. The only ads you'll see are pre-rolls, which are out of my control. All right, and that's it. And then once you're here, you're good. However, for some reason, when I switch categories, it sometimes rolls an ad. So just know that you are supporting me if you watch this. Thank you. And let me know in the chat if you get one, because for science, is that okay? All right, we're gonna switch categories. And I think we're ready to jump back over to the kitchen room and we can start making our sauce. And then we can start making our sauce here. And then we can get ready for our pizza dough that's proofing. That sound good? So I'm going to go ahead and tinkle. I'm going to get my headphones back on. And I'm going to tinkle here. And we got to mix up the jams as well. I almost forgot about the jamos. Okay. And then let's put this song on. I also have to tinkle. All right, I'm just checking the volume level here. Get it. All right, that should be good. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. Animal Crossers will be back. For now, we're jumping back into the kitchen because you are tuned in to Gaming and Cooking Combined. Scuffed Eats. Gaming and cooking combined, baby. We're gonna jump back to the kitchen room here. If you don't know what's going on, don't worry, we'll explain it all here shortly. Let me just go ahead and activate my mic. And then let's switch over to the other microphone. Okay. We're locked in. Sick. I'll see y'all guys in just a second. Hey. Ooh, Echoes of Wisdom is $30. I'd say that's very worth it. Let's see, so Echoes is great. A little bit different. Different style Zelda game. Not for everybody, but different. Okay. All right, let me go take that tinkle really quick. And I'll be right back. I got to grab my chef's hat too. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Do. All right. The chef is back in the kitchen. We're ready to make the pizza pie. All right. We're back, baby. How's everyone feeling out there? we left ourselves a little bit of a mess, so let's clean up here for a second. And we're ready for dough o'clock. You know what? We're actually going to need the sugar and the salt, which is why we left it out. Past me was looking out for us. And we need tomatoes, a little bit of olive oil.
Pizza time.
And I think we're good. Okay. All right. Homemade pizza. That is right. That is right. Welcome to the show. If you are just tuning in, you are tuned in here for Scuffed Eats Gaming and Cooking Combined. This is a special segment I do within my cooking shows where we go back and forth between the kitchen and the office. And it's especially good, or powerful, if you will, for recipes that have a lot of downtime. So we just got finished gaming and now we're back, and we've been proofing our dough this whole time. And we've also preheated the oven, or our pizza stone, so that we can get prepared to make our first ever homemade pizza from scratch, almost, outside of the tomatoes that I just didn't find anywhere else. And I had to get them canned. All right, so let's go ahead and check on our dough. We're not going to take it out yet. It still needs another 15 or so. But let's go ahead and take a quick look over at the dough. We'll take this off, and we'll take a look here. So we're hoping that this bad boy is in here rising a bit. Now, this isn't as risen as mine was yesterday because I made a recipe with 3 times the yeast than necessary, and it blew up into this massive ball of dough. This time around, we used the proper amount of yeast, so we're not expecting a ton of growth here. I guess this camera would be the best to show you. I'm not expecting a ton of rising, ton of growth, but it should be a little bit more risen than this. So it is a little cold in my house today, and I'm just going to go ahead and cover this back up and hope that we can get this thing to proof a little bit more. Now, we do have 2 things of dough left. And by the way, we still have another 30 minutes of proofing. So for now, let's hope that it gets a little bit more sizable here during the rest of the proof. Here's this one. Now, this one looks way better. This one has got some good size to it. This will be the one we probably end up using. But this is what we accomplished earlier on part 1 of today's episode. So if you are just tuning in to part 2 here, because this will be a multi-part episode here on YouTube in the future. If you're just tuning in for part 2, well, welcome on in here. And we just finished the dough this morning. We did 00 flour, salt, yeast, a little bit of sugar, and we hand mixed it and hand kneaded it. We're letting it proof for 90 minutes, which is not ideal. Normally you would like to proof it in the refrigerator overnight, but we're going to be doing a kitchen proof so that we can better assess our dough for the show. Now, there's something we did not do earlier. And that was make our sauce. But it's because making sauce for a traditional Neapolitan pizza, amore, is actually way easier than you might think. Let's go ahead and make our sauce here today. All right, let's jump in here. Welcome back to Scuffed Eats, everybody. And I think we can just use this mini bowl because we don't need a lot of sauce. We're going to dive in. And we will grab our cutting board for this so we can show off the Hylian Descent merch. Exclamation point merch in the chat. That HDES merch, baby. You already know. You already know. Yeah, we are making a red sauce today. So today, for part 2 of Scuffed Eats homemade pizza episode, we are going to teach you not only how to make a Neapolitan style dough, as well as a sauce. And it's very different. There's 2 different directions you can go. And we did post this recipe in the Discord for all of you to follow. Now there's the cooking version and the no cook version. I thought it would be fun to show off the no cook version today of pizza dough. All right, so I'm going to go over here and grab my handy dandy can opener. And what are we going to need to make this sauce? Well, any die-hard pizza fan will tell you, you need San Marzano tomatoes. This is so key to traditional Neapolitan style pizza. Of course, you can use any kind of tomatoes, man. Listen, this is your kitchen. And you're the chef in your kitchen. You can grab some tomatoes out of the backyard. You could grab some tomatoes from the old lady down the street. It doesn't matter. But San Marzano, this is how you make a traditional Neapolitan style. Now, I've been saying those words a lot to you. Neapolitan style. What does that mean? Well, I think the best way to start and answer that question is we're going to quickly pull up the actual definition, because I don't know it by heart. Neapolitan pizza is the version of the round pizza typically prepared in the Italian city of Naples and characterized by soft, thin dough with high edges. So high crust, fluffy, airy, chewy crust surrounding a thin, lightly topped pizza, traditionally margherita. We have the fresh mozz, we have the basil, fresh tomatoes. Right? Now, this is a very traditional style, and when people are talking about real pizza, when they say, I want traditional pizza, this is what they're talking about. When they say, I want New York style pizza, this is the roots of New York pizza. Now, New Yorkers do it a little differently for that American twang, but at the end of the day, New York pizza is 100% stylized off of Neapolitan style. They took that at their core and they built from there. In fact, fun fact, I think it's all the way back into the 1900s, 1920s, the first pizza shops to show up in New York were Italian-owned pizza shops. People showed up with their traditional Naples recipes. Not to be mistaken with the nipple recipes. That's different. I don't even know what that means. And that's where New York pizza started. New York pizza started with the traditions, the immigrants, the people who came overseas with these traditional recipes. That is how it all started. So you have to understand the roots of New York pizza is all twisted and tangled up with the roots of Italian cuisine, where it all began. The tomatoes are traditionally either San Marzano or Pomodorini del Pianolo del Vesuvio. I don't know what any of that means, and I probably butchered it, and that's okay. which grow on the volcanic plains of south of Mount Vesuvius. And the cheese is traditionally mozzarella, fresh mozzarella, and globs on top. We're going to be doing a little bit of a different style today. I just wanted you to know the culture and to really have something to hold on to when you hear me say traditional style. This is what I mean. When you hear me say traditional style, this is what we're talking about. And that's the thing that you have to be clear. We're talking about this age-old recipe to make a thin, quick baking pizza to feed the masses. You know, at the end of the day, pizza was actually more of a peasant food than anything else over the years. I don't have exact details on this, but pizza and dough, that's all peasantry food because it's cheap and it goes a long way. So these are traditions that are grounded in a lot of the more impoverished areas in the States, and was accessible by people who didn't live kingly lives, you know, as in Europe and in traditional Italy, right? So we have our tomatoes. It was important to me to have the classic tomatoes. It was so important to me. So we're going to go ahead and crack these open now. We also just need a little bit of sugar to cut the acidity. Now, I've made a comment on stream before, and I want to correct myself. I commented that people who put sugar in their pizza or in their sauce, I called it cheater sauce. And people who put sugar in their dough, I called it cheater dough. And I want to make this clear. Cheater dough is a thing. And there are people who put a lot of sugar in their dough to give it a sweet aftertaste so that you think you're eating something that's high quality, but you're really just eating sweet dough. And we love sugar. That's cheater. I do a little bit of sugar in my dough, but not for taste. However, I was wrong when I called sauce with sugar cheater. That is actually completely false. I was wrong. In fact, you put sugar in sauce to cut the acidity, and it's actually a core component to making a good pizza sauce. And that's actually my bad. And I want to make it clear, when I made those comments in the past, I was talking about dough, and I accidentally blended that into sauce, but that's not the case. So we will be using sugar, tomatoes, salt, a little bit of olive oil, and then we need a little bit of oregano. And I just picked up some fresh herbs here. If y'all take a look at the back, the community sent me a magnetized spice rack for the top of my stove. Doesn't it just bring my whole kitchen together? This beautiful scene, my coffee machine, my Let the Adventure Begin, my mugs, and then you have Nicolas Cage, the shining star of my whole kitchen. Look at Yo, that baby, man, a lot of people like sugaring up that sauce because they want it to taste good, and sugar tastes good to us. But the reason it's not the best is because you're missing out on the other flavors. And I think you get that, right? You're missing out on those savory flavors and they're making up for it by just making it a little sweeter. It's more appealing to you. Right? So look at that, man. This is so nice. This is I love this so much. I want to say thank you to everyone who's been supporting my journey. It was all of you that made Scuffed Eats happen. Over time, it was all of you. And I wouldn't be doing this without you. But thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Now, let's go ahead and grab, what else do we need? Oregano, salt, sugar, tomatoes, oil. That's it. That's it. What else do we want to season our sauce with? That's it. Some garlic powder. A little bit of garlic powder. Let's do some garlic powder. And instead of putting fresh garlic in it, because we're doing the no cook variety. Can you please add some new stuff to the throne? Christmas do be coming up. Okay. I'll be making a point to hit the P.O. box more frequently this next month as well. The P.O. boxers. All right. So I think we'll do some garlic powder. Anybody else? What do y'all put in your pizza sauce? Now, I don't think many of you have ever done the no cook version. Would I be correct in saying that? I'll be right back. I don't think many of you have done the no cook version. I would be bold to assume that the no cook version is probably pretty fresh to most people. So this is going to be a bit of a different vibe, but I realized earlier that I don't want to put chunks of garlic in here since we're not cooking the garlic. So I will just be using garlic powder. You like to put oregano, basil, onion powder, tomatoes, salt, sugar, fish sauce. Yes! Dude, Admiral Acmere knows a couple secrets. The fish sauce is actually no joke. That's actually so sick. I have a bake for my lady, so we do a white pizza build. Nice. I like white pizzas as well. Garlic oil's the best for me for those. But you could always do something that's more akin to like Alfredo. All right. So this is what we're going to do today. We're going to keep it simple. Let's go. Now I have basil included. I have basil included in here. I believe so, right? Thought I got the can. Yeah, with basil leaf. So that's the only reason why I'll be ignoring the basil today. Because I don't need it. Because these tomatoes have been marinating for quite a while. This bowl feels a little small. It's Scuffed Eats. Let's do it anyways. Let's go. Who cares, right? Let's just make it happen. I use roasted garlic sauce with a pinch of Italian seasonings. Mix it all in. All right, so when I stumbled across this no cooking recipe, I was actually kind of flabbergasted. My boss taught me this years ago. One day, we went to go make the pizza sauce, and he pours it out of the can, and he mixes it up. And then he just stops. And he goes, there you go, your pizza sauce is done. And I look over at him, and he goes, what, were you expecting something else? And I learned that day that traditional Neapolitan doesn't actually cook, doesn't have to. We'll show you how this all works. Now you can use an immersive blender. You do not want to use a tabletop blender because you will thin it out, and we are not making pasta sauce today. We want it to be a little chunky. So you know what we're going to do? Well, we got to get our hands dirty. Hope y'all are ready. I'm going to wash them. I'll be right back. Okay, you're supposed to sing happy birthday to yourself twice if you're washing your hands, but that's more of an official public kitchen type thing. In my own home, I don't care. Well, they used to call me the Pizza King in my old job. I'm not kidding. The owner of the last job I worked at, in his phone, I was known as the Pizza King. I'm going to go ahead and put my hands in here, and I'm going to crush these. I'm going to crush these. All right, we're just going to go, and we're literally just crushing the tomatoes, these beautifully marinated tomatoes, in our hands. Okay, that's it. This is the process. Now, we are going to take this one step further. Once I get in here and really crush these bad boys, leaving them kind of chunky, you're never going to get the consistency like this if you use a blender. Now, again, you can use an immersion blender. You guys know what an immersion blender is by chance? It's okay if you don't. Everyone has to start somewhere. Everyone gets the kitchen lingo. But an immersive blender is another term for a hand mixer. this. The stick mixer. And this is totally acceptable. And this will keep it pretty chunky as well. Shout outs to Sister Honey for this one. Thank you for that. But we don't need that today. But what we do need is a strainer. Now, before you slide a joke in there about how you hardly know her, we're going to go ahead and we're going to strain our sauce. And the reason we're doing this is because we're actually separating the liquid out. Now, something's going to happen here that you're not expecting. And I'm wondering if any of you can guess what it might be here. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to run this through. And we're just going to kind of filter this all out. All right. Now, the thing that you have to realize is we're not filtering this to use the filtered stuff. We're actually going to be using this. This is the sauce. This is pasta sauce. Perfect for your pasta. Perfect base for your marinara that you're going to slow cook for 6 hours. This is what we want. This is what we want for our pizza. And we're going for chunky. We're going for texture. We want that nice fresh tomato. But we don't want as much of the liquid that's coming with. This is all too liquidy. That's gonna bog our dough down. Look at that. That's gonna bog our dough down. That's gonna make our dough not consistent. We want that texture, right? We want that texture right here. Now, I left a little bit of liquid in here. I didn't get it all out of the bowl, but it's fine. It's Scuffed eats. Things are never going to be perfect. You know, something I've learned about in life, I recently was looking at a couple of my astrological charts. And, you know, I don't do astrology too much. It's just fun for me. It's nothing I take terribly serious. And in that chart, they said that one of my soul missions is to learn how to kick perfectionism out of my life. And I loved how accurate this was for me in the moment, because I try so hard to make everything the best it can be. And sometimes you have to step off of that and just let it happen. And the kitchen world is the perfect place for that. The only scary part about kitchens is money. And food and ingredients are not cheap. And a lot of you don't want to take those risks in the kitchen because of that, and that's fair. But I encourage you to maybe give a little bit of experimentation a try. And sometimes you end up eating something that's not so good, but you still made it yourself. And I think that's very special. Now, let's see what this other camera's bringing to the table here for this. So the lighting over here is nowhere near as good. But you can get a closer look. That's not too bad, is it? Right? That's not terrible. Look at that. So that's the base of our sauce. Now, we did turn off the auto exposure because it was not working with what we were doing. So let's try turning that back on real quick. I bet you that will really clean this up. Look at, there it is. Look at that. Beautiful. So now we can take this. You can use a cheesecloth, that's right. And I do have cheesecloths in my house. I cannot recommend enough picking up a little bit of cheesecloth. It's so useful around the house. You could use cheesecloth to strain as well. I decided to use my metal strainer because I'm lazy. But in your kitchen, you're the chef. Maybe the cheesecloth's just a little bit better for you. We're going to add a little teeny bit of oil. We don't want to grease it up. We don't want to grease it down. A little bit of oil. All right, we don't want to grease it down. Salt. Pinch of the old sugar. Pinch of the old sugar, you see right there. Ooh. Don't need much more. You need some oregano as well. Now, if you're sitting there thinking to yourself, I still can't get over the fact that you said you're not going to cook this sauce. That's right. That's right. No cook sauce. Welcome to traditional Neapolitan pizza. No cook sauce. You mix it up. And congratulations, you have pizza sauce. Congratulations. That's it. Salt, sugar, oregano, oil, fresh, texture, hearty. The tomato's still fully intact. Go ahead and change the warmth of our camera here. Let's see what different warmth does for us. Ooh. I like that a little bit better. What do y'all think? I think that better expresses what's happening here. That's a little bit better. I think it was too cool. The light was too cool for showing off the red in the tomatoes. Sometimes you gotta adjust that a little bit, because I can change the coloring of my light. I got a beautiful Logitech light recently. I can recommend it if anybody wants it. Beautiful Logitech light. It's really useful. Right, the red is very vibrant, right? And I was trying to I wanted it to be somewhat, in your face, because that's what it is for me. It's a little bit more vibrant through the camera. That's pretty much what I'm looking at as well. All right, we have a couple tomatoes left in this can. We will not be getting rid of them. And we have this sauce, and we're gonna go ahead and package this sauce up for some future pasta. So I'm gonna grab myself a little bit of one of my containers. I think it'll fit right here in this little guy. And we'll save this for later. And we got that highly in descent cooking merch, baby. Oop. That right in there. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. It really is one of my goals to get people more comfortable with cooking, because I feel like cooking is one of the most important things a human can engage with when it comes to creativity. Have you ever caught yourself saying, you're not a creative person? Oh, that's not me. I'm not creative. A lot of people feel that way. The truth is we're not all creative. Some of us are more analytical, more right brain than left brain, more left brain than right brain. But I firmly believe that when it comes to cooking, I think that transcends creativity in the sense of skill. Yeah, some people are just talented creatives, but I think everyone can benefit from cooking a little bit of food in their life. Everyone can benefit from a little bit of cooking and learning your way around a little bit of food, whether it's making a sandwich and feeling accomplished, or a grilled cheese, or taking it to the next level and home frying some tomatoes or some potatoes, or stir fries, or really ground level stuff that seems intimidating, but once you get into it, you're like, wow, I should have been doing this for years. I really encourage you to check it out. Yeah, Maharit. Flavor, metal, that kind of stuff matters. I like that. I like you have a keen taste on food. You know, I was watching an episode of Iron Chef, and they were using an abalone shell to cut the salmon from the skin. And the reason why was apparently in traditional Japanese cooking, for this specific recipe that they were doing, the steel from the knife would transfer flavor into the salmon, and they didn't want that. So they wanted to use the freshest possible way to rip the salmon off of the skin so that they could cook it. And they used the shell of an abalone, which is a type of food. It's a type of crustacean, I think. And that's the kind of realization, that's when it hit me, like how a subtle difference in a tool can actually change the flavor of something, especially to a high-end chef. Who's to say you aren't a high-end chef in your kitchen? You might not be serving 3-star Michelin restaurants. It doesn't mean that you don't know what you're talking about. And this is what I'm saying. There's still a talent pool in cooking, and some people are naturally better cooks. They have a better palate. They have a better sense of taste. But a lot of people, that's not the case. That's not what's going on. We can all just get up and do some cooking, and it doesn't have to be, you know, this very official thing, right? So let's go ahead. We have our sauce. Let's go ahead and check our dough. Yeah. It's 1:30. We got to hope that our dough is going to work. I'm a little worried. I'm a little nervous. Not rising as much as it was during my test. But go ahead and hope that something happened here. Definitely feels like it could use a little bit more time. But it looks pretty smooth. Doesn't look like it's done much rising though. Okay, let's check our other one as well. Well, there's all sorts of things that can go wrong in baking. And you can never want to overthink it too much. You just let it happen. We're going to stretch this dough out anyways. We're going to hope that it works. Yeah. It could be the temp of my house. Yeah, correct. So we might end up coming back for the second dough, and we're going to let that one proof a little longer. But we're going to give this one a try. Now, the temperature of your house matters. That's right, it sure does. It sure does. What I'm doing now is I'm putting down what is called some semolina flour. Semolina flour is a really good alternative to using cornmeal, because cornmeal tends to burn a little bit more under pizzas and add a little bit of unnecessary flavor under the pizza. So I use semolina flour, and this is a bread flour. And this allows us to give ourselves a surface to work on, but to not have to deal with a little bit of negative sides of cornmeal. It doesn't matter if you're cooking in a regular oven, but when you're cooking in high temps, like wood-fired, and when you're cooking in high temps, such as a pizza stone, you really do want to consider using semolina versus cornmeal. And again, this is literally just here for us to have something to work with the dough and to make it slippery and to make it more easily slide off the peel onto the pizza stone. All right, so we're going to start off our process right here by simply going like this and punching a bunch of little dots, and then we're going to do it again. And then we're going to do it again. All right. Very simple start here. Now, this is the most intimidating part for most people. Anybody out there a little bit worried about the stretching part of a dough? Has anybody out there ever stretched a pizza dough before? Because this is, in fact, the hardest part for a lot of people. This right here, the idea This is the hardest part. This is the part that most people struggle with. They get a little nervous. They don't know what they're doing. They don't understand how to stretch it. So you want to start off, and you'll notice that every time I push, I'm not touching about a ½ an inch off of the rim. I did a little bit over here, but we don't want to knock the air out of the rim. So you're going to naturally create a crust, and you're not going to touch the rim. Your goal is to leave the air in the rim here. And don't do what I did beat it up a little bit. All right, and then you'll see over here, you saw I have a natural crust. You see that? You have a natural crust here. I beat it up a little bit here. You don't want to do that. You want to keep a natural rim, and all you're going to do is you're going to do this, and then you're going to turn it, and then you're going to do this, and then you're going to turn it. And this is a way to stretch without ever lifting it up off the table. But I'm here to show you a couple different ways of stretching pizza dough. And I've done some really cool stuff in my day. I'm talking tossing a pizza maybe 10 feet, 20 feet across the kitchen and catching it and throwing it back to the person. A lot of real fun interactions. So now here's another way to stretch. You ready? You put your hand right here and you pull and you pull and you pull. Now you'll notice my thumb is going over the lip because we don't want to mess with our crust. And you pull and you pull and you start to shape. Now, there's another way. This is one of my favorites, and this is the one I use the most in my everyday. I take it and I rest it on my hand just like this. And again, my thumb goes over the crust. All right, and I pull. I gently pull using my fingers below and my thumb. And I pull it like this. Yeah, I'm letting gravity do its job. And I'm slowly pulling, just very lightly, very gently, using my knuckles to hold it in place and to provide a little bit of resistance. All right? And that's it. And you're naturally gonna stretch, and you're gonna get yourself a thinner pizza dough. Now, we talked about this earlier, and I want to address this. You can't take more dough and stretch it out less. You get a gummy, gross pizza. Remember earlier when I cut my dough in half? Because your goal is to get this pizza dough as thin as possible. It's actually detrimental if you don't stretch the dough enough. This is why you have different size pizza doughs. Have you guys ever noticed that there's a small pizza dough, a medium, a large? When you go to a pizza place, there's different size balls of dough. Because you can't just start with any size and cut some off of it. No. You can do that, but that's not ideal. That's not ideal. You want to be cutting it before it proofs. If you're cutting it in half after it proofs, it's not ideal. You are affecting the integrity of your pizza dough. So make sure that you're stretching it all the way. All the way. Now, there's a couple other techniques. Of course, the chat was asking for a little bit of a toss-up. Now I'm going to get flour all around my kitchen. I'm going to have to brush it up later so we can get a little bit more active with it. We can have a little bit of fun. It's a pizza. It's amore. It's amore. You can have a little bit of fun with it. You can have a little bit of fun, dude. And I've been doing pizza for a long time. I've been doing pizza for a long time. Painting behind you likes your skills. And it's just fun. And you can go real high. I've thrown it so high that it probably went 10 feet above me and it hit the ceiling and it comes back down and you catch it. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So you'll see, take a look at my dough. And now that we've been sitting here and talking, take a look at my dough. Now you can see through the camera, it's a little thinner here. It's a little thicker here. You see, these inconsistencies don't matter that much, but they do in the grand scale. Right? In the grand scale, when you're trying to make a perfect pizza, you want it to be evenly stretched, but sometimes you're going to have a thinner portion and you can't always do anything about that. And if you ever get a little tear, all you have to do is pinch it. All right, so this is a pretty perfect pizza for our pizza stone and a pretty perfect size. Again, I did knock some of the air out of my crust here. You see that? And that's unfortunate. And we're going to see that at the end. We're going to see that at the end. We're going to see my crust is not going to puff so much because I did accidentally knock some of the air out of it. You are going to see that in the final product. And that is why I'm bringing this up to you. All right, now this is pretty good, and I'm pretty content with what we've accomplished here. So there's a couple things you can do from this step right here. You could build your pizza and try to get it on a peel, or you could build it on the pan that's gonna cook it. This is the technique, and this is very important. My opinion is to build it on the pan. So we're gonna take some semolina, all right? And we're gonna dust it with a nice amount, not too much, but a nice amount. And we're actually gonna put the dough on here. Now the dough is moving, it's shaking, and I don't have to worry about getting it on the peel. Now, if you top it too heavily, you're still gonna struggle. So if you're gonna be doing heavy toppings, this might not be, you know, as foolproof as I'm making it sound. But this is just the way. This is just the way to make your life simple. But today, I'm not necessarily here to show you simple. So I'm going to do it the hard way. Because a lot of you might not have access to pizza peels. You might not have access to this experience. So we're going to make it here, and then we're going to show you how to pick it up onto the peel healthily, safely, to get it into the oven. All right, so what's the first thing here? We need to grab our ingredients from the fridge. We forgot our cheese. Now, I'm gonna do something a little different today. I don't wanna do a traditional margarita. And the reason why is that I unfortunately forgot fresh basil. And I don't feel right attempting a traditional margarita without fresh basil. So instead, we're going to actually do an Americano version of the traditional Neapolitan. Now, I don't have a traditional ladle or pizza, but you can use any old ladle hanging around the house. But I'm going to show you a little technique that goes a really long way. And you use a scooper. Because the scooper allows you to use the bottom to evenly distribute the sauce. And it's generally a lot better and a lot easier and a lot faster. And that's the key when you're working in commercial kitchens. A lot faster to do this than it is to use an actual ladle. To the point to where this is actually science. Apparently, Domino's was the first pizza place to coin the spoodle. It's a spoon and a ladle combined. And it's called the spoodle. And go look it up yourself. Domino's, the owner of Domino's, coined the spoodle because they needed to make pizzas faster, and he wanted to create a device to help that happen. But let's keep going. Now, you might have noticed when people make pizzas, they don't put sauce on the crust. Can anybody identify why you don't put sauce on the crust? This one's a little bit easy. And I'll give you all a second to answer. Meanwhile, I'm going to grab a quick cutting board so we can get some fresh mozzarella going. So a lot of the reason why is because if you put sauce on the crust, what's going to happen is that it's going to weigh the crust down. It's not going to puff up. Even a little bit of sauce is actually enough weight to stop it from completely puffing. So you have to consider this when you're saucing and you're making your pizza, because if you want to actually have a crust, you are going to have to leave that ring. If you don't give the dough an opportunity to rise, then it's not going to rise. All right, so we're going to go ahead and cut a piece of this fresh mozzarella. We're going to put this aside, and we are going to do more of a traditional Americano, which means we are going to be covering more of the pizza in cheese. And we're doing a blend of provolone, and fresh and mozzarella. You don't want a lot. You don't need a ton. You never need as much cheese as you think you do. And over cheesing and over saucing can be negative. All right. And then, because we're going to make this a little bit half of a margarita, we're going to put some fresh globulars of mozzarella on top. And this is going to look beautiful when the pizza comes out. We're going to get some fresh globulars of this fresh mozzarella going, and this will look beautiful. This will be a nice and eye-catchy. It'll be nice and eye-appealing here. All right. And here we go. Now, there's a reason why I'm not putting a ton of cheese down, and it's because I am looking to make that traditional Neapolitan. Traditional Neapolitan doesn't even use shredded cheese. It only uses fresh mozzarella, fresh basil, fresh tomatoes. So I want to make it clear, what I'm doing is I'm doing a blend of that American, which is covered in cheese, and a traditional margarita, which is light on the cheese. And more of a focus, and the star of the show is the sauce. The star of the show is that nice, chunky, fresh sauce, right? Now, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to grab this. Let's pull the camera back so you can see the process. All right, so because I put the semolina down, I can just simply do this. See that? I'll do it again. Look at that. You slide it on. Boom. Still moving? Nothing. So this is so important. And that's why I bought a pizza peel. 25 bucks for this pizza peel to ensure that I could provide an appealing broadcast. Oh, I hate this guy. All right, oven's going open. We're taking our pizza that is moving on the peel, and we're going to hope that we don't fail the whole stream right now. Let's go. Now you want to make sure that it gets off the peel, because once it hits the stone, it's not going to move anymore. You understand that? Once it hits the stone, it's not going to move anymore. Guys, can you see it in there? Hold on. Can you see it in there? Oh. Once it hits the stone, it's not going to move, so you have to be careful. The most important part of the placement is the fact that once it hits the stone, it is not going to move anymore. So you have to make sure that when it first touches the stone, you can just pull back, pull it up, and just let it sit. Now we have about 15 minutes to kill. Maybe not even. Maybe not even. All right. And we get to chill out a little bit. Did you guys, were you able to see inside of the oven? It was a little bit of bad lighting, huh? If I would have turned off the light in the oven, you guys could have seen it better, but I didn't realize that this camera could swivel into the oven like that. Isn't that so cool? Isn't that so cool? Wait, why is the on-screen poll? Yeah, there's an on-screen poll. Yeah. Is it up there in the top right? Yeah, your polls are always going to pop up on the stream, which is okay. Dude, if you mods are running polls, I should just say it right now, and we'll talk about it in mod chat. Polls and stuff like that, especially during Scuffed Eats, is actually super powerful for me. So thank you for that. Yeah, thank you for that. I thought I hated pizza. Oh, I thought I hate pizza was in the lead, but it only has 1 vote. Oh, okay. I can't see that stuff in this scene, so I wasn't sure. Just making sure. All right, nice. Holy heck. Dough, y'all, it's the dough. You ever had a pizza with mediocre dough and the toppings can't save it, but the dough can always save mediocre toppings? Ah, thank you, Random. Thank you for clarifying, bud. No problem. I decided to have pizza today as well because of this. So yeah, this is fun, man. So we just put our pizza in, and now we're gonna just keep an eye on it, and we're gonna take it out visually. I'm not setting a timer. We're gonna do it visually, but it'll take about 15, maybe a little less, maybe a little bit more. All right. Now we do have another dough. We have proofing, and now that it's getting a little warmer in the house, this dough might actually proof a little bit better, but it's pretty good. And I think we're gonna go ahead and make this dough. The chat requested that we attempt something like stuffed crust, and I don't know if we have the gumption to do that. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Should we attempt stuffed crust pizza today? For fun, even if it sucks? This is Scuffed Eats, go for it. Y'all want to try stuffed crust pizza? I've never done it. We would be doing it on the fly. We'd be doing it on the fly. I think all we have to do is fold some of this fresh mozzarella into the crust. And like fold a layer of crust. Now Catalina did mention something about an egg wash. And I do have eggs. We could make a super quick egg wash for the crust. Is there any cooking professionals in the chat that would recommend the egg wash on the crust? Or does that even matter? Dude, I could right now. I'm going to do it right now. Don't tempt me, MS Word. Don't tempt me, MS Word. Don't tempt me, baby. You don't think I like some fresh mod? Okay. Oh, the egg wash is to hold the dough. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's do it. Let's have some fun. Y'all down? Let's have some fun. We're doing it. We're doing it live. We're doing it live. Let's go. All right, let me get some eggs for an egg wash. We just need a single egg. Let's do it. Stuffed crust pizza. Let's go. Let's have some fun, man. So the main reason why I was waiting was that I wasn't sure how that first dough was going to go. I wasn't sure how the first dough was going to go, so I was a little nervous, and I wanted to make sure we got the first dough down before we decided to waste our second dough, right? Because we're out. Otherwise, we're out. Once the dough... We only got 2 doughs, you know? So now that the pizza's in the oven, I feel actually pretty comfortable. I think it's going to come out good. It's going to be edible, and that's really all that matters. It doesn't have to taste good because y'all can't taste through the screen, and I can lie. Nah, Scuffed Eats is all about making it happen. Making it happen, and if it don't happen, it don't happen. I'll be honest. I'm always honest. Oh. Okay. I'm always honest. Be dope to make stuffed crust and use garlic butter sauce. Stuffed crust garlic butter, huh? Well, the only reason I'm not going to do it is because I still have some sauce left. But I would like to do that. I totally could. But I'm going to use the rest of this sauce. No waste. All right. So we're just making a quick egg wash. Nothing you guys need to see close up. Egg wash is simply just beating up some eggs, and then we're going to add a teeny bit of water. Water helps break down the eggs just a little bit. And if you want to break it down further, you can actually add a little bit of salt. Boom. Egg wash. Okay. And we already have our floured table here. You can jump over and let's go ahead and grab that other dough. Go ahead and grab that other dough. Oh, okay. All right. Not a terrible amount of dishes to do today. Just like you, I'm thinking about the dishes the whole time I'm cooking. But don't let those dishes stop you from creating in the kitchen. It's a wonderful experience. All right. And we're going to do the same thing we did last time. However, this time we're going to avoid the crust. So we're going to go in, we're just going to put our 2 fingers and we're going to flatten it. We're going to rotate it. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to rotate it. I'm going to do it again. And this time I'm going to start to push. Now I'm going to go up to 3 fingers. They always like when we go up to 3 fingers. Boom. And again, this is the most easy way for you to stretch a dough. Don't overthink the stretching process. This is kind of why I wanted to show you this again. Don't overthink the stretching process. You could literally stretch and never leave the table. You could never leave the table. Right? Yeah, it was low. I know. You're disappointed, huh? Sorry, it was pretty low hanging. I'll try harder. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. And here I am trying to be Scuffed's version of Hylian Descent, but regular Hylian Descent's still creeping in. I can't avoid it. Y'all have changed me. All right, now again, the not leaving the table option. Put your fingers here. Put your thumb over the crust. You ready? Stretch, 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 stretch. You never need to leave the table. Eventually, though, this technique is going to be a little bit tough. So you are better off. You are going to be better off if you can pick it up and you can start to do this stretch. This stretch right here, this is the play. This slow and steady. I want to show you look what my hands are doing. Look. These fingers are pulling over my knuckles. See? Can you kind of see? Like I'm just pulling a little bit and rotating. And gravity is doing most of the work here. And my knuckles are doing the rest. Okay? Of course, you can ask a question in Cool Legendary. Can you spin it? Oh, yeah. We were tossing the pizza above our head earlier. We got you. Oh, I did. For those that don't know, I did pizza for about 3 years. I cooked for about 8. And Italian cuisine is definitely my bread and butter when it comes to my culinary expertise. Take a look at our pizza. That boy's cooking. That boy's cooking. All right, so now we're gonna go again. Now I'm convinced that the beard has powers. It does. You ever seen that episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog where that dude's toe like takes over? He gets like a pimple on his toe or something. That's my beard. It has its own personality, and it might be a mafia member. It might, be a CIA agent. I'm not sure. What video game character do you think relates to your personality the most? Question. One question. Get some more semolina down. What do you all think, chat? You all perceive me every day. What video game character best represents me? You can't say Kirby, though. It's the only thing I ask. Not that I have anything wrong with Kirby, but... Rob Boss? Now that's the answer. Okay. I don't want to open the oven, but I do want to see the color. Okay, we're getting close. Our pizza's done. Our pizza's done. All right, we need to move this project aside. Hold on. How long's it been, chat? I'm just moving this dough to a different cutting board over here. Just a second. We'll get back to that. Okay. Sorry, give me just a moment. I would usually switch the camera, but wasn't expecting it to be ready, I'm gonna be honest. All right, let's jump over. $500. Oh yeah, because we have a pizza stone. Now you don't need 500 for regular pizza, but you do want 500 for a pizza stone because you have to heat the pizza stone up. All right. See if this at all works. We're testing a new camera, so nah, without the light, you guys can't really see in there, and then with the light, it's a little too bright. But I'll still give you the angle. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, boy. Now that is an effing pizza. All right, now hold on a second. I need to get a rack. This is very important for Neapolitan. You do not want to rest it directly on the cutting board right away. All right, this is very important because if you put it directly on the cutting board right away, then you're going to end up creating too much moisture under the pizza. So when you first take a pizza out of the oven, you have to put it on something to give it some time to cool without creating moisture and sweating under the pizza. Put it on a rack, let it chill for a second, just like everything. You might not want to cut it directly out of the oven. Let it rest on a rack, and this is going to help your overall dough and what's going on under it look a little better. Go ahead and rotate this. Take a look at the bottom of my pizza. We had a little pinch there because the dough got a little thin. A little pinch there, but look at the color. And you see that beautiful color? Now, you guys can't see it fully through the camera, but this camera maybe shows it off a little bit better. There is a beautiful color here. See that? Let me go ahead and show you. Let me go ahead and show you here with a different tone light. Right? See if you guys can see it a little better. See that? So we have that nice light brown and then the dark brown spots. Right? And then boom. And it's not as dark as the camera is leading you on to believe. And hopefully this kind of shows you that. See, it's not burnt. Not as dark as the camera would lead you to believe, all right? Sometimes I like to make that clear because I am using webcams for my work here. And sometimes the webcams don't always pass everything through, right? So yeah, here's our pizza. And you'll notice, what did I say about the globs, right? So you have the pizza cheese and then you have the globs of mozzarella. Doesn't that look beautiful? Now, again, traditional margarita is very sauce heavy with fresh tomatoes and basil. Right? Knife scrape on the crust. You trying to hear it? Do you want to hear the scrape? That one, I've never heard of a knife scrape before. All right, so yeah, I want to make it clear that this is by design. You see, this is by design that there's space between the cheese. This is what I wanted it to look like. This is a traditional margarita. It's the star of the show is the sauce. All right, and then you add the green from the basil. So I just wanted to kind of showcase what this would look like to you all. Since I didn't have the basil, I added some more cheese in the middle to make it a bit of a better meal for me. And we're gonna go ahead and cut. All right. I don't believe I have a pizza cutter. Unfortunately, I don't think I have a pizza cutter. It was my roommate's and I think I left it for them. So we're just gonna use a regular knife. Here we go. Scuffed eats. You wouldn't mind doing us the honor this time, Cozy, of a clip if you're out there. And if you don't say anything in the chat, then if you wouldn't mind helping random, we'll throw it to Cozy this time. All right, let's give it a try. All right, it's got a nice crunch to it. It's got a nice crunch to it. Look at that. Beautiful cut. Look at the thin. Look at that. It's almost cracker crust thin. You see that? You see how thin that is? This is what we wanted. This is traditional Neapolitan. Look at that. We wanted that nice thin cracker crust. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna cut this in half as well. I'm gonna put this aside. And there we have it. Let's go ahead and give it a bite, shall we? Oh. Oh my God. I can't believe this worked. Wait, I'm a real cook? Wait. Dude, the dough was chewy. The dough, the bite was chewy. It was perfect. This nice crust, that beautiful chewiness, dude. But so thin. Look how thin that is, but we somehow managed to get this chewiness. Now let's try the crust. Now the crust is gonna be crispy, but we want it to be airy on the inside. So we failed a little bit on the crust. And you notice I said that the crust wasn't gonna bring it. What did I say? Because we accidentally pushed the air out of the crust. So we did manage to push the air out of our crust, unfortunately, and we're not getting that nice airy crust that I was looking for. I was looking for a crust that was a little bit more airy, a little less bready, and a little bit more room to breathe in the crust. And if you had a Neapolitan style pizza, you'll understand exactly what I'm saying. Let's check this crust out really quick. So you see that air pocket? Like we kind of want that. We want a little bit of air in our crust. This is close, but that's a little bready. That's the only grade that I'm taking off here. But it doesn't matter. How does it taste? Not as chewy, but still delicious. It's a little tighter in the mouth. It's a little tighter, but it's crispy on the outside. It's soft on the inside. Just a little stodgier than we wanted, but it's still delicious. The pizza pie, the margarita pie, the pizza pie. Not a bad za at all. Not a bad za at all. Not a bad za at all. Holy heck. Not a bad za at all. What do y'all give it? We got a grade? What's our grade for, now that you heard everything? What's our grade? How do we feel about our homemade pizza? I'd say that despite the scuffed circumstances and forgetting my basil, I'd say it turned out a solid B pizza. And I've had some really good pizza. So a solid B, which coming out of my own kitchen, I'd say that's not half bad. Not half bad. Coming out of my own kitchen, I'll give it a solid B. Oh, actually, so good. I do like it a tad bit droopy. Yeah, no droop. No droop. And the thing is the lack of droop might just be because we're cooking in an oven like this. The truth is that I don't think a pizza stone is going to be able to solve that problem. A pizza stone in your own oven is always still going to cook differently than a traditional pizza oven. And I wonder if no matter what I do, this is going to come out on that crispier side because of the style of cooking in the pizza stone, right? Because you have to realize that the faster you cook a Neapolitan, the droopier it is. But we're not able to cook it that fast because we're limited to a 500-degree pizza stone. So even though we still did the Neapolitan style dough, we're never going to be able to get that traditional. It needs to be a little bit hotter. We want to cook it at about 700 degrees. And like, if we could pull out like 700, then we'd probably be able to get that nice droop. Right? Yeah, like 700 would probably be perfect to get the droop because it would cook fast enough. It would still rise. Yeah, exactly. I'd be terrified to make my oven that hot. Most ovens don't even go that hot. Mine somehow does go over 500, but most ovens don't go over 500. I found that out doing research. I'll be finishing that pizza later. I'll be finishing this pizza later. All right, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun and let's mess around with this goofy stuffed crust. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm assuming what we're going to do is we're going to knock the air out of the... No, we don't have to do that. We just need to stretch it more. Okay. I think we actually just want to stretch it a little bit more, and then we're just going to fold the crust over. Listen, why aren't you giving us a bite? Okay, hold on a second. I'll give the chat a bite. Okay, this dough has gotten a little bit warm. So now it's even easier to stretch. Gotten a little bit warm, so it's even easier to stretch now. Beautiful. All right, here we go. Let me go ahead and get a bite for chat. All right, chat, here we go. Open up. Open up, chat. Open up. Take your bite. Sorry I didn't share. All right. Just throw the dough over the camera. All right, let me pull this back a little bit. I don't like how dark this is. Can I get an adjustment? Hello? Cooking cam? Gave up on me. It's because of the black background, I think. That's fine. Oh, there we go. It brightens up when my hands come into play. All right. We're gonna go ahead and just put some of this fresh mozzarella around the ring. And we'll do some stuffed crust. We're gonna mess around. We're experimenting. I've never done this before. Scuffed Eats is officially over, but now we're in overtime. We're in overtime. Y'all down for some overtime for Scuffed Eats? Also, thank you for the clip. Not bad, man. What a beautiful episode of Scuffed Eats. Not bad, man. I'm pretty excited overall on how the homemade pizza. That was actually requested by Jita Chan. So shout outs to Jita. I finally paid my debt to you. And chat chooses Scuffed Eats. And you know what that means, everybody? It means that chat chooses Scuffed Eats can actually come back. That means that now we can let y'all choose something else. And we could go again. And there was a lot of real fun suggestions last time. I'm excited to see what y'all want me to cook next time. Right? So what I'm attempting to do here is to cover this up, but not knock the air out of the crust. And then we're gonna quickly, man, I made this super thin. I might have overstretched. All right, and then I'm going to use the egg wash to help seal it. So I'm going to use my 2 fingers here, and I'm going to egg wash it, and I'm going to kind of press down just a little bit at the seal here. And we're going to hope that it doesn't unravel and completely destroy my oven that I forgot to put the liners that I purchased in to make sure that I didn't dirty my oven during this today. That's right. You heard me. I forgot put the liners at the bottom of my oven. I bought them. Forgot to put them. All right. Boom. We're fully immersed in the experience. That's right. Okay, and again, we're just using an egg wash for those that are curious what I'm putting on the dough here. And the egg wash is going to help to seal this crust. And we're trying to avoid knocking the air out of the crust while we do it, which is actually tougher than it sounds. But not too bad. Okay. I think that's about the best we're going to get. We're just going to wing it here. And then let's grab our pizza peel. And then we are going to do the same thing we did last time, but I'm actually going to keep it on the peel. Because I want to show off again that the honest to gosh best way to get a pizza in the oven if you're using a peel is to build the pizza on the peel. Now we have a little bit of an issue because I pressed it down on the table, so I need to kind of lift it up here. And then we'll fix that hole. We'll do a repair job. Working in a professional kitchen, you'd be surprised how often you do a repair job to save a pizza. Has anybody here worked in pizza before? And ever had to do a repair job to make sure that like a pizza succeeds? And you're like pinching dough and you're doing all this weird stuff, right? So all right. Okay, sick. We did pinch a hole here, and the dough is way heavier than it was before. So I actually need a bunch more semolina. This is going to be a little bit of a project. We want a lot. Unfortunately, we're going to need a lot if we want this pizza dough to get on and off this peel properly. All right, and then let me fold this back over. Okay, and now it looks like it's moving, hopefully. Okay, that's good. We were getting stuck, and let me tell you, I have worked in a lot of pizza, and if your pizza's getting stuck on the peel, you really want to do something about it. You really want to do something about it, because it's not gonna get unstuck, I promise you that. There we go, you see that? Now we have that slide that I talked about. Now we have the slide, and that's what we needed. And I agree with you. We can go ahead and use a fork, and we can attempt to close these up a little bit more. Very lightly. We want to make sure we're keeping the slide. That was a great suggestion, just like we're making some pierogies. All right. Just like we're making some pierogies here. And we'll give this a nice feel. It's like we're making some dumplings. All right, we still have our slide. All right. Okay, we got this, and we got it to stop sticking. We got it to stop sticking. So I'm so happy, dude. Now we get to do the fun part, which is spreading the dough. Now I'll just use a regular spoon to do this. And we're going to keep the rest of the toppings nice and light so that we don't make it any heavier on the peel than it needs to be. All right, we're still moving a bunch, which is good. So let's get our sauce all the way up to our stuffed crust. We have our egg wash. Boom. What if our experiment comes out better than our regular pizza? Wouldn't that be absolutely stunning? We're still moving. We're still moving. All right, and I'll keep doing frequent checks. Make sure that we're moving here. All right, and then we're gonna go ahead and make this a traditional American pizza. We're gonna do provolone. Now, ideally, you would blend these cheeses before you put them on so that you're getting evenly distribution. Let's check it. Oh, we're starting to get a little sticky on the left side. However, we're not going to do that. We're just gonna pile the cheese on. Now, this is what you guys were all looking forward to earlier. A lot of you said, whoa, this guy's not making my kind of pizza. Well, now we are. Cheddar cheese does work on a pizza. All right, let's go. We're going in. Boom. We are in. I repeat, the experiment is in. All right, let me go get this pizza peel out of our way. And while we wait for this pizza to cook, why don't we clean up a little bit? Because holy heck, there is a lot of flour everywhere. I was tossing pizzas in my personal kitchen. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that, Chad. I need a bite of mozzarella to make up for it. Now I'm not sad anymore. All right. Boom. Mozzarella going back into the fridge. The pulse. Yeah, I know. All right. Wash we're not using anymore. Let's switch over to our other cam. And we can do some dishes while we chat, everybody. Now, I'm going to miss chat for a second. So behave. But let's go ahead and get some of these dishes and stuff cleaned up. All right. And now I have all of the stuff. Oh, Trips 14, by the way. Take a look at this, Trips. Still have 2 spaces left, but I got ginger. Got a lot of my stuff that I use for teas in here. I'm saving a space for some curry powder. And then something else. I don't know what else to put in here. I have cayenne pepper. I have curry powder. Thought you would appreciate that, yeah. Right. I need a link to the picture behind you, off topic. Yeah, sure, I'll get you somewhere in my Amazon. Sorry, I'm fussing with my mic because this cord on my mic keeps getting caught on my freaking apron. So it's tugging on me. Okay, but ugh, I don't like to touch my mic because this mic's a little touchier, and you can hear me bumping and booping it. All right. You know it's a good day in the kitchen when you're getting a little sweaty. You know it's a good day. You're getting a little sweaty. We need a little bit of water. All right. Take this pizza and move it out of our way. Could eat that whole freaking pizza right now. Anybody else a heathen and just will check a whole pizza sometimes? Nope, just me? Okay. Nope, just me? Am I the only one face checking pizzas in here? Face checked one the other day. Well, I'm glad I'm not alone. I'm glad y'all know about the face checking pizza life. Okay. This way, when I do eventually wrap up the show, I'm not stuck ending the stream just to do more dishes later. I'm not gonna lie, we're pushing 50 episodes of Scuffed Eats, and just like all of you in your home kitchens, the dishes are the worst part. I also don't have a dishwasher, nor do I pay for one. But if one of you live nearby, I would offer you a couple bucks an hour to come wash dishes for me while Scuffed Eats. Any takers? Be my personal dishwashing assistant. I'll give you 15 bucks an hour. Maybe 3 hours per shift. What do you think? Alright. Got my wooden utensil from the dough that I didn't rinse off. Whoopsies. Do a little bit of nail scraping. Get some of that dough that's kind of caked on there. Oh, dough cakes on wooden utensils so easily. Yikes. Like I said earlier, though, don't let the prospect of dishes stop you from cooking, man. Cooking is so much more powerful than 30 minutes of dishes. Very beautiful thing. Okay. How about that? How about that? One load of dishes down. One load dishes down. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Figure we'll do more of this for season 3 Scuffed Eats, where I just take a moment to do some dishes and no, we don't just sit and talk, because I can still talk to you while I'm doing this. I just can't read chat, and I could actually have chat up on my phone. We'll do that next time. I'll pull chat up on my phone and I'll read chat from my phone for you guys. Yeah, because I could just do that. You actually don't mind doing dishes? Some people like it. Some weirdos out there like doing dishes. Could you imagine? Oh, I love doing chores. I'm so cool and unique. Oh, doesn't everybody? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You're the lucky ones, man. You're the lucky ones, man. You're the ones who actually turn it into a game. They say in life, if you can figure out how to turn something, a chore, into a video game, you win. If you can turn it into a thing that you can enjoy, you win. That's true. I'll take that deal as long as you don't mind me taking 3 hours to wash the dishes. No, not at all. $50 for peace of mind is worth it for me, man. $50 for someone to come and take care of my kitchen so I can just end my stream and relax. I'm serious. If you're an Ohioan, hit me up. All right, how we doing, pizza? I mean, it looks like it's cooking, chat. How long do you think it's been? I reward myself with some sandwiches after chores. I heard needed someone in Ohio. Dude, I'd be down. All right, did we take a look in there? Here we go. All right, I think the crust needs a little bit more time. I could put the broiler on to get the crust a little darker. Do you think that's worth it? I was actually somebody recommended me doing that. They're like, put the broiler on at the end for just 30 seconds. Let's do it. Do it. Did I miss anybody in the chat, man? Oh, welcome to the show, man. What's up, Junior Mafia? Big B Bandit. Might have missed y'all, some of y'all. What's up, Susha Lucia? Welcome to Scuffed Eats After Party, alright? Yeah, Jolly Green Giant, I agree with that. It depends on the pizza. If I'm gonna face check a pizza. Right. I haven't yet, Famed Guardian. Would the broiler have an effect on the pizza stone? No, actually, that recommendation was from the Pizza Stone company who made my stone. They said at the end you could use the broiler to get a little color on top since the stone covers the bottom. Dude, Sidey, that's worth celebrating. Blesses in the chat, man. The after party is the best party. All right, here you guys go. You guys want to take a look in there? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that bad boy going, dude. Look at that bad boy going, dude. We're almost there. The pizza stone was actually from my throne, but I have the box right here. Hold on. The brand is called Uni Cook. I almost read Uni. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Yeah, this is it's called Uni Cook. And it came with a bench scraper and everything. It's pretty nice. It wasn't that expensive. Again, it was a throne gift, so I don't know how expensive it was, but wasn't that expensive? All right, we don't want it to be on broil for longer than about a minute, so we got to get this thing out right now. Broiler will snap fast, and before you know it, you got a burnt pizza. Yeah, look at that. Whew. Ah. All right, Alvin, you've done a good job today. We'll let you rest, my little friend. My little friend. Take a look. Again, not as dark as it looks in the camera. Give me some credit there. The crust looks bigger, but we also did stuff it and we also did fold it. It's interesting because two things are happening here. Not only is the crust bigger because of the dough piling we did, it's also bigger because we didn't knock the air out of it. So this is a really interesting thing that we're seeing now. If you look, some of the mozzarella is actually bleeding out of the crust. And it did split open. So it might not be as stuffed as we want, but it should still be pretty stuffed. I like the Weller done one. Yeah, we should have put the broiler on for the first. Somebody called it. That's why we gave it a B. Because the crust could have been darker, the crust could have been fluffier, and I could have not forgotten the basil and, you know, traditional margarita. Whereas this one, we had a little practice. We realized that the crust needs to be a little darker, which is perfect. This is seriously a perfect crust. I can't, like, you got, this crust is literally perfect. Look at that. Like, here, let me pull it up on the full camera. This crust is absolutely perfect. Look at that. Yeah, like the broiler was the play, dude. The broiler was the play. Right? That's why you call it Scuffed Eats. That's right. Scuffed Eats. Certified. Right, now again, you don't want it to sit on the cutting board for too long, too fast, but I want to cut straight into this. I'm not waiting. But you do want to put it on a rack. Let's go ahead and cut ourselves a slice. We'll go half. We'll split it. We'll take a look at the crust together. You see that crust is a little airier, but seems like it's still kind of dense, so it could have actually been the dough itself. Might not have had enough time to proof. I can hear Paul Hollywood in my brain, literally telling me it needed a little bit more time to proof. So what's happening right now is we are realizing the difference between a 90-minute proof and the difference between proofing it in the fridge, as Exhaustion mentioned earlier, 24 hours. Exhaustion, if you're still here, again, you would rather proof this in the fridge covered overnight. We are doing the fast proof, and it does affect the quality of the dough. Now, I haven't tried an overnight proofing in my fridge with this dough, with this flour in my house, so I'm not sure, but I'm gonna do it in my free time, and I'll let y'all know, or we can do another episode of Scuffed Eats, and I'll let y'all know exactly what the effects of that overnight proof really will be. All right, so now let's go ahead and move this, and let's do the bottom check. Boom. Now this time it's a little droopier, but it still has that beautiful color. This honestly is perfect. It still has a beautiful brown color. See that? But it's not burnt. Now it could have been maybe a little darker actually. How about that? It actually probably could have been a little darker. But all in all, like this spot right here could have maybe been a little darker. Look at the thinness there. we really stretch this thing a little too much, which happens, you know? It's pizza. All right, let's go. And of course, look at that. Dude, the stuffed crust worked. Look. Now you know I'm getting excited, everyone. Look. Of course, you don't eat a stuffed crust pizza normally. You eat it backwards. Look at that. Shall we? Shall we? Let me go to move this into the picture. If y'all want to do another clip, you don't have to. But if you want to, I would appreciate it. Let's go. And look. We got the droop. We got the droop. Let's go. The classic margarita drip. Look at that. All right, let's break into this dough. Let's show it off a little bit. So the cheese ended up spilling out and it's mostly pushed away by the dough. So as far as a stuffed crust, I'd say that this is actually a failure because the cheese actually kind of got pushed out by the dough. And we actually probably would have wanted to knock the air out of the dough more. I was so worried about knocking the air out a second time that I probably should have knocked the air out more. So the cheese is only there in like a little line in the back, which, listen, cheese is cheese and it's probably still going to be delicious. Let's see if I can get a camera focus for you. Hold on. Keep watching. We'll get a good focus for you. Hold on. There it is. So the cheese is still there, but the truth is that, look at that. You can see the cheese pull. Look at that. Look at that. You can see the cheese as I pull it open. So a somewhat successful stuffed pizza. It's a not so stuffed pizza. It's a stuffed pizza for somebody who feels bad about eating a stuffed pizza. It's like, oh man, I really shouldn't be eating this. So at least it's not overstuffed. That fresh mozzarella. Not bad, man. I'd say all in a day's work. All in a day's work. Not bad. You can see the cavern that we created for the cheese. You can see the cavern, and when I split it, look at the cheese. I'm gonna do it again. Watch when I split it. Yeah, boy, look at that. Look at that. So you can see the cheese is there. Goes right into my cavernous yap. It's a pizza pie and margarita on the Scuffed eats. Not bad. And this has been Scuffed Eats. I'm your host today, Highly in Descent, and you were tuned in for Scuffed Eats Season 3. It was a two-parter today. Part 1, Part 2 will probably be separate VODs on Twitch. So you're going to want to check out the playlist. You're watching this on YouTube, all right? Otherwise, if you're watching this over on the Scuffed Eats official channel on YouTube, I'll likely be editing these two parts together. Create one seamless experience. So you might not know anything I'm talking about. And that's okay. Thank you so much, everyone. We pulled it off. We pulled it off. Our first homemade pizza outside of an official kitchen. I've never done this. The truth is that I've always cooked in official kitchens, which is almost like training wheels. Think about it that way. But the training wheels are off. And now we're the chef in charge. and you can be the chef in charge in your kitchen as well. Because cooking is a beautiful thing that I encourage all of you to pursue. Thank you so much for tuning in to Scuffed Eats today. Season 3, we're back officially every 2 weeks, if not once a month. The schedule will be posted at least 1 week in advance, as well as menus in the Discord, ! Discord in the chat. You'll find the Discord link in the YouTube video as well. And you can come cook along with us. We do meal prep Sundays. We do gaming and cooking combined. We do challenges. We cook video game food. The chat chooses our meals. And we even do holidays. And that's right, the next episode of Scuffed Eats is only 4 days away. We're coming back with the double feature. Thursday, the American Thanksgiving. I'm going to be here. And I'm not going to lie, chat, the other day, I showed y'all this little baby bird in my freezer. And I was like, I don't think we're going to do a turkey this year. You know, I was like, I think I'm going to just cook for one guy. We bought this beautiful little Cornish game hen. And while I'm looking forward to eating this Cornish game hen, I said to myself, here in America, it ain't Thanksgiving without a turkey. And we're doing the turkey again this year, baby. Come on by this Thursday. Scuffed Eats is back, baby. Scuffed Eats is back. We're going all in, baby. Now, we won't be cooking a ton of sides. We're still doing Thanksgiving for one man. But we're making a whole turkey. We're making a whole turkey. And I'll use all the parts over the week. I'll freeze it. I'll make stock. And I'll do all the stuff. But I really wanted to make sure that we were able to do that traditional turkey this year. It's already thawing. It's already in the fridge. It's already thawing. That's right. Scuffed Eats pumpkin pie? Yeah, probably. Smashed potatoes. Candied yams. Stuffing, maybe homemade stuffing. We failed last year. We're going to try again. And I don't know. Maybe we'll try something new. Yeah. I wanted a smaller one, but I got the smallest possible. I wanted a smaller turkey, but I got the smallest possible. It's like 12 pounds, so it's not bad. I wanted something like 8 pounds, but you know, they don't make it like that, really. Like, it's just, I got the smallest I could get. No, I did not see that, B. Kimberly. Thank you. I'm not even sure how we're going to cook the turkey. I have nothing in my house to cook turkey in. I don't have a roasting pan, nothing. All I have, I think that would work, is a Pyrex dish. We could cook it in the Pyrex dish, I think, and cover it with foil. It doesn't matter, because here on Scuffed Eats, we're just gonna figure it out. We're just gonna make it happen, dude. Whatever, dude. Who cares, man? Scuffed Eats, baby. Gaming and cooking combined. I hope I'll see y'all here Thursday for the next episode of Scuffed Eats. Thank you again for tuning in today. I'll meet y'all back in the office room momentarily, but one more time, thank you for supporting my journey, my dream, my cooking show. Thanks for supporting Scuffed Eats. I'll see y'all in just a couple minutes. Thank you. We're back, baby. We are back. Tied this freaking apron way too tight, and I can't unknot it. I might be stuck in this apron for the rest of my life. Please, I'm covered in flour. Please. Okay. Oh. All right. Dude, I danced because this pizza is so good. Our second pizza came out better than the first in a lot of ways because the Neapolitan pizza without basil and without the fresh tomatoes just didn't taste like much. It was good. It just didn't taste like, it didn't have all the flavor necessary. It just tasted like a good sauce. And the bites with the fresh mozzarella tasted good. Whereas this has all that traditional American style cheese on top. And it's so delicious. Oh, it's gooey. Oh. Mm. Wait, what about Mike? Oh, wait, what about Mike? Yeah, it was off for a second, but I wasn't talking while it was off. Are we okay? Were you just checking in on me? Yeah, we're good. We're good. Lady, you're scaring us. All right, nice. Man, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. How's everyone feeling? Oh, the mic drop? Yeah. Pizza looked amazing. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you, Catalina. Yeah, I don't know if you were here, Catalina, but we decided to make a stuffed crust because you gave us the idea. And I had a second dough to use. And now I have a whole pizza's worth of pizza to eat. That's a lot of pizza. If I didn't finger it all up for testing purposes, I would offer some to my neighbors or something, but... Yo, Didius, dude. The buttermilk. Shut your mouth. Didius, dude. Yeah, lunch tomorrow, that's right.
Just chipping in on some groceries.
Thank you, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much for the $25 donation. The buttermilk. Man, that was a good episode today. Scuffed Eats. It was dope. It was fun. It was a little lighter, like I said. It wasn't like this super involved thing where I was cooking straight for 4 hours. But it was still substantial. It was fun. It was interesting. And we got to make our homemade pizza, man. It was a blast. It was a blast. It was a blast. Oh, I can get myself an aluminum turkey pan. Yeah, we could get an aluminum turkey pan. You know what? I'll go pick up an aluminum turkey pan tomorrow. Yeah, smart. That's a good idea. That's a super quick purchase. That's the problem with being a home chef, not having people to share your food with. True. Double up on those. Thank you, Geeky Ray. Yeah. Yeah, we'll grab something like that. Yeah, we're cooking that turkey though for show. Man, what a journey. What a journey. What's up, Jazzy? How you doing today? Man, that was a lot of fun. And I am proud. Thank you for asking, Random. Thank you for asking. Let me go ahead and jump over. Yo, we're killing it on YouTube. Over double the like goal on YouTube. All right. Hopefully none of y'all end up in ad jail here. You shouldn't, but let me know if one does run. I'm going to switch to Animal Crossing. Pizza equals likes? Yeah, I mean, the thing about YouTube is it has billions and billions of players. our viewers, and that's a lot. To give you comparison, Twitch has millions. Yeah. So when you're doing something on YouTube, I think YouTube's a powerful tool, man. And I think the future of my show is going to get brighter because of YouTube. I think that us making the shift to streaming on YouTube as well, it gets me in front of so many more people potentially. And when I do my cooking shows, I use the how-to category. It has its own category based that all cooks use on YouTube. And it's just really cool. And I think people are interested in that kind of content, you know? Now, gaming and cooking combined does muddy it a little bit. And not everyone's here for the switch back and forth. Like we had people here for segment number 1 today that weren't here for segment number 2. Because, you know, they're not here for Animal Crossing. They were here for food. That being said, when we do episodes that are all in one, then we really shine in the cooking space. When I do those episodes that are just one shot, just all cooking for 4 to 6 hours, I'm sure YouTube's gonna love it, dude. Especially when I do my meal prep days and stuff like that. So while today might not even have been the best example of what my cooking content can do on YouTube, it did pretty well for itself, and I'm pretty proud of it. And of course, we've been killing it on Twitch all day today as well. I could just tell by the energy in the chat. I don't need to see anything else. I don't need to see analytics. The chat has been electric all day, and that tells me I'm doing something right. So thank you everyone for being here, because seriously, it was a pretty special show for me. I was super nervous about season 3 Scuffed. Hold on a second. Why did YouTube? Okay, it's back. What the heck? I was listening to YouTube and it just stopped. Yeah, man, like I was real nervous about today because for me, it's not an official season reset. I didn't do like graphics and stuff like that. You know, I didn't like if you remember for season 2, we did like a big reset and stuff, and we had graphics and all this interesting stuff. And I have a lot of plans to make the show better. So for me, I was a little nervous going into today because I was like, well, is it going to feel as official as a comeback, or is it just going to feel like another episode? And for me personally, it felt like an official comeback. It felt very different than my test episodes. I think so. I think I succeeded in providing the true Scuffed Eats experience. It was less laid back. It was less relaxing than the test streams were. And that's what I wanted. I wanted today to feel different because I wanted to show to people and myself that those test streams were just test streams. And this is the real production. And while the other thing I was nervous about was because I knew that my camera stuff wasn't done yet. My lighting isn't done yet. And I have a little bit of growing to do with our technology. And that also had me nervous because I was like, well, you know, I'm calling it season 3, but I'm still going to be finagling with lights and I don't have everything perfect. And then I remembered what I just said earlier during Scuffed. That one of my soul missions really are to like let off of the gas of perfectionism. And that's the whole essence of Scuffed Eats. It was always meant to be fun. Well, that's why I named it Scuffed Eats. It's just fun. It's not serious. It's not working in a kitchen. It's about fun and encouraging creativity and providing value in my own way through one of my biggest passions. And that value is to show others how to cook, show others how easy it can be when you're as scuffed as I am. If I could do it, you can do it, man. I promise you. To encourage that creativity, to help build people up towards the kitchen, because it really is a big part of my life, and I think it could be a part of anyone's. You know, not everyone's obviously going to relate to that, but I think most people could. So yeah, for me, it was important, and it helped me out. So I was really nervous going into today, but I shook that nervousness when I woke up this morning. And despite having a bit of a weird day, a bit of a weird brain day, mental health, you know, is a hell of a drug. I still felt good about Scuffed Eats. I felt good about what we were doing, and I'm really happy about how it all turned out. The future's bright, man. The future's bright. And we will be diving into more Scuffed Eats again in 4 days. Thanksgiving's here. After that, we're going to take a needed break. And the next episode will be probably halfway through Christmas for a Christmas special. We might cook in and around Christmas as well. And then, can I show y'all something really quick? Come with me here. Hold on. Hold on. Somebody bought this for me off of my throne. This was purchased for me off a throne. This year for New Year's, we're kicking up the drinking stream a notch. Last year, we did a little bit of mixology. For the first time ever, we made some Tears of the Kingdom drinks. Noble Pursuit. This year, we're busting out the kit. And we're getting our mixology on for our New Year's Eve stream celebration. That is right. This year, New Year's Eve is gonna be super sick. We are going to be doing what we did last year. It'll be a blend of gaming. It'll be a blend of gaming, cooking, drinking, and we're going to be loading into our Animal Crossing island as we've done every year. And we're going to jam out on some AC together. So come on by. That'll be New Year. So I already have some plans for y'all. And we will be doing some New Year's Eve shenanigans. Have we done every year? And I just wanted to give you all a little teaser about the future of Scuffed Eats. So the next month is pretty much planned. Another episode before Christmas, maybe one on Christmas Eve, I'm thinking, some cookies or something silly. And then New Year's Eve, all right? New Year's Eve is like an all-day thing, Soren. So we'll probably start around 6 p.m. the latest. That's right, the latest. So what happens is I'll be here New Year's Eve morning, and then I'll come back at nighttime. Yeah, so I'll be here at 8 a.m. and I'll end the show maybe 6 hours in. Then I'll come back and we'll start a fresh show at around 5 or 6 p.m. And then we'll go all the way into midnight. Yeah, so you'll want to be here anytime after 6, and I'll be live. We're going to be playing Mario Party. We'll be doing Fall Guys, stuff like that. We do multiplayer games. And then we'll play multiplayer games all the way up until about 10:30, 11. And then we switch to Animal Crossing and we all pile into the island and we celebrate the New Year's together. So it should be fun. So that's kind of the vibe for New Year's. So if you don't have anything else to do on New Year's Eve, come on by. It's seriously a good time. Also, thank you, Catalina, for letting us know about the pop-out window. You're very kind. You have wonderful energy. And yeah, please share some recipes with us. Yeah, we'll be doing some more cooking. It should be a blast. Love your New Year's Eve streams. Is how I first discovered you. All right, let me just go ahead and send a quick message to Mod Chat here. Nothing serious. All right, and then let me just quickly check and make sure I didn't miss anything serious, because I'm pretty distracted when I'm doing that stuff. Boom, 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 boom. And also the pizza turned out good. Exclamation point Scuffed. I think the new command is set up. I'll do it real quick. And yeah, there you go. That should bring you to the clip, but I'm going to pull it up on stream. All right. Now we actually made two pizzas. This was the one. This one was the classic Neapolitan. This is the first pizza that came out. Did anybody get a chance to clip the second pizza as well? I actually think I might actually replace the one for the other, because I actually like the second pizza more. Cozy did. Yeah, dude, I actually like the second pizza more visually, which is really funny. And I might actually cycle those out. Here's the clip though. So this is the first pizza we did. To it. Ooh, thank you, random. Look at that. Beautiful cut. Look at the thin. Look at that. It's almost cracker crust thin. You see that? You see how thin that is? This is what we wanted. This is traditional Neapolitan. Look at that. Now, wanted that this was a little bit more cracker crust. And you know what? The lack of toppings really did that as well. I think maybe a little bit more sauce. And then if I had the fresh basil, you don't even put the fresh tomatoes on until it comes out of the oven. So it just goes to show you how finicky pizza is and how much of a science it is to make it perfect. But we still made a good pizza. Here's the second, y'all. And look. Dude, got the droop. Dude, I'm such an animal. I was so excited. I know I forgot about the olive oil. I know. Red penguins, dude. You didn't have to do me like that and remind me. I was doing good not remembering that I messed up my recipe today, you know? Listen, I got to go back to this. I'm such an animal because as soon as I realized that this pizza had the droop, I started talking with my mouth full, and I don't ever do that, but I was so excited. Look at this, dude. And look. We got the droop. We got the droop. Let's go. The classic martyr. Look at the food's falling out of my mouth. I'm such an animal, dude. What? It almost fell out. We saved it. We saved it. Look. Oh, the classic margarita drip. Oh my gosh. Hold on. We gotta slow this one down. This is gonna be good for slowing down. All right, 0.5. You ready? We got the droop. We got the droop. It's like those TikToks where your uncle's a millennial and he's trying to tell you about something. I'm your uncle, by the way. We got the droop. We got the droop. We got the droop. We got the droop. Bro. Let's go. Dude, what did I just Degeneration X you, dude? I'm such a troll, man. The classic margarita drip. Yeah, I looked down because I was like, did food fall out of my mouth? I looked down because I was like, wait, did food just fall out of my mouth? It's got the droop. New sound clip. It's got the droop. What do you think, Cozy? Since you were the clip curator, thank you, Random, by the way. You've been killing it, dude. Which one should I use for the clip? I'm gonna switch it out. Should I do the second pizza or the first? Do you think the second one's worth? Which one? What you want me to use? It's got the droop. This Hylian New Year's stream will be the first I can't make. Oh, that's okay, Courtney. We'll still be here. We'll be on New Year's Day as well. Tired and maybe hungover. I'm crying. What's up, Vivans? Yeah. It's got the droop, bro. The second's funnier for real. Yeah. Do you think it's worth it to rock it then? Which one do you like more? Which one do you think showcases the food better? That's a better question. Which one do you think showcases the pizza better? The second? Sorry to bother you. I don't mean to put you on the spot. The second one does it all? Okay. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. Thank you for even being here. Thank you for even hanging out in my stream. My stream is cooler because you exist in it. So, like, really, thanks so much. There it is. There it is, season 3. Scuffed Eats season 3, baby. All right, so 1000%. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, thank you so much. The pizza I'm used to is even thinner than that. I believe that. I believe that for sure, Neo. Yeah. Oh, I believe that, especially because you are from Europe, so you probably are closer to that traditional style of Neapolitan that we've been talking about, right? So, just to kind of give some context to what you're seeing here is we're designing Grizzly's yard right now. And we're trying to give Grizzly an apiary. And then we want to turn this area right here into a potential... We want to turn this area right here into maybe an area for him to, like, study the honey that he's making or something. So we have a shed that we're going to put down. We actually could use a straight up shed if we order one from Nook. We could do the double door shed. Dankroot had recommended a shed earlier. We don't have to do the little wooden one. And I can't help but think that maybe the damaged, kind of dinged up shed could be maybe good here. I'm not sure. I'm going to order another one anyways, just in case we like the idea tomorrow. I had a funny idea earlier. You could place a spacesuit to act as the beekeeper. That is big brain, dude. That's really sick, actually. We're going to try that out. I might have the spacesuit. I should have it. That's such a fun idea. That's the kind of stuff I love doing in this game. I don't even remember what it's called. Storage shed. 6,000 Nook miles. Why don't you just rob me blind while you're at it, Tom Nook? I reposted all the pictures. Nice. Nice. Is there a beekeeper hat? That's a good question, actually. I don't know if there is. Is there a beekeeper clothing item in this game? And if there was, what would it even be called? Would you expect Tom Nook to do anything differently? True. Is there a name for a beekeeper hat? There isn't. Yeah, I don't think there is. All right, and then what else did I want to do? Hold on a second. Oh, I wanted to check out a crafting table. Yeah, the stage headdress. I do know about that one. There's overalls. That's about it. Missed opportunity there. I picked up the crafting table and I'm too lazy to put it back down again. If you need anything, I will go to a treasure island. Oh, you take care of yourself. Thank you. You take care of yourself. Thank you very much. All right, so I believe there's a mossy table and I'm curious what different colors you can get out of this. Good to see you, by the way, Detective Rach. Have y'all bought any new Legos recently? Yeah, this table right here, we might be able to make some yellow stuff, right? We might be able to make it yellow. And then we can make it look like honey from a distance. Do you think that would work? Or is it just going to look like yellow moss? We need glowing moss here. They do have yellow. Dang it, it's one of the items I dropped. Okay. You think it'll work? Okay, cool. Let's go grab... Let's grab some glowing moss. We should have enough in here. Yo, we'll see you later, Exhaustion. Dude, I hope you have a great day, whatever you're getting into. Whatever it is that you're doing, that's so much more important than the rest of my show today. You know, that's fine. You know, whatever. I'm not going to take it personal. It would be weird if I took it personal that you were going to do something else than watch my show. Of course, you know, that'd be weird. I don't want to be weird. No, let's not make this weird. You know what I'm saying? Have a good day, Exhaustion. Where do you even get glowing moss from? You get it from the Cap'n Islands. So once you get 3 stars, you can unlock Cap'n, and I can help you with that if you need. And then if you go to a Cap'n Island, there's a chance that you'll run into a glowing moss island. Oh yeah, and Happy Home Paradise. And Happy Home Paradise, yeah. What's that hat? Are you talking about the hat that I'm wearing in game? Or a crafting one? Hope you have fun playing AC without me. Now it won't hit the same. Dang, dude, you got me. It's not gonna hit the same. The DIY one? Are you talking about this hat? The woven vines hat? This does kind of look beekeeper-ish. You're not wrong. The woven vines hat. Pretty cute hat. Oh, my pockets are full. I'm like, why isn't this working? Some good New Leaf remixes. Some of that good New Leaf remix energy. Oh, we could turn it down a bit. It's a little loud. Sorry about that. I wish I never restarted 2 weeks before Nintendo dropped the 2.0 update. I cried so bad. Aw. That does suck. It does suck for you to restart. Like, Random was saying something but similar, but a little in a different direction, where they had wished the update had gotten announced and came out a little sooner because they had already kind of moved away. Like, they had felt like it was all done and their island was just kind of at a point of maybe logging in occasionally. So yeah, like them kind of timing these updates in a strange way. I think everyone feels that way. It's like, thank you. We really appreciate what you're doing here, but also frick. And we just restarted our islands like 2 weeks ago. You know how many people restarted their island? You know how many people restarted their island like right before the update got announced? The recent update? There's a bunch of people. There's a bunch of people who were like, I'm going to restart. I'm kind of bored of AC. And then they're like, here's an update where you could take advantage of having a nice and long island, or like an island that's been around for a while. Me? Yeah. It's a little frustrating. Bum 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 beepo beepo bo. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good idea. The yellow could kind of look like honey. This is fun. I don't even have a campsite yet. I'm the opposite. I restarted because of the update, which is fair, right? Because you do have like 2 months to prepare. Then I found out that news that I put in the Discord where you could actually keep your upgraded house and all that stuff. And I was like, what? Yeah, you're talking about the whole, like, it's like the moving feature and stuff. I don't exactly know how it works, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, you shared that. Speaking about cozy games, there's a video for Star Sand Island. Yeah, Star Sand Island is something that was actually brought to my attention here. I think Toad was one of the first people to bring it up to me. And I do find Star Sand Island to be interesting. And I definitely have my eye on it. So is it out? I don't think, is it out yet? Yeah, it's coming soon, right. Right. Yeah, I like the storage shed right here. Bam, bam, bam. I want to have the shelves right here. our honey shelves, and then we're gonna put the table over here. Yeah, Animula Nook. Animula Nook looks really good. Animula Nook, for some reason, actually looks like something I want to play. And it's funny because I haven't had many of these Animal Crossing style games appeal to me a lot. Like, a lot of these Animal Crossing adjacent games haven't really appealed to me. This one, this is a gameplay trailer. I'll actually unmute this real quick. But after I watched the gameplay trailer for this game, it actually appeals to me. And the thing that makes me the most excited is because for some reason, I love the trope, if you will, of being shrunk. I love Pikmin, I love Toy Story and being small creatures in a big world. I loved, what was my game of the year last year, or close? What was the name of the game? Plucky Squire. I loved Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I love this kind of energy, all right? Yeah, Grounded. Yeah, I agree with you. This game does almost look too good to be true. I agree with that. So there's like a bunch of customization. And then walking through the world and the way you interact with the world is the thing that actually stood out to me the most, because they're going with this super interesting approach where you are like living in this like house. So here's like the big Breath of the Wild reveal. But it's a living room. Yeah, borrowers. I love the borrowers growing up. Right? And then if you go through here, you start to see like what the game's going to look like. So I wanted to specifically show this off. So you have the cabinet, the knit stool, the desk, the balcony, the terrarium. So you'll have all these areas broken up, and then I think you can go as far as you can start to like decorate and build within them. Like, look. So this is where the game starts to appeal to the decorators. So there's like a full fleshed out decoration system. And again, it almost looks too good to be true because this is really heavy detail. This is like almost too detailed. Like, what would this even run on? Like, what is this, a modern day PC game? Like, but the detail for the decorating looks really good. And if it's anywhere near as good as it looks in the trailer, the decoration, it could actually be like, have some weight to it for those of you that care about like the details when you decorate and stuff. Because some people really care about that. But then this is what sold me right here. This is the thing that instantly made me go, wait a second. You ready? The fact that there's actually like an adventure side to the game. Look at this. We're shaking for some pollen. Look, we're using a slingshot to attack stuff in the distance to collect materials. Look. Which is like kind of fun, dude. I like exploration. I like adventure. Even if it is just a means to get materials to decorate with. Now, you know how I feel about decoration systems being the only thing that a game leads towards, and I do find that to be pretty boring nowadays. If everything you're doing is just to decorate more, I think that doesn't have enough weight. At this point, I want there to be a story or something. At that point, give me like a credit roll and let me decide to come back to decorate if I want. But I personally am sick of video games where the end goal is just, okay, now go decorate, little bit. Like, no, I'm done. I can go decorate in any video game I want at this point. I can probably decorate in Doom. I could probably go play Doom and do some decoration at this point. So it's like, I personally am just sick of it. And I don't want the whole game to be decoration. Please give us something else to do. Stop being lazy game developers, because that's what it is. It's lazy game development. It's like, all right, well, we don't really know what to do with our games, so we're just going to make it decoration. It's like, no, We have The Sims, we have Animal Crossing. We don't need more. Sorry. It sounds harsh, but that's just how I feel. I'm the same. I need a reason that it'd be more than decorating. Right. Decorating is just a side thing for me in games. And if I want to play a game that's focused on decorating, there's so many options already out there. Why do I need your game? And that's what it's up to the game developer to prove to me. Like, prove to me why your decoration game is somehow worth my time. Because if it's all it is a decoration game, well, then I don't really need that in my life. You know? You might like Planet Crafter. Yeah, I've played Planet Crafter demo. It was pretty fun. Yeah, I liked it a lot. Yeah, it's free. Yeah, it's going to be free to play. So you know they're going to monetize it. You know they're going to monetize it, right? You're going to be buying furniture. you know you're going to be buying furniture packs like The Sims, right? They're going with the Sims model most likely, which is giving you a reason to give them money for items and cosmetics. And listen, I'm not a fan of microtransactions, but if you're going to do microtransactions, cosmetics are the way to go. They added more planets in Planet Crafter. That's crazy. Yeah, I've only played the demo. I suffer from the PvP bug. I can't play games unless there's online PvP to them. That's fair. I was in that part of my life at one point, Junior. I was there. I was there in my 20s. Heck yeah. I know exactly what that life is like. You will like them. Yeah. What'd you all think of Animal Nook? Cautiously optimistic is what I think. Cautiously optimistic is exactly how I feel about it as well. Cautiously optimistic. That's the best way to word how I feel about it. Can you only put one thing on top of this shelf? No, I can have two. Okay. It's an AI project that somebody made for clicks. This might be tinfoil hatty. I mean, that's a great tinfoil hat. I like that. I wouldn't be surprised. And in this day and age, I guess you never know, huh? All right. And then let's put something different on this side, like a toolbox. The sewing box from the back. Wasn't that a recommendation? To maybe look like a useful item. I don't know what it's supposed to look like though. It's kind of cool from the back though. Outdoor bath, pot. We could just put a pot up here. It's not bad. It holds your bees. True. Cardboard boxes or those types of Dude, I just watched a video about bees. They're banning gummies. Wait, what do you mean? What kind of gummies? All right, where's my table at? Oh, yeah, but they're only banning them from unlicensed locations. That's right. So it's like, what a quick synopsis of what happened was there was a law in like 2017 that made it to where as long as there was a certain amount under, as long as there wasn't a certain amount of a chemical called TCHA in a plant, then it could be sold over the counter. So a quick story on how this works is TCHA is actually just the chemical before it turns into THC. And once you carboxylate it with a flame, it turns into THC Delta 9. Or once you let it grow a little bit longer, then it naturally turns into THC. So a bunch of people started taking advantage of this. Listen, and this is actually kind of bad. So what they figured out is that they could actually they don't have to use hemp anymore, because for a while the industry was using hemp to sell stuff over the counter. And they realized that now they can actually use the marijuana plant, but they can just stop growing it at a certain point where THC hasn't developed past like 0.5%, and then they could legally package it up and sell it. And the door broke open in 2017, and there was a ton of product hitting the shelves. Gas stations, head shops, all over the counter. The problem is none of that stuff is regulated, y'all. Nobody is telling these companies what they're putting in it. Nobody's checked. There's no checks and balances, dude. All of that over-the-counter stuff, nobody was regulating it. You have no idea what they were putting in it at all. What they used to grow the crop, what they put in it to turn it into gummies, you don't know any of it. So the government is stepping in now and they're saying, wait a second, this is really bad. And they're gutting the whole over-the-counter industry. Bye-bye. And it sucks because you are going to have to find a legal means to get it. And if you don't have that available in your state, then you are getting screwed. And it does suck for a lot of people. But you got to realize, like, you can't have unregulated stuff like that. You can't do that. You can't do that's not good at all. And there was a lot of people taking advantage of it. So yeah, federally, they are gutting all over the countertop THC stuff. So over the next couple years, you're not gonna be able to walk into a gas station to buy gummies anymore. You're not gonna be able to walk into a head shop. You're gonna have to go to an official dispensary or go back to the black market and get it from your buddy that you maybe met in high school or something. Right? So yeah, it's pretty frustrating. So, and why is a huge problem with smoke shops? Yeah, it's not healthy. It sucks, but it's not healthy. That's the thing. It's like, no, not being able to regulate it is a real problem. And I'm going to give you guys one mini story and then we'll move on. So did y'all know that because of this and everything that's been going on, like you can walk into a gas station and you could actually buy like THC gummies? Now, let me tell y'all something. When I was a kid, I don't know about y'all, but when I was a kid, guess what I used to do? I used to go to the gas station and get some older dude outside to go inside and buy alcohol for me. And then we would go get drunk as kids. You have to understand that without regulation, like this becomes a problem, because if it's over the counter, now what about the 14-year-old who's going to the gas station right now and getting gummies, straight up bud, mushroom gummies, and going in to the party? Unfortunately, you cannot let this happen. You just can't. Like, there has to be some it sucks, right? But it's like, what are you gonna do? Like, you like there's a bit of a line that's being crossed there. There has to be like a check and balance. Like, it's so sucks, but like something has to happen. They sell mushrooms at the 7-Eleven. They do. Maybe not your 7-Eleven, but they sell a psychoactive, like mushroom style experience literally through gummies at your corner store. I don't exactly know the chemicals and stuff inside of it. It might not be psilocybin. I think it might be something else, but it's like similar. But yeah, you can literally go get that at the grocery, like right now. You can just walk into corner store, just go buy it, as long as you're 18. Right? So it's like that's kind of crossing the line, right? It's like a little tough. So it's like, I understand why they're snapping to like get this stuff out of kids' hands, but there's definitely a better way. Yeah, it should just be regulated, you know. And I'll move on from there. But yeah, unfortunately, something had to happen, but at the same time, it's like, could they have handled it differently? We're not sure. So yeah, but yeah, it's pretty frustrating for a lot of people. A lot of people are gonna have to really figure out a different lifestyle, because there's people who are making a living off of this. Imagine you spent the past 5 years like investing money into a setup to like make these products, and then now they're like, actually no. Like, yeah, it's tough, man. Like it's a pretty big deal. That's actually why I wanted to talk about it for like just a second, is because like this is actually pretty tough for a lot of people. And since 2017, things have been one way, and now they're flipping all the way back to the other way, and it's like, oh, definitely sucks. Definitely sucks. And yeah, it is what it is. Dude, I remember the Four Loko days. Dude, Four Lokos were crazy. Four Lokos were crazy. Did y'all ever drink a Four Loko before they had to change it because little kids were getting crunk off of it? Like, they were like energy drinks mixed with alcohol. People were like going nuts, dude. They eventually had to change the recipe because people were like, it was super bad. It was super unhealthy. Four Lokos, dude. Oh my Lord. What the heck, Cozy? That's crazy. I just had my first Four Loko. Yeah, they're a lot different than they used to be. Let's just say that. They used to have like an energy drink mixed in. And like, it was really effing some people up. Like when I say effing them up, I just mean you were getting way more wasted than you meant to. And it was just like a whole thing. Whoever we have to blame, Catalina, we do keep politics out of the chat. Politics and religion is not meant to be talked with friends and family. I promise you it never goes well. So no worries, but we're not here to talk about politics and political leaders. We don't care. I don't care. We don't care. Right? So again, I'm going to ask one more time, you know. I already said my piece. I'll ask one more time. Keep it out. We don't want your politics. We don't want your opinion. We don't care if you're a Republican here. We don't care if you're a Democrat. What I care about is what kind of games you like to play, what kind of gamer you are. And while sometimes we'll talk a little bit about politics adjacent stuff, I don't care. No one here cares about anything that you care about when it comes to politics, okay? Keep it chill. Keep it 100. We were just talking about politics? No. We were talking about a substance being regulated. We weren't talking about Republicans or Democrats or Mitch McConnell, okay? BS. All right, so Catalina, I don't know why you're switching the light switch on us here, but we're going to go ahead and time you out, and we're going to let you take a deep breath. I'm going to actually take it a step further, and I'm actually just going to ban you. Have a great day. Have a great life. We'll see you later. Because when someone flips the switch like that, you know they're not stable. You know they're going to end up causing more trouble later. When they flip the switch like that, you know what I mean? Like when they go from 0 to 60 over nothing, it's like, okay, you obviously are not going to work here. Screw the timeout. Just ban them and move on. Yeah, you escalate. You yeah. Woo! Gas. Put off the gas. Put off the gas. It's not like that. Take it easy, friends. Ghost compass. Dude. Yeah, you can share a link. Yeah, UKNet. Sure, man. You can share in the Discord as well. And this is why we keep it out of the chat. Yeah, it sucks because obviously I'm mature enough, and most of us are mature enough here to talk about real life stuff that we're all going through. Maybe not everyone here knows about this big change. I wanted to talk about it. Some people's livelihoods depend on these chemicals that are now being delivered over the counter, and then they're going to be taken away. So I was like, let's talk about this for a second. We're adults. But if you see what happens, it's you get, even if you get close, people start to snap. It's like, whoa, man, listen, it's okay to be passionate. You know, I asked you not to talk about it. You talked about it a second time. Okay. Then we deleted your message and we said, you know, chill out. And then they said BS in all caps, as if I was lying, right? You see how it went to the dark side? It was like, hey, you know, no politics. And it was like, well, I'm going to say something else. And it was like, hey, you know, we don't do that. BS. Whoa, dude. Dang, dude. Dang. Dude, that's my favorite sound effect. I love that sound effect. Yo, what's up, Scuffed? How you doing, man? How you doing, Frito? Excuse me. How you doing, Frito? There's the Scuffed Eats link. Thank you, Random. How you doing, Frito? Good to see you. And on the Lord's Day, shut up. Dude, what's up, Catty Nor? It turned out really good, man. The plane noise. Dude, what's up, Cat? Again, no worries, man. We're not here to make anybody's day worse. And we certainly shouldn't be giving too much energy to the trolls, so we can move on. I gave it a little bit extra energy because I had to walk through it in my head again. That's how taken back I was. I was like, I'm going to walk through this in my head out loud and make sure that I didn't do something like, did I miss a beat? No. Dude, it turned out so good, Frito. All right, we're going to put the honeybee right in the middle. We're going to put the honeybee right where the green mums are. What's up, Silly Rose? I like seeing the occasional ban because it makes for a good giggle. As long as we don't focus on it too much and it doesn't kill our vibe too much. Me too. Like, I think it's fun. It can be like slightly entertaining and it's silly and we can all laugh and move on, you know. But for me, that's as long as we're not like overly focusing on it and we're not letting it take away from the energy that we're cultivating. We spent all day cultivating this beautiful energy. We should always be protective of it. I think so. I think we should be protective of it. We built this beautiful space and this energy for the day. And you know, we shouldn't let some troll come in here and cut into our energy. You know, you don't give them any effort. Don't give them any time. Don't give them any energy. You every once in a while we laugh about it, we talk about it, and then we just move on because we worked too hard to create some wonderful energy here, you know? That's kind of my take on it. That's kind of how I look at it. So I agree. I think it can be fun sometimes, a little laugh, you know? Especially when it's not at the expense of the person. Because like I said, I'm not trying to make anybody's day worse. So like, I'm not going to sit here and make fun of somebody. Nobody likes that, you know, even if they can't watch the stream anymore. You know, we're not here to make fun of somebody. Yo, what's up, Exhaustion? Welcome back. I do, yeah, Freaking Ace. We've done Nuzlocke's randomizers. And a couple others. I have some other randomizers planned for The Legend of Zelda. Are you a Zelda fan, Ace? I have some Zelda randomizer stuff coming up here soon. Actually, next Saturday, I have a special segment coming out. I can tell you guys about it because it's going to be on the schedule. But Saturday Morning Cartoons is coming back next Saturday. Saturday Morning Cartoons is coming back next Saturday. We're going back into we're going to be doing some retro Zelda Saturday Morning Cartoons. So we're going to start off by doing a playthrough style Saturday Morning Cartoons where we focus on a playthrough of a game. But We will be bringing back the retro roulette as well, which should still have a command. I can't spell. So the retro roulette will also be coming back. Is it under retro? What's the command? There it is. Well, none of those commands are actually what I wanted. Whatever. Either way, the retro roulette will be coming back in the future as well. And we will be spending some time doing variety retro games. If you haven't been here for retro roulette, it's a blast. Saturday morning cartoons, retro focused gaming, retro roulette, full game playthroughs, retro Animal Crossing on Saturday mornings. Oh yeah, I told y'all, since we're going back to full-time AC, we're actually coming back to some structure on the channel. And we're going to come back to some of our retro segments, the stuff that we used to do a little bit more of in the past before I took a break and wanted to just have a free-form stream. But I will be kind of bringing back some of those segments, and we're going to incorporate it into our new free-form flow that we've developed this past year. And it should be a lot of fun, dude. It should be a lot of fun. So yeah, that'll be next Saturday. We're actually coming back, and we're starting off with some Legend of Zelda. We're going to be playing a fan version of a Zelda game. So it's going to be a fan version of a Zelda game of Ocarina of Time called the Sealed Palace, I believe is what we're doing next Saturday. I might change my mind by the time Saturday shows up, and we might do a different Zelda game, but I'm pretty sure we're doing the Sealed Palace Ocarina of Time next Saturday, episode 1. No, I've never seen that. That's sick, Ace. What the heck? That's super sick, dude. What? Well, sick sounding. I'm not sure about it, to be honest. I'll drop the trailer in the Discord. Also, thank you UKNet for sharing that trailer as well. Like I said, I've actually seen Star Sand Island myself. But since we're checking out trailers, we can check this out as well. It seems like UKNet would like to share this. I'm not going to watch the whole trailer, but we'll play it in the background for a minute here, so y'all can check it out. So now this is the game. Is this the game that had the playtest recently? Or what's the name of the game that had the playtest recently? That people were playing, that very few people got selected to play on Twitch. And Abyss Sans was playing it. Petite Planet. Okay. So this is not Petite Planet. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I knew what I was looking at. So Petite Planet is something completely different. This is called Star Sand Island. And it's been also something that the community wants me to check out. This game looks more like a traditional farming sim mixed with like Dinkum than it does like Animal Crossing, which I'm kind of here for that. This kind of looks more so like, look at like Rune Factory. You have farming, you have battling of monsters. So this is like a Rune Factory adjacent experience. You're riding on pigs and cows. Yeah, this is very Rune Factory is what I'm getting from this. Very Rune Factory energy. We'll see you later, Courtney. Have a good day today. Dude, the pizza completion Gunblade, it turned out really good, bud.
Pizza time.
Yeah, it turned out really good, man. Oh, I went to type pizza instead of Scuffed. Turned out pretty good. I only gave it about a B because the crust could have been a little bit better. I missed the olive oil, so my crust wasn't as airy as it could have been. Pretty sure the olive oil would have helped with that. So despite a little bit of scuffedness per usual, it turned out really good. I did see a couple of your puns, but I didn't read them all. But you know I'm always keeping an eye out for the pun blade, lad. Sad I missed it. Oh, no worries. Season 3 is here, and we're going to be doing a lot more cooking, so stick with us, and you'll get a chance to see plenty of cooking in the future. How you doing, Tater Tot? Welcome in here, credit. 1 credit. Shapeshifter, good afternoon, man. Bum, 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 bum. Appreciate the follows coming in. I like the outfit, very vintage. Thank you. This is my take on Animal Crossing Villager, but all grown up. So this is my villager from Animal Crossing GameCube, but he's just grown up, and now he has a beard. He's a little taller. So why did you choose this build for Grizzly? Well, actually, Past Me chose this. So Past Me decided that we were going to do an apiary. And I was actually just following up on Past Me. Like, funny enough. I know that sounds silly, but like I was just following up on Past Me. So I showed up here and there was a mini apiary. And then I just started to build on it. Now, because Grizzly Bear, he's a bear, you know, bears and honey. And then the cave for when he goes and hibernates. The other idea was to do something fishing related, because grizzly bears are known for catching fish out of the river. But yeah, a little apiary for him. Going for that classic Pooh Bear vibes, you know. I actually don't think we need this table over here. I just don't know what to do with this table. Then we'll put something else here. I'm just not sure what else to put on this table. And we have to change the color of this honey in here. He does have a little river next to him. Yeah, look at this. He lives right in front of a river. And I see him fishing from this river all the time. Yeah, how about that? He lives right here. And then he goes fishing all the time here. I should probably give him a little chair to sit, right? So he can sit and fish. Yeah, we'll give him a chair to fish. I actually like Grizzly a lot. How was the pizza? Delicious, dude. Check out the link, !Scuffed. It turned out really good. I'm really proud. He should have a waterfall. He does have access to a waterfall, but it's not right next to him. I do agree with you, though. I do agree with you. Yeah, it's just not right next to him. Yo, what up, Keisha? We eating moss out here, so this moss is we're pretending that it's my honey Noctis. So let me go back and show you. So we're pretending that that this jar of moss is a jar of very bright yellow honey that still needs to be filtered, so it's full of honeycomb and pollen and whatever else, before we serve it and sell it to the rest of the island dwellers. So take a look. So you see, this is the apiary, and we're pretending that this is honey. So if you squint, go ahead and squint, everybody. It kind of looks like jars of honey, right? Like if you just squint at it, it kind of looks like jars of honey, right? Now, if you look at it a little too hard, you might not completely get the illusion. Jars of pollen. I'm squinting really hard. Wow, Calico, you've been killing it today. I took off my glasses. That's perfect. It looks like jars of pickles. Okay, punk. I'm gonna pickle you if you don't cut it out. You're gonna get pickled. I'm gonna start. That's a real threat. I'm gonna start using that as a threat. Better shut up before I pickle you. I'm gonna pickle you so hard you're not even gonna be ready. Pea jar, gross. Sounds dirty. Is that a bad thing? I don't know. That's for you to decide. That's for you to decide. Like, you as the person receiving the insult have to decide, did this person just insult me or not? Did he just say he was gonna pickle me? Would I want to be pickled? Would I like being pickled? Like, these are the things you're gonna have to ask yourself. Would I want to be drenched in a brine and sealed in a jar for a month? I don't know. Sounds like the mafia. This is where Grizzly takes a bath. And this is where Grizzly takes a shower. And this is where Grizzly takes a doo-doo. Right here. Right between these trees. He just digs a hole. Just boop. Pickle equals cucumber equals Haley's request in Stardew equals H des browse. Even Einstein couldn't solve that equation. Even Einstein couldn't solve that equation. Oh my gosh. All right, y'all. All right, y'all, we're out of here. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Scuffed Eats Gaming and Cooking. We out. 7 hours is good for me today. This feels good. I feel good about the show. I want to wrap up on a high note. We'll be back tomorrow for the Monday morning show. Fresh week, fresh opportunities. The Monday morning show is the best way to start your week right here. Twitch.tv/HighlyInDescent. 8 a.m. Eastern time. That's 2 p.m. Central European. You ain't gonna want to miss it. Come on by for the Monday morning show again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Eastern European. I don't even know. CE, I guess. CET. Yeah, CET. All right, y'all. We're out of here, though. It was a great show. We'll be back tomorrow for the Monday morning show, which means more Animal Crossing. Just chatting with extra steps. It'll be a blast. And then whatever else we feel like doing to start the week off. Whatever else we feel like getting into. We might be doing a game switch tomorrow because I'm taking off Tuesday. I might want to game switch tomorrow. We'll see how we feel. I'm going to get up, go finish cleaning the kitchen. Go put that pizza away that's been sitting there. And maybe eat some more pizza. We out.
Pizza time.
We out. We out. We out. Thank you, everyone. Seriously, thanks for supporting my journey, my stream, my dream. It was an absolute blast today. And I really do hope y'all enjoyed the show as well. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. We're going to fade. We're just going to fade out today. Feeling like a fade kind of day. I'm not going to overthink it. Just going to fade. Thank you, everyone. This is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Pyro Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow for what we just said, the Monday morning show, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. We are getting out of here again, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. Season 3 of Scuffed Eats, we're back. It's live and direct. Scuffed Eats returns Thursday, but the stream returns tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern for some Monday morning show. I really do appreciate each and every one of y'all tuning in. If you're new here, welcome to my show and my experience. If you've been returning to the stream, you're appreciated, you're valued. Lurkers, chatters, people keeping me company, supporters, those of you that don't even have a Twitch account and you're just tuning in from a distance, YouTubers, thank you. I love y'all and I appreciate y'all. I'm honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. This community has gotten me through a lot, and I wouldn't be here without y'all. So thank you sincerely from the bottom of my Hylian heart. But until next time, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace. And hit them cat jams, baby. Peace.